when apples still grow in November, when blossoms still bloom from each tree, when leaves are still green in November, it is then that our land will be free. I wander the hills and the valleys, and still through my sorrow I see a land that has never known freedom, and only her rivers run free. I drink to dead the death of her manhood, those men who would rather have died than to live in the cold chains of bondage, to bring back their rights denied. Oh, where are you now when we need you? What burns where the flame used to be? Are you gone like the snows of last winter? And will only our rivers run free? How sweet is life, but we're crying. How mellow the wine, but it's dry. How fragrant the rose, but it's dying. How gentle the breeze, but it's sighs. What good is in youth when it's aging? What joy is in eyes that can't see? Oh, and the sorrow in sunshine and flowers, and still only our rivers run free. When apples still grow in November, when blossoms still bloom from each tree, when leaves are still green in November, it is then that our land will be free. I wandered her hills and her valleys, and still through my sorrow I see a land that has never known freedom, and still only her rivers run free. A land that has never known freedom, still only her rivers run free. The war was over and the spirit was broken. The hills were smoking as the men withdrew. We stood on the cliffs, oh, we watched the ships slowly sink into their rendezvous. They signed a treaty and our homes were taken. Loved ones forsaken, they didn't give one damn. Try to raise a family, and up the enemy. Oh, the one went down on the plains of Abraham. Acadian driftwood, gypsy tailwind, call my home, land of snow. Canadian cold front moving in. What a way to ride, oh, what a way to go. Then some returned to the motherland. The high command had them cast away. Some stayed on to finish what they started. They never parted, just built that way. We had kin living south of the border. They're a little older and they've been around. They wrote in a letter, life is a whole lot better. So pack up your things, children, and come on down. Acadian driftwood, gypsy tailwind, they call my home, land of snow. Canadian cold front moving in. What a way to ride, oh, what a way to go. 15 under zero and the day became a drought. My clothes were wet and I was drenched to the bone. Been out ice fishing, oh, too much repetition makes a man wanna leave. The only hope is no. Still up on the docks, heading for St. Pierre. Nothing to declare, all we had was gone. Broke down along the coast, oh, I'd hurt the most. With the people there said, you better keep moving on. Acadian driftwood, gypsy tailwind, they call my home, the land of snow. Canadian cold front moving in. What a way to ride, oh, what a way to go. Everlasting summer filled with ill content. This government had us walking in chains. This ain't my turf, oh, this ain't my season. Can't think of one good reason to remain. We worked in the sugar fields up in New Orleans. It was evergreen up until the flood. You could call it a nomad, point you where you're going. Set my compass north, I got winter in my blood. In driftwood, gypsy tailwind, call my home, land of snow. Canadian cold front moving in. What a way to ride, oh, what a way to go. Like a deer, just a mild pain. Ande Jackatia, fatal arm sale. Je bagatia, tilam, tilam, tilam. 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 There was a whammy there. I whammied the guitar off the bed. And it's a double whammy then, because not only did I sing Only a River's Run Free, it's an old traditional Irish song, but anyone listening, yeah, and I was just listening myself as well to the new lyrics, the same old lyrics, traditional Irish song, but new lyrics because I attach a different meaning to them now. And yeah, it does seem Only a River's Run Free, but whose fault is that? Yeah, it's our fault, isn't it? Then is now, you know. Then is now. It's all about perception. It's all about perceived situations, perceived authorities. But there's always more to the story. Second song, Acadian Driftwood. I sang that before. Opened up a hangout, Flat Earth, Acadian Driftwood, and yeah, it was flagged for copyright. And I didn't get the post, and that's probably one of the ones that I wanted to post over anything else, because there was lots of different stuff, I suppose, that I spoke about for the first time then. Yeah, some amazing coincidences coincidence. Yeah, an incidence, a coincidence. A dodo, a co to a dodo. A do is die. A do in Irish. Iver hain, iver do, iver tree, iver car, iver cuig, iver hain one. To a do, ever a do, so dodo, tutu, bye bye, Bible, right? So we have the dodo, not to start off on the dodo, but it's everywhere. A space, a dodo see. What was I thinking today? Yeah, along the same lines, a space, a dodo tea. David Bowie. But yeah, the dodo's about the state of the land. The lie of the land, if you will, within buckets of water, buckets of waters, if you will, after this inundation. And yeah, for me, it's the cause of going from perfection, which is the snow globe, the perfect apple, as above, so below, to yeah, a faulty, let's put it like that, a faulty towers. I just thought of faulty towers. I mean, you know, so yeah, by dodo two, the animals went in 2 by 2. So do by do, a do in Irish, 2. The animals went in 2 by 2. Let me just think of the Irish for that. Quig na. It's been a long time now. Do by do. That's what I would say though. Do a dog is a do. So the animals went into, what's the animals in Irish? On I think of it. Anyone out there might be able to help me. I don't think you will, Del, if you're there, because you sort of never were oppressed with Irish in the form that they gave it to us from an early age. I'll think about that anyway. But yeah, do by do, the Bible all connects. So yeah, that's from Acadian Driftwood. Driftwood, yeah. What's that about? He points his compass north. He's got winter in his blood. Winter, yeah, or winter. The way he sings it, it's like you got winter in my blood. Well, north is where it's at. That's where we've always been waylaid from, I think, especially on flat Earth. Mark Sargent, not a dicky word to say about the north. Nothing. Come on, people. This is telling, and it's meant to be telling. Remember, this is something that's coming out. We all know it. We all feel it. coming out. If we want to move forward in terms of our thinking, or at least if you want to sort of resonate with my thinking, yeah, all of these things are clues. So we take the clues where we find them, and we deal with them appropriately. And again, what's appropriate? Well, it's appropriate for the individual, you know. So in a big sense, if you mean no harm, if your intentions are good, fuck them all, I guess. You know, how far are you willing to go with that? Well, it can get you into trouble, can't it? Let me stop there and say greetings to everyone, whoever may be joining. It's no bearing to me, really, in the sense, and not in a cold sense, but just in the real sense. And I'm sitting here talking to my computer, so I don't know who's listening. I can't put myself in the shoes of anyone who may be listening either now or later on. So I just talk to myself, and in the best possible manner, be myself, even though it's a completely artificial, contrived situation, i.e., me talking to a computer, a piece of hardware with some power line connected to it, and that's a visible power line, invisible power lines as well everywhere. Yeah, some interesting stuff to talk about tonight. I've taken away all the wrenches. Not that I have. It's not about me. I mean, I have no power over anyone. No wrenches on flat earth for me. Ideally, in an ideal situation, all opinions are welcome. But that's taken everything as being above board. Everything is not above board. There are pests, if you want to put it like that, little pests along the way who will waylay you and waylay especially groupings of people in the best manner they can. So then there is a need for some sort of bouncer type situation, which is not good, like, you know, as well. But it's a necessary thing, I suppose. So I've taken away all the wrenches and unbanned everyone. So let me just say, if you're reasonable, even if you're not, I understand I understand the arena I'm in, right? Again, you're welcome here if you're being reasonable. The minute you're not reasonable and you're known to be an actor, then you're history, because that's your sole purpose. And not that sin is a bad purpose, it's just your job. It's just what you've signed up for. And I think I understand the greater picture now. So it's not that I won't make any judgment, nor do I think should anyone else make any judgment. But if we move forward understanding the sort of the exact nature of the situation, that'd be easier for all. So again, no shitting on our doorstep here. And if you do, you'll be asked to leave politely. So yeah, but otherwise no authority whatsoever. But if you're dealing with known, I'm not going to say liars, that's sort of a thing, known deception, right? Well, there's not much you can do if you're an honest part of this. You know, you have to move on, knowing that this is the situation, and I guess tolerant to some degree, understanding that there's a bigger picture at play. But again, yeah, don't cross the line, and everything should be fine. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go into the main chat now and see what's going on. I think I might have to be removing some wrenches. Oh yeah, okay, it's about a few minutes behind, or a few seconds even. That's grand. Oh gosh, everyone still has wrenches. Okay, I was going to give them out anyway. Come teeth is back. Well, it's always Chris. Okay, well, all the usual. So I was going to give out wrenches anyway. You know, a few set wrenches. Okay, Kathleen, I'm sorry. Your wrench has to go. Nothing personal, and I know you'll understand that. Let me say hello to everyone first. Carl, sorry buddy, your wrench has to go, not because of anything else as well, because I'm keeping wrenches to a bare minimum, right? Based on my initial philosophy anyway. Okay, and so I've given. See, I don't even like saying I've given, because I have no fucking authority or power whatsoever. It's just me having a chat. But I did state about the need, knowing the arena we're in, to have a little bit of control. So it's going to be kept at a bare minimum anyway, and otherwise I don't think there should be any problem. I mean, people I know more, anyone I give a wrench out to, I'll be absolutely sure that, you know, they'll keep their use to a minimum, and they'll know the situations as well. So they'll know characters, for instance, like Bullshit Man. If he arrived here tonight, you know, alongside his bum buddy Cum Teeth, you know, I think they're friends. They actually live together. Bullshit Man, Captain Bullshit, and Cum Teeth. So if he arrived, for instance, he's fine. He's no wrench, obviously, but he's fine. But the minute he crosses that line, then he's gone. Who decides the line? That's a difficult thing as well, isn't it? Because I'll have a different sort of history with him than others may have had. So that's where I'm at the minute. And of course, we don't pass any apologies. This is an arena. My intentions are always good. So yeah, there's no higher authority here than any others. And that's the way I look upon it. Captain Bullshit or the likes, Jeremy, what do you call it? Even Tim Osman, you know. And I know there's a sort of a knee-jerk reaction to just get rid of him, Momerdell especially, but I wouldn't. Just when he crosses that line, then I would say that, you know, because this flat Earth is full of actors. Listen, it's fucking full of actors, full of them, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I was listening to Martin Leakey with Poncho Pete yesterday, and it was a great discussion, absolutely great information, great things to consider and ponder, you know. But I do realize that Martin's still an actor, and he's part and parcel of the initial troop that was there. Roma at Gleason's map, that was telling you now that they're part and parcel of some sort of connected group. And again, it's no judgment on the man or the woman. Imagine just for a second that they were let in on the grander secret. They were. Let's just say what I'm saying is a known reality. So everything has been rebuilt, and everything will be revealed, both about ourselves. We're the power, after all. Listen, remember this: we're the power. So wherever you take it is where it goes. You know. That's why when I say ADR was anonymous guest yesterday in Jamie's channel. That's not to say anything against you, ADR. It really isn't. Like, I have a concern about the Jewish faction there. I've been asking questions. The Jews think I'm a lowly animal. I don't know. I have no experience with Jews. I've never met any other. I don't think I've met a few Jews. My cousin would have been married to a Jew, but you know, I never knew her or never knew the sort of situation. I know they did break up, and I know there is some sort of distinction. Whether it's a real or perceived distinction or a fabricated distinction, that's another possibility. Yeah, in real life, don't know any Jewish people, but when I've asked a few people the same question, there was a hesitancy there to tell me that yes, this is part and parcel of this philosophy or this ingrained culture, if you will, ingrained religion. To the Jewish people, that their distinction and they are distincted from everyone else. And when I use the term a lowly animal, there's no such thing as a lowly animal. Animals, if anything, are loftier than us because we're divided. Someone said I can show you how 1 and 1 equals 3, and I said go on. So I knew what they were going to say. They said it in the chat recently. Maybe not my chat. I knew they were going to say that, like a man and a woman come together and they have a child, that's 3. Well, they did say that. I said, well, how so? When they did say that, a man and woman, 1 and 1, come together and it's 3. And I corrected them then quickly and said, well, we're divided. So a man is a half, a woman is a half. Both come together and equal 1, and that's a child, a beautiful, innocent, all knowing, in a sense. All knowing equals all unknowing, if you didn't realize. Yeah, that becomes, that's the whole, that's the the man, woman, that's the Trinity in one, you know. And I think that's what we all are as well. We're all man, woman, and child in one by nature, and we have become divided. So yeah, a half plus a half equals one. You can't defy logic, you see. If you're going to define terms, and mathematics is all about defining terms, you have to define what one is. If I say to you, add 1 and or add 2 and add 9, and you say, well, the answer is 14, and I say, well, hang on, my answer is 12, right? You'll go, how's that? And I'll go, well, how, you know, this is plain as the nose in your face that I'm right, and you will say the same. So the only thing we have to get back to is defining terms, right? And then we realize that both of us are wrong, and 9 plus 2 equals 11 in the terms of someone else. Again, so again, it's all about defining terms. If we're going to use terms and define terms properly or appropriately or agree on terms, then there has to be a logical consistency. So even though I understand we're one, and that would even seem logical, wouldn't it? 1 and 1 equals 3, but my new logic, I think, beats it. A half plus a half equals 1. The 1 then becomes a half because it's diluted into this, what would you call it, a quagmire of division, which is, you know, designed this way, I think, anyway. It's a sort of a test. A few more, the Shay's had a few more realizations, so he's not moving from the path that he is on anytime soon, anyway. I hope everything came through okay. Pretty sure it did. It's only when I start switching around screens that it gets fuddled up, but I think I've mastered that now. I understand what's going on. I'm looking at myself in the screen. I'm not looking too bad. I think I'm sort of improving in one sort of sense. I'm taking care in a greater sense. I'm not talking about food or anything like that. I think I understand a little bit more. Here's where the heart comes into things. Heart, earth, ether. Jesus always points at his heart. Now, Jesus didn't exist, right? Jesus didn't exist. And if you're stuck in that literal reality, from my point of view, and my point of view solely, you're lost. You're lost. And you know what's even more? I think I can prove it as well. So I'm not going to be proving it tonight, but I've sort of proven it to myself. You are lost. Everything is about, first and foremost, you the individual. You, that beautiful, innocent child, right before corruption. And that, if you remember the end of a space Odyssey, Odyssey, again, I don't think it's coincidence. Well, you're left with a baby in an egg, you could put it like that, an embryo, whatever, looking down upon the sphere Earth. Again, tongue-in-cheek, I think, you know, this is, Kubrick knew, of course, the Earth is flat and stationary. They all know the Earth is flat and stationary. If you haven't worked that out by now, well then, you know, you're gonna miss, from my point of view, no judgment or anything, you're gonna miss a lot of what I might have to talk about or say. It's all a kind of a stepping stone, isn't it? It's like a pyramid in a sense. You know what I mean? If you're coming in, we can all relate to it. If you're coming in at the first layer, you're looking at this fucking monumental climb you have to make, and you can't really see above it, you know? Every new layer becomes more illuminating. Think about it. Think about it. This is where perspective comes in as well. You're dropped down at the very foot of the pyramids, and you can't move. You're in the Plato's cave, if you will. All you see is this, not a sheer climb. It's a pretty, you know, it's a pretty decent challenge. So yeah, you want to get out of where you're at, because where you're at is not too sexy, you know. So yeah, all you're worried about is what's above and beyond. And of course, once you get above and beyond, then you might get a glimpse of the sky, but you're still faced with a sheer wall. You know, you might even walk around the wall, but it's the same sort of thing. You know, you're limited in the higher you get. In other words, the longer your climb, and it doesn't have to be long in terms of time. I mean, some people have jumped straight in at the deep end, especially if you've come to flat Earth without any sort of previous conspiracy. And that might even be a benefit in a way. Actually, everything is a benefit. Anyone listening, absolutely everything is a benefit, because if you hadn't gone through everything exactly the way you have gone through it. You wouldn't be where you are right now. That's another quote of Mark Sargent. Where no matter where you are, no, what is it? No matter who you know, there you are. That's no matter where you might be. There, no, something like that anyway. But that's the point, you know what I mean? We have to appreciate, we have to define boundary conditions, or we have to attempt to define boundary conditions. And those boundary conditions begin, I guess, and ultimately end with us. So anyway, listen, I know I have a habit of sort of taking a thought and going with it. But again, it's just me here, you know. So no worries. Let me say, go through chat. That's what you're meant to do about 5 minutes ago. Carl Stenbeck, again, how you doing, Carl? Good to see you, man. Please don't take any offense at that. You know, that's not, it's just, there were so many people banned that are flat earthers as well, that and I know you wouldn't do such a thing. I just removed everything, and hopefully there won't be a need for so many wrenches, but you can be sure that should you request one specifically, that would be no problem. Again, what I'm trying to do here, again, no wrenches on flat earth, no leaders on flat earth, you know, there's no lie, no deception on flat earth, all this sort of stuff, you know. But if there's a need for it, then we'll take appropriate action. So no offense there. Been taking pics. Same applies. How you doing? Welcome. And yeah, you know, we all have questions. Again, there's no for me, in my own brain, in my own heart, there's no authority associated with wrenches. But because of the nature of the arena, there is a need for them, just to get rid of most of the cum teeth and the likes. What was the other one? Fetch. I don't know. I don't even know what felching is. I don't even bother to look it up, actually. So yeah, it's just to get rid of those type of things. And people who turn banned. Jeremy might appear to be very reasonable and sound on a first hearing, but after a 10th hearing, you see, after you've gone through the process, you will be wearing different ears. So that's the point. So that's why I say, if anyone like Jeremy, Mark Taylor, etc., come in and cross the line, then, you know, they know what to expect. It's not about hurting people's feelings. Since I've been calling out actors, etc., I'm going to say, Kathleen, I think you're an actor on the Flat Earth stage as well, associated with ADR. That's what I started talking about, anonymous guest. On Jamie's channel, well, it's ADR with his sort of voice sped up, but he denies it. So it's not about what he's altered, because pretty much everything ADR, and we agree on so much, like pretty much everything he says is spot on. But again, because I'm not an actor, I have to call it out. Simple as that. But I will not make any judgment against the man or the woman, and I hope and I know you know that as well, Kathleen. So yeah, you're welcome, and no offense meant anyway, if there is even some taken. And just say to Del, how you doing, Del? Good to see you. You know the story, and thanks for being here. Teddy Carl, how you doing, Teddy? Nice to see you, man. I got a message as well from you, very interesting message, and I left you a return message, just brief, saying that what you said was noted and filed away. Basically, what Teddy sent me a message saying when we were going to Alice in Wonderland, as I look at the clock, it's 10:19. What do you reckon, Mom? Just as I look at the clock, 10:19. 42 is coming up a lot lately. At 22:19 which is 10:19, is very close to 42. It's 41, isn't it? But 42 is coming up an awful lot lately, and I have another few things to say about 42 as well. But yeah, Teddy Carl was saying that they, looking at Alice in Wonderland and some of the pictures associated with it, or the associated artwork, just like in the picture where the dodo is represented with a walking stick, the Gleason's map also has a walking stick. So if we look at the Gleason's map and we think about that longitudinal guide, I guess you will, that's broken off, I think that's what he's referencing. And again, I don't think anything here is just happenstance anymore. You know, I definitely make that direct connection, and I'm grateful for hearing that. You know, we're being pointed to. This is a puzzle. So we're being pointed. I'm just sorry, just interrupt this broadcast to for the sake of advertising. So canned coffee, just what your doctor didn't order. Mm. Mm. sorry. Okay, back to business. Yeah, see, that's what happens. You leave. Oh, Teddy Carl, yeah. First of all, of course, Teddy, welcome, and maybe we get to hear you someday. I'm not sure if that's your real name, but of course, I've seen you around. So that's the only thing I can go on, which is very slight. Yeah, excellent observation. And nothing is coincidental. Yeah, again, it's all a grander puzzle, and it's not as big a puzzle. It's not as daunting. I don't think, anyway. It's not daunting as a puzzle as you might think. Because lots of people don't even know there's a puzzle there. But for me, again, only ever speaking from my point of view. Yeah, there's an ongoing puzzle going on hundreds of years now. Intimately connected with Mark Sargent. And who leads to Mark Sargent. All the actor flat earthers point to Mark Sargent, right? And Mark Sargent himself points to Sergeant Pepper's and the solution to Sergeant Pepper's. Sergeant Pepper's itself, I think now, is pointing to the dodo. Charles, the author of Sergeant Pepper, or the author of, Sergeant Pepper's itself pointing to Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland itself is pointing to the dodo. That's where I'm at. The author itself, Charles Ludwig, I think, Ludwig Dodgson, was said to have related the dodo's character to him. You know, so specifically, this is not me saying this. Someone left that in chat. Maybe it was Dave High. And I said, amazing connection again. And apparently he had Charles Ludwig Dodgson had a stammer as well. So he tended to pronounce his name Dodgson. So Dodgson. You know, all clues. I mean, it's just, at this stage, it's just beyond happenstance. Simple as that, for me anyway. I see it's getting dark there as well. I'll turn on the light. But I have smoke and I'll turn on the light. But yeah, for me, it's, you know, I'm well beyond that. So this is a grander puzzle. It just depends on what spectacles you choose to look through. Realize Mark Sargent had, I said it to Jamie Brown, and sorry, I'll go through the chat again. I said Jamie Brown about Mark Sargent not being really sure what was the situation. 12 clues he brought out, and I said there has to be 13. It's always going to be 13. I had a drink today in the pub. This is the latest Guinness brew. All very interesting things to relate. Actually, hang on to that. And I'll just go through chat. I remember that. I'll go through chat, just saying hello. Okay. Yeah, you see the 13 there. It's all about, I'll put down a bit lower. Yeah, there you go. It's all about 13. So Guinness have a latest brew. I was coming up the road and there was an advertisement for Lloyd's Pharmacy here in Ireland. So she's a big pharmacy, what do you call it? Conglomerate. But they had an advertisement and it was, what was it? Oh, it was amazing. Oh, fuck it, what was it? Oh, shit. I think I'll have a look at that. Let me have a look quickly. Let me turn on the light now. I wrote it down. I wrote it down and I said, man, they're telling us, you know. Oh yeah, that was it. So it was Lloyd's Pharmacy at the top. Then a picture of this just, you know, secretary type girl, just, you know, just smiling or whatever. And below it said, "Say hello to Dawn," or said, "Say hello to then below that, dawn, capital D-A-W-N. But the funny thing was how they spelled hello. And again, it was in sort of different color. Your attention was being brought straight to that letter. It was a capital H, capital L, capital E, capital L, small I, you know, as we look at it, small case, lowercase I, but without the dot, you know what I mean? So just a straight line, and then O. And to me, it just screamed out, say helio, to dawn, helio. It's all, and I was saying it's all about the sun, the rebuilding, and yeah, amazing connection. And we're being let know it. We're in the unveiling. It is all about the sun. We're living in a broken system, so don't get too attached to anything within a broken system. You know, we've got to separate ourselves from it. And again, we are the power. We are the experiencer. We are the being here. So the power lies in us. Everything we've been going through was for the purposes of separation, division, appreciation, I suppose, in a sense, realization. And again, it's beyond our wildest fantasies, the reality of everything. So anyway, okay, Del, so how you doing, Del? Moving on, bad mocker, scoffer, I like it, is a karaoke line. Okay, your mocker scoffer is obviously a take on motherfucker, but I like further mucker, you silly further mucker. You know, it gets the message across clearly and distinctly without having to use the actual vibrations themselves. So yeah, how you doing, man? I guess if I don't know you, I think I've seen you once or twice, but yeah, keep it reasonable, and there shouldn't be any problems. Everyone is scared of me. Well, okay. You say, why is my main account blocked? Don't know. I have no blocked accounts, so you should be free again if you were blocked before, whoever you are. If you want to mention it a bit later on, I'll keep a bit of closer eye on chat just in case I'm following up. But no, I'll just say welcome, and if there's a problem, let me know in more explicit terms what your other account is, and I sort it out. If you're one of these, if you're one of the cum teeth, the cum teeth crew, well then, same rules apply. If you keep it reasonable, no one knows you, you know, so you could be coming from any particular point of view. If you're a genuine flat earth, it's going to be a flat earth skeptic now. It's not even a globe skeptic. It's a flat earth skeptic. You're abnormal now. If you haven't looked into flat earth, you haven't realized that we do indeed live in a flat earth. So, yeah. Otherwise, Caver, how you doing? Do a deer, a female deer? Absolutely, I've noted that as well. And think about how it starts and ends. Hanava, sorry, Del, you're right. The Hanava achuig in do August do, yeah. The Hanava, so the animals went in 2 by 2. In Irish is Nahanava, chuig Nahanava, so I would sort of slightly. So I have Google Hangouts open, Del, just in case any problems, as you suggested, or as I knew anyway. I forgot to do it the last few times, but I don't anticipate any. But I would say the animals went in 2 by 2 would be literally how I would say it if I had to come up with it. Chuig Nahanavaha, ego, yes, ego. So a do is the same as ego, but you're sort of using it in a different sense. But ivra do is number 2. So chuig Nahanavaha, ego is go. So yeah, they went in 2 by 2. Right, connecting back to the dodo. Dodo is particularly chosen, and I also made the connection between dodo and dido. And you remember Dido came in, and her claim, or not her claim to fame, her sort of entry level piece, I guess, was part and parcel of Eminem's song, Stan, S-T-A-N. And where she had the chorus, what was it? That was a cool chorus as well. Just da 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 da. Actually, I'm going to find it and sing that because I haven't sang that in a long time. Eminem. I haven't sang that in a long time. As in the chorus, everyone can sing the chorus. That's the point. Pretty dark, what do you call it as well? Oh yeah, there it is. Sorry, that's what I was looking for there. My tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why I got out of bed at all. The morning rays cloud up my window, and I can't see it all. Even if I could, it would all be great. But your picture on the wall, it reminds me that it's. Oh yeah, so it reminds me that it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Okay. My T's gone cold, capital T, like a cross. You know, the cross that Jesus died on is timber. Jesus was a carpenter. A carpenter fashions useful things, I guess you're going to put it like that, out of dead trees. So this is the connection there. A mason, Freemason. Well, if you know, all of these stones, sand, if it's all made from the detritus of dead trees, well then a Freemason could also be said to be a carpenter, right? Nice, you know. Yeah, so that was just a by the way. So dido, yeah, that's dido. Di is do, di is two. In Greek, I'm led to believe as well. So again, that's dodo. And then Dido as well have their own story in terms of mythology and, you know, realms of the gods and all that sort of stuff. A messenger of the god or something. But I definitely have that connection made, you know. So yeah, not to dwell on that. Let me continue back in chat. So thanks for that, Del. And Hanavaha, of course it is in Hanavaha. Again, I said with Irish. Oh man, if I took a drive down to, and a drive in terms of travel now, not the legal drive, down to the Gaeltacht, maybe that's something to do now, down to the Gaeltacht in Kerry, or Mayo, Galway, Mayo, a week, Del, a week you'd be in a pub, you know, or whatever you were doing, and it's all about Irish. So a wed week it would take me to come back here and be able to present a show almost in Irish. It's that sort of ingrained in me at this stage, you know what I mean? It's all about remembering. So yeah, Nahanavaha, of course it is Nahanavaha. Holtonada, okay, how you doing, man? Again, welcome. And I recognize you for being around, but so please don't take it personally. When I take away wrenches, because I did remove all wrenches. I thought I did anyway, and just put two Delqua and Millennium, and those for specific reasons as well. And that's just because I guess in one form or another we know each other pretty expansive amounts of time, I guess, in a relative sense. So yeah, and I don't think I said how you doing to Mum, did I? I'm sorry, Mum or Denny. How you doing, man? And of course, welcome. And yeah, you've got a wrench at my place at any time, but I know you're a bit trigger happy, so if you'll just bear what I have had to say about wrenches in mind, I'd appreciate that. So yeah, cheers. It takes me a long time to fucking get to this stuff, doesn't it? Uncle Fester, Truth Seeker. Okay, I'm not gonna go through the people who are no longer with us, whatever their story is. Okay. Shuggy, another difficult one, but I'm gonna say how you doing, man. And of course we know each other from chat for a long time now. So again, I'm just going to remove the wrench, but should you specifically require it, man, absolutely be no problem giving it to you. I would just hope that, again, They keep it to a bare minimum. See, all the people who have wrenches, I don't. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the chat a little bit more. So this is where these are where the problems lie, isn't it? This is where you sort of might end up with offended people, and I don't want to do that, and that's why I just removed all the wrenches. So if I do remove the wrenches again, yeah, don't take it personally, and we can sort of build it. I can build it from that core foundation, I suppose. You know what I mean? Because again, I don't place any importance in them myself. Anyone who uses a wrench, I think you should use it at great lengths, I suppose, you know, because we do understand that there's no inequality on flat Earth, but when there is a specific yeah, grouping, I suppose you're going to call them, just set the shit on the party, then they have to be just not reasoned with. We tried reasoning before, they have to be thrown out. But again, the line is a thin one, you know, so I'm just sort of trying to take the responsibility off people more than anything else, but I absolutely would have no problem for the most part in giving backup wrenches again. Okay, so I'm just going to go through it and take and remove them, and then distribute them when the need or the requests arise, you know. So yeah, so how you doing? No nukes. So I've just done that, and again, don't take anything personally. We don't know, none of us really, for the most part, know anyone else, you know. So we shouldn't be taken very much personally. So I tried to explain where I'm coming from with that. Yeah, Multi-Tom, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Same again, only because it's par for the course. That's what I decided to do. There was so many people who were blocked that I wouldn't have had blocked. And yeah, again, it's not a big thing. So should the need arise, Tom, absolutely, you know, I'd have no problem. Again, shit, I don't want to talk about this again. I just want to stress that my view is no wrenches on flat Earth, on an ideal flat Earth anyway. So, Blade Spheroid, yeah, we know his type. I'll say how you doing, but we do know his type. Cat Earth, how you doing? Thanks for coming along, listening in. Same applies, no offense. And should the need arise as well, that should be cool. So yeah, thanks for joining in. Dave, hi. How you doing, Dave? Good to see you, man. Almost made it on your hangout the other evening. That would have been a good discussion. What I wanted to bring to your attention when I was asking you if you remember about the guest you had. He was from Trinidad and Tobago, but the Kobayashi map he had as an avatar. That's what I wanted you to bring up, and I'll bring that up myself in a minute. Actually, thanks for reminding me, because if you're still here, I'm sure you'll be interested in what I'm going to point out, which is what I wanted to point you out to the other evening. So yeah, same applies, Dave, and I wouldn't have no problem giving you back your wrench, man. I mean, it's just that I reduce it down to basic level, and then we can build it up from there again. That's what I'm thinking. So yeah, anyone else? PC, how you doing, man? Same applies, buddy. I hope you're well, and thanks for coming along. No offense. And I mean, again, should anyone require a it's not about losing wrenches, but should anyone require a wrench specifically, well, you know, ask for it, and that's cool. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't like being in some sort of position where I have something that someone else wants and it's up down to me. That, you know, I'm going to give you something, I'm going to satisfy that need. No, that's not the way I look upon these things. So please don't take it please don't take it personally. Well, with great power comes great responsibility. You can't. I don't have any great power. Obloid ferrate, and nor do I require any or want any. So that's not what it's about at all. Again, I think if you're a reasonable man, you're okay, I guess, to be here. But the minute you turn unreasonable, because we know what you are, then you got to go, isn't it? So that's the way I look at it, and that's the way it is. I hope the music came through at the beginning. Only a rivers run free. When I was singing it, yeah, when apples still grow in November. Why would that happen? Why would that come about? This is a reference to the old times, the old days. So you know, this is not just waxing lyrical, if you will. This is in reference to, let's say, when apples really did grow in November, when we didn't have seasons. And of course, the seasons depend on the sun. And for me, we didn't always have the sun. The sun, again, the more it goes on, the more 420 comes into consideration. So the sun was created with the destruction of the trees. Then came the brilliant light. You know, the distribution system was, the legs were cut from under the distribution system, if you want to put it like that. But the light energies, I can't even say light energies, that's the energies, continued on as normal, you know. So, yeah. So apples surely grew in November, grew all year round. This is what plants are fighting against now, you know. And here's what I think what the sun does. This is what light is as well. Luminiferous ether. And thanks to luminiferous ether for giving me the idea. It's what I thought as well. But we're living under this ether, yeah. We're living under this ether, which is not meant for us, and it's a function of, or it came about because of the destruction of the trees. So when this light energy now comes our way each day as the sun does, it interferes or excites this luminiferous ether, which is all that is just, it's a function of this electromagnetic field, which is holding back the waters beyond. So when the light is absent, the field is still, right? This is why water amasses in clouds, and why I think, why Earth is at its level, why water is at its level, but why I also think that if you go down 20 miles, let's just say, dug a big hole and I jumped in, I would find my level back there. So that rarefied water finds its level at that particular spot, Earth-wide, pretty much Earth-wide, where we find the cloud layer. You know, so this is all just got to do with, yeah. So we're think about it in this sense. We're much more rarefied. Our water vapor is much more rarefied than we are, but we will also find our level if we go down further. Whereas water vapor's level, in the form that we know it as, is at the cloud layer. That's where it settles. Once that gets too heavy, then or too dense, then you have leakage. So this is what's happening. The clouds are not formed just from the evaporation process that we're told on the Earth, even though it's a part and parcel of it. Yeah, it's everywhere is water. You know, this is the idea. So when you have these long downpouring thunderstorms, it's not just these clouds that are draining their content. They're being fed from above. You know. People have testified to rain falling when there's been no clouds in the sky. So again, we're in the midst of a magnetic field never meant for us. And these are the effects that we feel from it. And this is why we're so retarded in a lot of senses. And I mean that in the literal sense, that, you know, we're unable to reach our full potential should this field, which was never meant for us, not be in position. So again, this is where it comes back to the heart as well. It's all about the heart. Jesus is always pointing at his heart. Heart is an anagram of earth and ether. So if we can raise your vibration of your heart, because remember, your heart is it's not a pump. It's not a pump. It is how would you more accurately describe it? It's like a vacuum chamber in a sense, but you can affect your heart, you can affect your heart rate, you can affect the content of the blood that has been pumped around your body via your heart. So think about how you can affect your heart rate. Well, think of in your brain a traumatic episode. Recall it to brain, you recall it to your mind. Immediately your heart starts pumping. Or many other different emotions and feelings. So we can interact with our heart. We are the ultimate pilot, I guess. Um, so yeah, I'd say cheers. I'm just having a few beers. Not too many. Not too many. Um, but one or two will do. So let me go for a quick cigarette, and I'll be back with something interesting. I posted it before, but I never posted it on my own channel. Yeah, let me just say, I did say that. I sang 2 songs at the start. So I sang Acadian Driftwood, which is more pertinent now than ever. It's all about the North, all about the North Centre. That's where your home is. Again, I think it's open since 2011, and I'll talk about that in a minute as well. So let me just go for a quick cigarette. I'll be with you. I had to come back and there was 13 viewers. Hey, how good is that? How good is that? 13 viewers, and I've been talking about 13 is everything. 13 represents the sun. So don't ever view it as unlucky or lucky again. It's just about insider recognition, I guess. If someone does this, look, that means I know what the sun is. That's all it is. Or more than that, it's not even I know what the sun is. They know this is what they're saying. This is what I think they're saying now. I'm part and parcel of rebuilding the sun. Or we know that the whole project is about rebuilding from a previous destruction. That's where I'm at the minute. You can call me what you like for saying that. It's my true point of view as we stand. I know the demonic stuff and the satanic stuff that's associated with it, but how can someone doing that mean? What am I saying to you? That look, think about it. What am I saying to you when I do that? I eat babies. I mean, it might be so, you know, but there's fucking so many people doing that. You know what I mean? That if it was, that would be a very much hidden symbol. You know, so we got to view things in a different sense, and indeed in the real sense. This is what I think. So let me sing this. So it's after going up to 14 viewers. Not that I care. I don't mean that in any personal sense, but yeah, when I came back, it was 13 viewers, and I said, how appropriate. I knew Mark Sargent, but it would be about the 13. It had to be 13, right? So as far as we know, there are 12 clues out there now, but he has said he's working on another one. There's your 13. So there you go. It's all about rebuilding, you know. If your home is destroyed and you're rebuilding your home, this is the everything in your life, isn't it? This is what's happening. So let me sing this. And okay, you enjoy it. Good sound. I like that chord, actually. I like that chord. I have to work out what that is now, but I like the sound of that. May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true. May you always do for others and let others do for you. May you build a ladder to the stars and climb on every rung. And may you stay forever young. Forever young. Forever young. May you stay forever young. May you grow up to be righteous. May you grow up to be true. May you always know the truth and see the light surrounding you. May you always be courageous, stand upright and be strong, and may you stay forever young. Forever young. Forever young. May you stand forever young. hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. May you have a strong foundation when the winds of change shift. May your heart always be joyful. May your song always be sung, and may you stay forever young. Forever young. Forever young. Forever young. Forever young. May you stay forever young. I send that sentiment to each and every one of us. I think that is the case anyway. Time is an illusion, or the time, at least in terms, or in the terms that we know it. What is it? Ask yourself, what is time? What's the best effort you can come up with in terms of trying to describe it? You'll be doing well. You'll be doing well if you can get any coherent grasp on it, because even the best of thinkers have trouble with it. All the best of thinkers have trouble with the most simplest and basic of ideas. Funny enough, children don't have any trouble with any of these ideas, you know? It's a purity. And we're all pure of heart, all of us. That's the Trinity. The Trinity is the unity, which is the man, the woman, the child within one. And we become divided. Whatever the reason, I take it as it has to be a good reason. If we're part of, how can we not be God in a sense, really? Logically, we cannot but be God or part of God. And if you're a part of God, you have to be the whole of God, don't you? You know, no ego involved there. I think someone asked me that in chat. No, absolutely no ego. It's sort of, you know, ego. What's that? What's ego? So yeah, everything is simple, as the child knows. You know, it's when you start to name things. This is why Adam got the job of naming the animals, who appeared after Adam in Genesis 2, but somehow appeared before him, or before man. Adam isn't named. Funny enough, Adam isn't named in Genesis 1. That's because we are not named. You know, no name can define me. What is that, lofty to say that? Lofty my arse, you know. No name can well, even forget about me. Whatever I might think of myself, no name will define my boy, my son. No one will define, no man will define my boy. Let me see how you define yourself before you tell me the definition of my boy, my love, you know. And that question, well, I'd say to God herself, you know. I wouldn't have a problem saying that. If of course, a definitive definition has been foisted on us, you know. Yeah, hope you enjoyed that. Forever Young, Bob Dylan, another great song. A lot of Bob Dylan's songs are being covered. You'd be surprised how many people are doing it. And again, what he's supposed to do, great works, but they're not coming from the mind of one. They're coming from the mind of many. And some of them indeed are stolen ideas. So you've got to sort of look at things differently. But yeah, what do you do? All heroes have to be lost, I guess, heroes in any sense. So let me get on with stuff. I'm going to add a few people to the chat. Hoping everything is okay. Oh man, I'm after getting rid of the. Why did I do that, man? I got rid of the Hangout itself. So I definitely should go back to that. I don't know why I got rid of that. Oh, hang on, I do. I shut down the wrong window. Okay, that should be better now. Yeah, okay. Okay, let me get through a couple of things, and yeah, I could talk about lots, but one thing I wanted to bring up is, yeah, well, even though those days are long gone, anything coming from NASA telling us what's what in terms of who we are and where we are. I mean, if this is all they're presenting to us, and they present it as truth as well, and why would we have cause to doubt it? Because I mean, the lie would be so big, it would be unfathomable to most of us. So yet our minds are split. You know, we don't feel so insignificant, but yet we must be, because if I'm trying to picture the blue marble, and it's real in my brain. Again, this is where belief comes into it. If you believe 3,000 people died on 9/11, well, then it's true, isn't it? In a sense, you know, this emotion is generated. You have a field generating system within you. This is where your heart is. Look, this is where what your heart is. That's why Jesus always points to his heart. By you generating your field, you can counteract the artificial, not meant for us field, which is the ether, the all-prevailing ether. We're in the midst of a magnetic field, which is weak enough, you know. It's not very strong at all relative to the strength of other. Bumblebee can overcome it, for instance. Just sets up its own vibration, counteracts the prevailing vibration, and goes along its merry way, irrelevant of anything that's happening outside of it. They've been noted for flying in a straight line 30 miles an hour with a 30-mile-an-hour crosswind, impossible under any normal physics. But my point is that we've imagined ourselves to be a certain thing, and it's a tough thing to sort of to cut the ties with, even for flat earthers, and I would even say especially for flat earthers, because if you're leaving a certainty behind for an uncertainty, that's a big leap, you know. And so much is uncertain with the flat earth. You are entering a completely different realm, and caution is needed, not only with all the information or all the different questions that are bombarded at you, but in terms of your own personal evaluation of the greater picture. This is the point. And I think we know this as well. Once we are awakening up, we find that there is so much more to know and so much more that you don't know. It's easy to some sort of almost go back to the old ways of thinking, the old certainties, false as we know them to be, but easy as it might be, with a true heart, you can't go back, really, can you? It involves, if you go back, it involves lying to yourself about the very most fundamental thing that concerns you in your life, which is where the fuck do you find yourself? So that's what we have to bear in mind, and bear it well in mind, I should think, as well. But yeah, where we are has been told to us, and that image has been firmly. It's not even the image; it's the thoughts associated with the image. It's like, okay, that's my home. Let me bring it up. Actually, that's a better idea. If I just bring it up and talk about it, then it'll make more sense what I'm trying to say. As far as I know, not that there's anything to it or anything. I'm the first to find this. It's pretty subtle, but it's there, you know what I mean? And I did show it before. So I'm sure you'll all, and I'm going to check now if that comes true, okay? I'm pretty sure it is now because I know what I'm doing. Not that there's any mystery to it all. Yeah, there you go. So let me go back to, I'll go into chat then. Well, I think Delcourt has the authority, and Mum have the authority to give out wrenches as well, whatever authority in a loose sense of the word. So you know, whatever you think yourself. So this is the blue marble. Just to get this out of the way quickly, this is the blue marble. Nothing to do with photo or painting. Matt Powerland would have you stuck on that. I see through Matt Powerland. He even came out himself and admitted that he was an actor. He's playing a role here. So, you know, if he's telling you this and you're not listening and you're taking what he's saying seriously, or not seriously, but if you're taking it to heart, I guess, well then, whose fault is that? Certainly not his. He's told you, you know, because of course he's an actor within a greater game as well. And this is the whole idea, to get us aware that there is a greater game going on here. So fret not, fret not. So this is the blue marble. So what we do, so they fed us the image, and our imagination then takes us in, has a zoom in sense about it. It takes us in, and takes us in, and takes us in, and takes us in, you know, and you wonder to yourself, where am I? You wonder, where am I at? I wonder if I zoom in far enough, and this was a real image in real time, and if I had the capabilities, would I be able to see myself, I don't know, cleaning my car, washing my car? Would I, you know, would be able to locate my reality at that particular point in time? This is what it has us doing. And then our brain says, well, we have to zoom in so much, and then we're sort of zooming out and zooming in, and we're going, how small and how insignificant am I on this basis? You know, and that's outside of what we're being told about, you know, the lie of the land, if you will, the locality in which Earth finds itself. And then you're told that it finds itself in nothing. It finds itself in anything, son. It's just there, you know. Well, what do you mean it's there? Where is it? Can it be located in relation to anything? Well, it can be. It can be located in relation to the moon. What with the moon? What's the moon? Oh, it's that big piece of rock up in the sky. Oh, hang on. I didn't think pieces of rock could sustain themselves in the sky. Any piece of rock that I've ever experienced doesn't have a good relationship with the sky. Oh, well, this is a different piece of rock. You know where I'm going with that. Well, you know, what kind of piece of rock is that? Well, we don't know what kind of piece of rock that is, really. You know, no answers. All you're left with is more questions as the interpreter of these images that are being presented to you. So this is where there is such power in images. 9/11, the power in 9/11 was not the narrative, it was the images. They had to show you people jumping. Just like Stanley Kubrick had to have you imagining what it was like to be in a waylaid spacecraft, you know, with no hope of rescue. Just when his movie A Space Odyssey, just like David Bowie, who came out at the same time with the song A Space Oddity. Again, I mentioned that earlier on. Oddity, Dodo T. Excellent, Dodo T. I've been pointing out the significance of T. T is as a cross. It's also X marks the spot. Cross, your Christmas tree is always put on the X marks the spot, or the T. So Dodo T, excellent. I must write that down actually, I'll write that down. because I have to go into something else to open it. Oddity is dodo tea. That's the reason why they implanted these thoughts, because the thought, a melodious thought, if you will, yeah, lingers with you, and you craft the images. Like when you read the book, you know, anyone who's seen the movie Lord of the Rings, love that series of books, you know. You craft your own images. Anyone who's sort of seen a movie, after any movie really, after they've read the book, is pretty much always disappointed, because of course you create a completely different visual in terms of your own imagination, you know, as you go along. So yeah, that's the hook. That's the hook. End of the song. Ground, ground, ground control to Major Tom. Your circuit's dead. There's something wrong. Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? So that's ground control to Major Tom. You're left with this then. And then can you hear? So you go to the spaceman. Here am I floating in a tin can, far above the moon. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. You're just left with that then, and then it goes into its chaotic, sort of traumatizing, this harmonious blend, you know. Well, it's stressed differently in the song, but the idea being that that's the emotional hook that grabs you then. So when you have the tune going in your head, as you're going to work or whatever you're doing, the thought behind the tune is stuck with you, and that's the thought of being lost alone in space, you know, without any hope of return. Hence, when you come to look at the moon landings then and what's presented to you, you won't be interested in the technicality so much as you will be in the human aspect of things. You'll be imagining what it's like. Well, hopefully they make it now, because what happens if something goes wrong and they miss the moon? What happens if they have to turn in space? What are they going to do? What are they going to push against? These are all later questions. You don't ask even those questions. You just say, oh, what happens if they have trouble and they don't make it? Well, you know, this is because the idea was set in your brain with the likes of Stanley Kubrick ended his movie again with another spaceman lost in space. And he sort of takes it to a different level again. But yeah, this is how they catch you. So it's the same with this sort of image. This is a definitive picture of Earth from space according to 1972 photographic capabilities. And man took this, I think, on the return. I don't think it was taken from the moon. I should look into it a bit more, actually. No, it must have been taken from the moon, actually. You're not going to be taking this from your capsule window, are you? So yeah, anyway, reported to be taken from the moon. So yeah, this is the blue marble, 1972. Already just looking at it for a few minutes. See, this is what you want to do, is give yourself a little bit of time as well, sort of adapt or adjust. And, you know, you see all manner of possible shapes or possible arrangements formulating. I can see a ghost immediately there, almost holding up his arms. It's almost like half God, if you will, and half serpent at the bottom. And again, you can be sure that these things aren't incidental, even though I know there'll be people out there. You can see the S here for serpent. Yeah. What is the serpent? Does it just mean the sort of the reach towards lower, baser natures? That's very possibly the case, you know. I don't think we have anything really to fear from anybody or any power. The biggest fear is set up within ourselves. But yeah, you can see this. You can see a sickle here almost, can't you? This is not what I'm pointing out. Let me go in there a bit closer. This is reported. So everyone comes. So the Apollo guys come back and they show us for the first time. Actually, they didn't show us for the first time. Apparently, it is a 1966. Interesting. It had to be a 66 satellite image of Earth from space. How come no one never saw this? I'm going to bring it up in a second, actually. But how come no one ever saw this? But immediately I can see ghost figures inside here. It's all about fear, extracting that sort of fear response. And this is what it's about in a different way to a space oddity or a space odyssey, in a different way to 9/11. This is where 9/11 came in as well. To catch the hook that they reel you in on is the emotional hook. So they show you people, and they give you only brief glimpses. But what they do is they set up your mind to put yourself in that situation, like you put yourself in the situation of the astronaut who's lost in space forever. What would you do? Like, you know, same with 9/11. What would you do if you were surrounded by fire and the only possible hope of escape was to jump to your death? You're putting yourself in that shoes. You're not investigating the technicalities then, or you're not sort of emotionally unattached when you're looking to find out, is there truth in any of this? And I'm just after seeing a naked woman here in this. I know people will laugh at me now, but I can see it. All these things are ingrained, and that's not so strange. I can see a love heart here. Look, you see a woman's face, but you can definitely see a breast. That's not so strange an idea when we get to the point of why I'm showing this in the first place. It's when you zoom in closer on places like what they describe as Antarctica. You can see the fabricated, picturesque nature of it all. That's not the point as well. It's not the point as well, but you know, with just a little bit of a careful eye, not even too careful an eye, you can spot the fabrication here. But you can be sure that this was designed. Everything in here was put in specifically. So imagine this was just fabrication from start to finish, but with a sort of manipulating bent to the design, an animation process, if you will. Then you're going to put all level of subliminals in. It's going to be strewn. Look, you can even see it here. It's like you can see the teeth of a dog, almost like a starving dog. I mean, I don't want to get bogged down in this, but all this here, look. I'm not saying that specifically is anything, but when I show you what I'm going to show you, anyone who hasn't seen this already, I have shown this before, and I believe I have. Yeah, I don't believe anyone else has pointed this out. And actually, I'm seeing more lettering across here as well. Forecasts are this is thrown down our throats as being a real thing, and where you actually live. One question we all ask ourselves, actually, as we're looking at this: well, there's Africa, that's fair enough. If I was to point out America, and also if I was to point out Hawaii, say, and I know those two places are many miles apart, where would I point to in this representation? You know, when you take a picture of any ball, are you not seeing half a ball at any one point? When the sun shines on the ball, is not half the ball lit at any one point? Of course it is, in theory, but nothing is as has been presented. So anyway, that's just another, by the way, question. So again, think about how they tell us our eyes. This is getting to the main point. Is think about how they tell us our eyes work. Right? We see everything in sort of reverse and inverted. You know, so if they put something in reverse and inverted, I can see another sex here. Actually, I can make it out. Yeah, as long as you're aware of these subliminals, then as well, you won't be susceptible to them. And even if you are, if you know there's nothing to fear, look at this G up here. Do you see that? I told you everything is about the sun. So G is the 6. The 666 is the 3 movements of the sun. That's a G, isn't it? Look at that. That's another find. I didn't see that before. You got a 4 here almost, but that is most certainly a G, isn't it? Look at that face beyond the G. This is really, again, they're putting it, look at that face above the G. Is that God? Definitely a G though, isn't it? And look, this is what's this? Is well, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabian prison. Look at this. That's even funnier still, isn't it now? Look at the E down here. I mean, it's all over the place. But look, this is Saudi Arabia, known for its scorching temperatures, you know, and just general lack of clouds. But you come down here to the southwest of Saudi Arabia, and yeah, clouds like it down here. Here we got a big, yeah, they like it so much that they sort of went into the formation of something we'd be familiar with. How considerate of them, and that's a big G. There you go, man. So that's just and again, you could go through this everywhere you look, you'll find something guaranteed because it was meticulously put together. Look at the 6 there. Let me draw. Actually, that's a good thing. I'm going to draw. Yeah, I took my eyes off it for a second and it vanished. Well, it didn't. Here it is again. Look, 6. So now I'll take it away. Yeah. Let me do that with the G just in case you're not seeing it. Noted to us, this has all been handed to us to be seen through, and I've seen through all of this years ago, you know. So I don't want to dwell on it, but just because I haven't presented it on my own channel, if you want to call it my own channel. It says G there, right? Let me just zoom out. Okay, looks pretty. There you go. Pretty undoubtable, really, isn't it? As I said, nothing to be afraid of. G just for me just represents the 6, and the 6, there's another 6 here, isn't it? Shit. There's a 6 there. Look, they're telling you that the G, look, isn't that funny now? The G is so close to the 6, and even within another 6, look at that. Close enough around, even within another 6. So let me just get rid of that to show you I'm not making this up. See it? Especially the first one anyway. Yeah. That's not even the fact that that is clear enough, close enough to the G, and I was just talking about, look, there's another 6 there, for goodness sake. For goodness sake, look at that. It's a 6 upside down. So there's 3 6s. 6. This could almost be a 6. I know this is not quite as clear as the other, but I take it, all it needs, it just has a general look. And here's the last 6. So G is 666 to me there. Nice. And 666, nothing to be scared of again. It just represents the gyring, the swirling, the spiraling motion of the sun. And the sun is three separate motions, which the capital G encodes. The swirling motion, the vertical motion, and the horizontal motion. So anyway, let me get to the rub of matters. So yeah. Yeah, so when they're encoding these, like backmasking in music recordings, is a message encoded, so we can hear these things backwards, and we can subconsciously, if you want to put it like that, on the surface level or reckoning, we can attend that, you know. So it does go in there. So it's the same thing with image records. It won't make immediate sense, but inside in our brain, especially when you think about how our vision is said to work. Yeah, doesn't matter if it's upside down, inside out, backwards to front. Yeah, our brain takes it all in. And yeah, with this fear again, this is a fearful image. This is an image of horror for most of us, because to delve in and to see ourselves in the scale that we must be in relation to this true representation of our home, in relation to its spatial environment. That's a pretty terrifying thought, isn't it? So within that, then it'll also encode sex. I can see sex. Look, I can see it. Didn't spot this before, but I don't spend too much time looking for these things. But I know they're everywhere. But I can see it now. Just the main body of it. Let me get a bigger. No, that's about as big as we get. You can sort of see it. I know this is a bit vague, but it's a bit more vague, and it's not what I want to dwell on as well. But, you know, all that sort of stuff. They'll disguise it better or worse, depending. Some will be more clear than others. So let me get to the point. I'm going to rotate this. I'm not going to rotate it. I'm going to flip it vertically, right? And I'm going to flip it horizontally, because remember, I've often been saying as well, everything is flipped. Everything is always flipped 180 degrees, especially the more core and fundamental truths. And I think it's based on the fact that the Earth, if you take a coin, imagine the Earth is a flat plane for the most part in relation depth as opposed in comparison to diameter or circumference. Yeah, take a flat coin between your finger and thumb and just rotate it 180 degrees. So have the top on the bottom facing down, and fill the area in your mind that you sort of you commandeer as you're flipping the coin. That describes perfectly a sphere, you know. So that's what they've done with the truth of the flat disk, is flipped it 180 degrees and filled us with bullshit along the way. But that's where I think the 180 degree rule comes into play. And again, we don't know the greater game that's at play. So I think my own thoughts are, these are different clues that are set for us along the way, and it's up to us to work it out. I'm even seeing over here, look. Anyway, that's what I've done. I flipped it vertically, and I think I flipped it horizontally as well. Let me just flip it back. I didn't. No, see, that's flipped. That's flipped. Oh, no, see, let me just flip that back. Okay, so that's the way it's presented to us again. Where if I was to stick a pin in that, imagine that to be 3D representation. Where would I stick a pin for Chicago, say, and where would I stick a pin for Hawaii? You know. So let me flip it vertically, flip it horizontally. And immediately, if you can't see it, there's loads of different possibilities in here. Again, I don't even want to be spending too much time. But if you can't see it, I'll give you a general clue then. In around here somewhere. Zoom in. In around here somewhere. Oh, hang on now. Let me stop sharing for a second. I might not be coming through. I mightn't be coming through. Okay, let me just check something there, please. Sorry, Del. I'm not coming through at all. Am I not? Fuck it. I think, do you know what I will do? I'll go down to, in terms of video here. See, I'm up at the very top level of bandwidth. So if I go down to 3/4, shit, sorry about that, man. If I go down to 3/4 and see what else, have I any other video on sort of, no. That should be better now. Okay. I can get rid of this now. I can get rid of some stuff. Yeah, maybe I had too many things open. I need the watch page open really, because otherwise if something's showing, if I think showing is not showing, then that's a waste of time for everyone, isn't it? So let me try that again now. So turn on the bandwidth, and I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, and just undo that. Okay, well, so getting to the point, for goodness sake. Let me just go back and make sure that present to everyone. I haven't, why? I don't need to present stuff to everyone. If there's only me here, and it still shows up if I don't present to everyone. Okay. So here we're at. Okay, so anyway. So yeah, it doesn't matter if it's reversed or if it's upside down. Our brains take it in equivalently. There's absolutely no difference where I'm at anyway. Might have your own differences, but this is just where I'm at. So yeah, when we zoom in, again, I pointed out, let me go out again. And there's so many other things as well. You could just be looking at this all day. So I said it was in this area. Hopefully you can see it in this area. Right? We'll zoom in a small bit. You know, I'm saying it's even in this area. So let me just zoom in. Clear as day, isn't it? Pretty much. Let me change it to red and fill it then. So here we go. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the original sex. backward sex in the clouds. There you go. Pretty clear, isn't it? I even remember zooming in a bit further here, and look, you can just tell, look at how silly this is. When you zoom in, look at how silly it is, you know. It's just a canvas. It's just a photorealistic painting, but again, encoded with so many different subliminals. But there's the big one there. You can't miss that, really. So sex in the clouds, and that's what I say. That's what they do. They associate passion. It's all about passion, isn't it? So they associate this sex with this terror. You know, this is the appealing to our baser instincts of fear and, I suppose, preservation of life itself. And that's what sex is. That's what the sex drive is. You know, to propagate, or that need to propagate. Whereas I think it's a false need in one big sense, you know. But yeah, that's where I wanted to start. Let me just remove that, just the way you can see that I'm not. It's clear as day, isn't it? There's no mistake in that. So again, we've been programmed from the start. I don't think there's any denying that at this stage. It'd be interesting. I won't do it now, but it'd be interesting. I meant to do it. It'd be interesting just to go back at this night, apparent 1966 satellite image, and it had to be 1966 91966 9. You can flip around. You get your 666 sun. It's all about the sun. When they went to the moon, talking about this picture taken from the moon. When they went to the moon, Manson murders were on the, so the moon landings was the 20th of July. Manson murders was 21 days later. I think it was 21, wasn't it? And on the 9/10th of August 1969, again, all fakery. So by encoded is the sixes, 13s, 33s into the numerology chosen. So 21 days later, we had the man's son. So they went to the moon July 20th. Then you have the man's son movies, or movie. Yeah, well, you know, appropriate slip. That's all the word. It's just a narrative. It's just a horror movie, you know. Ever watched Dawn of the Dead? Pretty realistic stuff. When I saw that for the first time, I was going, what the fuck, man? How much do they get paid to have themselves cut to pieces, you know, on camera? How are they going to enjoy the fruits of their labor? But you know, this is what you're dealing with the Manson type murders, JFK, 9/11, Boston bombings, Sandy Hook, 7/7, Oklahoma, Columbine, Titanic. You know, well, Titanic, yeah, that's a different story. A lot of Second World War footage, American Civil War, etc. You know, so it's the imagery which sets up the narrative within our brain, and again, we personalize everything. We put ourselves in the shoes of these intrepid explorers. But yeah, to get back to it, 21 days later, the Manson murders. So you have the sun and the moon. Again, it's all related to the sun. Definitely at this stage, I'm pretty sure that the moon has no separate existence itself. So 2021 is 777, and 777 refers to 7th letter of the alphabet, which is G, which looks like a 6, and G itself was a late addition to the alphabet on purpose. So FFF is also 666, which again just refers to the sun, refers to the different motions, 3 separate motions of the sun, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, this is all throwing us off track. Remember, if we are very powerful in potential, all this stuff is child's play to us. I think this is what we're waking up to now as well. You know what I mean? We can see just how basic it is in one sense, and they're making it obvious as well. So are they, if they're the enemy, why are they making it so obvious? And again, you can answer, well, first of all, you have to ask the question, but you can answer any of these questions in a myriad of different ways. I can only tell you or share with you the ways that I, to my best ability, I'm trying to answer them. So yeah, that's the blue marble. You have a hot zone under that cloud formation anyway, another hot zone. That's probably on Holland or something. Holland's probably under that. What do you call it? But you'd even have difficulty in pinpointing Holland to the globe, because you'd put Holland and Chicago maybe, or Hawaii in the same spot. Of course, they're not. Yeah, so let me stop sharing there. Hopefully that came through okay. I can sort of just check and see if that came through okay by a quick look. Yeah, that's cool. That came through grand. Oh yeah, so just to say, so 21 days after the moon landings, then you had the Manson murders. George W. Bush played the role of Charles Manson. He returned a 94% match in a face comparison software input. George Bush on one side, Charles Manson the other, 94%. If you put 2 pictures of yourself in, apparently, you're only returning 90%. You know, so 94% is a certainty. And I knew that a good few years ago at this stage, maybe 2012. So yeah, it's deeper than that. It's all about what it represents here. But here's the interesting part as well. So we have the sun and the moon, but then on the 15th of August, which is 6 days later from the Manson affair, we have the Woodstock. Woodstock, why call it Woodstock? Lots of fakery and manipulation attached to like the historical narrative regarding Woodstock. But yeah, why does everyone remember it? See, we remember things because they're important. There's stuff is put at us because it's basic, I guess. And for me, Woodstock refers to the sun, which is emanations from a cut down structure, a felled structure, and yeah, it ties the other two events in to the sun as well, because obviously man's sun, the sun itself, but the moon, you say, where does the moon fit into this? Well, the moon doesn't exist. The moon is a reflection of the face of the sun. I think this has always been known as well. So when you're dealing with contoured, mirrored surfaces, it's exactly kind of what you'd expect, isn't it? If you went into a planetarium and you put in your own template and you knew you were going to be shining it against a contoured surface, you know what you were going to get, maybe through trial and error, you know, so you could change the templates. But if a certain template showed a certain thing and projected in a certain manner, then if you just change the template and put whatever template of the distant universe, a baby galaxy being formed or something, and the surrounding stars, if you put that down, it's according to the same specifications, you know what you're going to get, you know. So we know about this sort of stuff. We know the light show for what it is, and all the secrets we're trying to get a grip on are already known. The shape of the earth, the nature of the barrier, the arrangement of the continent's past history, the conditions before the inundation, the flood, what were the causes, you know, etc. Everything is known. So we're not breaking any new ground in one sense, but because this is all about personal awakening, personal realization, that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter that we're not breaking any ground as far as we know. I don't know anyone who knows what's going on, even though I know there are millions of people around who know around the world anyway, who know what's going on. But I don't know. No one is telling me. So again, it's like the pyramid. That's what I actually think the pyramid is. The more you I'm just looking at my hand here. Look, my index is definitely smaller than my ring finger, and my left testicle definitely hangs a little bit lower than my right. I show you now only for I confuse you, because you'd be seeing the right hanging a little bit lower than the left because everything's reversed, and then you doubt me. You'd say it was a false hanging bag. So yeah, that's the gist of it all. So all these things are well known, but yeah, it's our own personal, individual journey, and yeah, no one can tell us the truth. Can't come up and tell you the truth because you won't believe it. You have to walk your own path. But this is where the pyramid comes in as well, yeah, and the illumination at the top. I think just applies for everyone. There's no difference between any of us, you know. We're all capable of everything. We're all the same. But yeah, the higher up you get, you realize the area that you have to cover is less, you know, and you're seeing a lot more of the great beyond. And as you get to the top, then you have full panoramic control over everything. You know, there's no more boundaries in your path. So that's what I think it represents. And again, there's 13 steps. It's all about the sun. So we were in full knowing condition, natural condition, when the sun didn't exist. So the sun is not our friend in one sense, you know, because it's an effect of a broken system. And I think that's what's been repaired. That's why it's see the chemtrails come into it now. It's all about controlling the luminiferous ether. Yeah. we're in the midst of a magnetic field, and depending on where you are within that field, depends on your behavior. That's why I think you can only go up so high, but then once you get beyond a certain point, there's just this massive push, because to see the force, there has to be an equal and opposite reaction. This is where physics does come into it. So at any boundary conditions, if there's this massive force holding back waters beyond, which will, because it's a higher density, will be exerting pressure on the boundary, whatever's creating the boundary, well then the closer you get to that boundary, you will be experiencing an equal and opposite force, So that's why I equated it to bringing two massive south poles of two south poles of two massive magnets together. From a distance, not too bad. The closer you bring them, the more force you have to apply, because you're met with an opposing force that's equal and opposite. So this is why I don't. Yeah, again, in distances, Mom mentions 88 miles. Great case to be made for that. Millennium mentions that. 88 miles and no higher, great case. I think it's less, but it doesn't even matter. It's within a very short distance, absolutely. And when we think about the stars in terms of trillions of miles away, well, it couldn't be further from the truth, which is where they'd like us, or where they've had us, or maybe where we've had ourselves. If this is a grander puzzle after all, we have to start unknowing to end up knowing. Otherwise, where's the contrast? Speaking of that, I was talking to a young girl today. Jade was her name. A beautiful young girl. She knew for a fact that the Earth was a spinning globe. I said, "Do you ever hear of Australia?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Do you think now that the people," is 9 years of age as well, our parents were there, she was just wandering around. Do you think the people now in Australia are upside down to you? And she thought about it, because you probably never asked that question in school. She was just told these things. Her parents, family, just wouldn't think about these things. And you could see a sort of a stunned look upon it. I said, first of all, where do you live? Well, I mean, actually, she said to me, first of all, she was good in school. She liked school. And then she started rattling off a few facts, and she talked about the Titanic. You don't want to be talking to me about the Titanic, because of course we all read the storybooks. There's no ship, no Titanic at the bottom of the ocean. No better place to hide sweet fuck all than in the middle of a deep ocean. But the point I was trying to get to her was, I mean, how do you know this? Where were you then? Quite like this, but you could see that, she was sort of asking herself. I said, where were you back in? I was nowhere back in 1994. So how do you know it's true? If I told you I had a blue unicorn, would you believe me? You weren't there when I bought it. So again, asking all these questions. But yeah, after that, I just said, well, I believe differently now, but where do you think you live? So again, the sphere, I live in the sphere. Okay, then I asked the question about Australia. And then you could see that she was sort of processing it and going, well, it doesn't make sense, but you'll never guess what she said. I'm sure you will. The G word, but gravity. So, we were talking a few minutes, but the one thing I hope she got was ask questions yourself, and satisfy yourself that this might, because anyone can tell you anything. And of course, this is all part and parcel of the system. It's only when we do ask questions do we see that everything collapses. Yeah. So let me I don't know why I diverted back onto that again. We were talking about the globe map. But it just shows you, once you're made to feel proud. This is the whole idea. You get a star then, don't you? You're made to feel proud in school if you're good at repeating stuff to the teacher. This is the way you're set up to be from an early age, and most people react to it, looking to feed their ego or whatever. It's not ego even at that stage. It's just circumstance where you're coming from, But this is how it's like the carrot and the stick, But again, as we see now, permeates through all the levels of education. The better you are at regurgitating, then the better you will do. Don't go asking those basic questions. Not good. Okay. I hope everything's coming through okay. Let me just go back to Frank and Antisol per day. How you doing, man? How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you here. I know you spent some time over at what's the name of it? It's not Fakeologist. I mean, Fakeologist has a part there. I can't think of the name of it now for a minute. Discord. No, there you go. As usual, plenty of great stuff, I'm sure, being written there. I don't frequent it that much, only because I think it's all about flat Earth now, you know, and everything else is just peripheral. But I know some of the work that Unreal has been unreal, and it's just sort of dug the rabbit hole a little bit more, a little bit deeper, I suppose, and turned everything more unreal again, you know, from what we thought it was. I mean, when I look back now and think about 9/11, that's only a bit loose change. It is really, isn't it? Isn't that an interesting connection now? 9/11 is just loose change, because once you get past 9/11, you're sort of, that's just the opening salve, I guess, into the conspiracy world. So it is loose change in a sense. Dollars and Cents, Radiohead had a great song, Dollars and Cents. But yeah, that's connotation now I never thought of before. So yeah, how are you doing, man? We're constantly learning, aren't we? There's so much information out there, and you know, you can sort of get engrossed in any one particular area. And for me anyway, I don't tend to do that anymore, because you know it, once you know that Theresa May is a bloke, for instance, you know, some other person turned out to be a bloke in a woman's garb, then it's not going to surprise you too much. Like, you know, the big one, once you find out Mike Tyson, or once you come to understand that Mike Tyson was born female, you know, this is neck deep in La La Land. So, you know, you don't need to spend much more time on that. So if a new personality comes forward, that's the case, well then, yeah, par for the course. And pretty much everything else, even flat Earth for that matter. I mean, we settled on flat Earth a long time ago, so that leads us to deeper questions. And this is what it's always been about. Yeah, so how you doing, Frank? Nostradamus. Well, that's a good name, isn't it? Nostradamus. So that's, yeah, it doesn't quite make it to my top 2 anyway. Nostradamus is good though, isn't it? Luminiferous Ethel is an excellent name, you know, pun on luminiferous ether. But my favorite is still top of the charts, Ginger Sugar Bush. Something about it. It's not moving from top spot anytime soon, I don't think. Okay, Yud is here. How you doing, Yud? Good to see you, man. I'm sure I took away all wrenches, but someone found it fit to give you one, so that's cool by me. Absolutely. Just again, if we can keep them to a minimum, and anyone who particularly wants a wrench, if you want to ask for it, that's cool as well. As I said, just removed everything pretty much and started from scratch. Yeah. The Highwayman says, I think Pete's been on the amphetamines again with a smoke of paranoia. Well, whatever you think, man. You would say that, though, wouldn't you? You're an anti-conspiracy crew member, a status quo-titioner, would have us cling to the standard, cling to the normal, you know. Why can't you just be normal? Well, that's a far cry from where we really are. So paranoid, man. I snort paranoid for breakfast. You know? No, that's a weak. That's a weak. I'm not going to say insult. That's a weak word thrown at me at this stage. You know, just because you're paranoid as well doesn't mean they're not out to get you. So don't worry about that. But how you doing? Okay. Lovely. So I hope everything's coming through. I turned down the broadband, and that might facilitate. Oh, shit. So again, more problems, Dell, is it? Shaz, but it's coming through like that all night then. Shit. I hope not, anyway. Let me throw the... Time seems to fly, actually, you know, and I don't get to talk about maybe some of the things that I wanted to talk about, but shit, anyway, if it's not coming through, okay. No, why would I do that? No, I'll throw that there. If you want to pass that on to anyone you feel like, that's cool as well. Oh shit, this is not coming across too well at all. I don't know why it isn't, because I haven't got too many things open. Maybe it's the paint now. Let me, okay, well, let me, do you know what I'll do then? I'll quickly go through paint. Just the other two things, and then I'll close them down. Oh yeah, this is just something that came up. This was, so I remember this came from a walk around of the White House. So this is the map they have up on the wall in the White House. And again, we get to see this for a particular reason. So all the flat Earth people are going, look at the flat Earth map, and you know, this is what they, why would they have it up there? Well, they might have it up there to misguide, to mislead, to missteer, in one sense, or it might be part of a revelation of the method, if you will, as well. You know, a few different things going on there, but it's interesting, isn't it? The one thing I will dispute is this distance here again. This distance is not that short at all. So again, this will have us thinking in terms of the Gleason map, and I think that's why they sort of put it up there, you know. But there could be more to it than that as well. So I can get rid of that. That's the only reason I brought that up, just to show you that this is in the public air. I think just watching a bit of Flat Earth asshole coming out talking about how he thinks Flat Earth was laid out for us. Well, of course it was, man. I mean, come on, this is nothing new. You're just realizing that now. One thing I'd like to ask a lot of flat earthers, anyone in chat as well, how far have you come in your own thinking? Anyone is welcome. You're welcome to come in, Del. You're welcome to pass the link around to Frank or to Mom or anyone else who fancies it, and let me know how far have you come in your overall thinking. You know, because people don't seem to have come too far. Some people don't anyway, you know. And when and again, you might want to, you know, I mean, that might be sufficient and ample for you just to know that, look, you've been lied to about everything. The earth is flat. Don't need to know the intricacies of it. But, you know, 2 years, what is it, 2 years for a lot of people now since Mark Sargent's Clues? Is it 2 years? For fuck's sake. Well, how far have we come? This is a pertinent question, isn't it, for all of us? Well, let me just say myself, I've come bleams, man. I've come light years. But basically, I've known the earth is flat and stationary since early days, like, you know, and So ever since then, you've just been refining your thinking. You know, you've been in your own head, and you were dealing with problems that have arisen, and working your way through them in the limited sense that you can do. Ultimately, we know that if we are in a created realm, then we don't know what at this point, at this juncture, to a big degree, the bigger questions, which is what is the generating structure, Clockwork Orange? What is the system that's in play here? You know, what is the real power here? Um, I mean, do we want to look at the effects, or want to look more towards the cause? And you know, this is the individual's journey. Definitely look more towards the cause for me, but I think that's just an organic sort of natural process as well. Once you get the answer to one question, then 100 other questions present themselves, and you just, if you're so inclined, put some throw some mental muscle in that direction. So that's that. So again, this was in the White House, presented to us. I must have another look actually, just to see how it gels with my own thoughts. But you can see, you know, when you kind of take a leap back, a jump back, you can see that the fixed intercontinental landmass arrangements can, and indeed are, easily represented. You know, of course, the map is not the territory, but there is a fixed relationship between land masses. When we say land masses as well, we still have, I think for me, it's wrong as well. We still have an idea that this is floating in the sea. I think the sea is the inundation. Most part is the inundation. And I have my doubts now about how deep exactly are the oceans. But even if they're like 6 or 8 miles deep, if you think about that in relation to this, the span or the expanse of the land dimensions, it's a tiny fraction. It's a tiny, teeny sliver, you know. But if you take away a certain percentage of that voluminous inundating oceans, then you're going to be seeing a completely different face, especially up and around here. Look, up and around the Malaysian area and the Australian area, you know, all this would be filled by land. You know, the Mediterranean would all be filled. The Red Sea here all be land filled. You know what I mean? So you don't have to stretch your imagination too far to see a completely different face. And down here by America, Mexico, South America, all filled, jutting up above the rest. In one sense, I was thinking about this. The whole of the earth, you know, at least the protruding land now that we're on, Ireland, could be as a result of a cut tree, you know. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing the top. We're seeing this sort of exposed stump when we look upon the land. Pretty much most land. It's a possibility, isn't it? I mean, was it? I see. Here's where I think, and there's another interesting question as well. I mean, when the waters ooze out into the ocean, the fresh waters of the river ooze out into the ocean on its daily trek in and out. I mean, why don't the ocean waters inundate the fresh waters then? Because some of the rivers, especially close by the sea, can empty pretty substantially, you know. So why are we not just faced with seawater rivers? Well, again, I think, you know, under natural conditions, it was all about fresh water, and the inundating waters are the salty waters above. So I think if you drained away most of those inundating waters, then you would be left with jutting out land masses and, you know, extreme valleys as well. But yeah, there would be bodies of fresh water as well, you know, as we see in inland areas and in most areas strewn throughout the earth. So yeah, let me get rid of that one. That was just, again, one presented to us from the White House. And again, we see so many different flat Earth maps now, inundating. Use that term again. The flat Earth scene. It gets difficult to know where to focus your attention, which one is truer over which other one. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to reference there. So of course, yeah, let me just do the same with this one and get rid of it then, and hopefully the reception and everything will be coming through a bit better. Yeah, again, it was just handed to us. Very dodo-esque as well, if you could picture, if I could, let me flip that. It's even a good one, isn't it? Flip it again. Let me flip it back. Yeah. Very something-esque anyway, isn't it? Let me go over that. So again, this is the UN logo. Interesting, they put laurel leaves around the outside, but just to fill in the land masses roughly. So again, the French have for their logo a cockerel for good reason. Didn't just pick a cockerel. Let's go with the cockerel, eh? They didn't just do that for no good reason. So again, it's referencing the flat Earth, or the general layout. For me, the general layout of the flat Earth, if not the specific layout. You know, it's a sort of a clue in that direction. And I think everything on these levels, on national and international levels, does reflect a greater truth. Here we have the chevron as well, and we associated with many of the space agencies. We also notice it's laurel leaves. We have an X marks the spot down here. But yeah, that's the only reason I brought this map up again, is because this is presented to us. If you know anything about this, you'll know that there's 32 segments, if you count in, and then smack in the middle, 33. If you look at the wide area, this is where I say this area here is segregated in terms of barrier from the rest of the areas. The rest of the areas swing out like this, or that's the contour of the barrier. So they present us a clue in the story, but they don't give us the whole solution, I think. So you can see a two. That's one. That's a separate barrier here, and this is the one we're under here, the ball, the dido. Yeah. So let me get rid of that. And I think I hear somebody. That's what I just wanted to bring that up for anyway, because these things are presented to us. So when we take them on board as gospel truth, well, it's a bit of a hasty reaction. You know, the pathway has been prepared for us. So yeah, there you go. How you doing? Who's this?
It's Frank, Peter.
Hello, Frank. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm well. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Been a while.
Yeah, you went off air for a while.
Yeah. Well, a long while actually. A long while. I mentioned about fakeologists.
Back bigger and stronger than ever.
No, well, back where, Frank? Where's this we find ourselves?
Back in the public eye.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, where is this we find ourselves, Frank? Have you? And that's what I mentioned earlier on. I know you've been over to Fakeologists and Discord. I think I've left those behind because.
Well, I got invited back to Fakeologists because I went on Chris Kendall's show and told him that he was a flat earther, and he wouldn't believe me.
Yeah, you should know better than anyone, Chris. Shouldn't he? All the time he spent at sea, been part and parcel of the Navy, and he's curious mind as well. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I always just think it's amusing that people forget that every assumption that they make is that the Earth is flat. You know, just to dig a drain or to build anything.
Everything that comes naturally to us, we think in terms of a flat Earth. And
yeah,
as I mentioned there just a second ago, a 9-year-old girl could tell me the truth about the sphere of Earth and gravity. Now that should be telling us something, shouldn't it? You know.
Yeah.
So, and they would I'm not saying they'd hit you, but you know what I mean. They would object vehemently to you thinking or suggesting something like that the Earth is flat. That's.
Well, I was saying this to someone the other day. I have, when I finished my mining engineering course, it was with 20 other people. And to a man, I've asked them all if they've ever used curved earth in their work. And there's just no.
Yeah.
They all say they haven't. But the Earth must be a sphere. It's really quite funny.
It is quite funny at this stage, isn't it? And it's. Oh, well, any of us flat earthers, could you imagine going back to a ball earth mind?
I don't. It doesn't make any sense to me at all anymore.
Yeah.
You know, I just find the way we operate now is much more enjoyable.
I know you have a very interesting take on things as well, Frank. And you know, once you get to flat Earth, you know, especially when you're in the conspiracy sort of circles for a certain amount of time as well, I think you can kind of accept it, but you move on to bigger questions. Have you any bigger questions that you're stuck on at the minute, or, you know?
Well, no, I mean, my thing at the moment is that I'm just using the biblical model.
Frank's got his hand full with his penis. 2-2-1-2.
Yeah, we got that. Mom, how are you doing?
Your hands, because it's for salty hands when you're putting it on there.
I hope holding my penis doesn't detract from the fabulous intellectual content I'm providing, though.
Not at all, Frank, as long as you keep your penis to yourself.
As I spill Frank, my intellectual seed onto stony ground.
It adds depth.
How you doing, Mom?
There we go with metaphors all around then, aren't we? Because I'm saying fucking some part of the plan. Yeah, no, you can handle your penis up pictures on your blog.
So my thing at the moment is that, you know, the talk of all conspiracies and so on, in the end, everything just comes down to the biblical view that Satan is running the world, which is different to yours, Pete. You think that there's a good guy running the world.
No, not quite. But I mean, I did know that was the demiurge, wasn't it? So I do think there's.
Well, except I've sort of realised that my idea about the demiurge simply, in the end, boiled down to Satan anyway, because in the demiurge model, there's still a divine source. So I've kind of, if you like, merged the two models, and you just end up back at, you know, there's the creator up in heaven.
Yeah.
And Satan running the earth, except for people that have accepted the idea that the Lamb of God has been sacrificed for them. And for those people, everything's fine.
Well,
what if you're vegetarian?
I was going to say, one question I have about Satan is, I mean, do I go to any particular book to find out the true character of the Satan? I mean, if I went to the Bible, for instance, would I get a good grasp on, you know, that's all I'm saying. I mean, I know I get a good grasp on the character of one deity within the Bible.
Well, you've got to go to the book to find out the character, don't you, Pete? Because the character is in the book.
Where else am I going to go, man?
But I think what Frank's saying, I don't think Frank's being pedantic. I think he's saying the system works for him, and how it, you know, how it resonates with him. And I'm not going all higher resonance and all fucking hippie shit. But literally, two people can read the same word and get one can get fucking the entire works of Shakespeare out of one word, you know, or just be, you know, inspired, and some people can just read it as something else.
I think the way I look at Satan, Satan is Santa, which is materialism, and 9/11 marked the end of materialism and division, as far as I can see it. And
well, did you see me 6660 decipher of 911, Pete? I put it in chat about 20 times.
I didn't, man. Put it in here again.
No, it's dead easy. I'll tell you. Right, so you got 666.
Yeah. Oh, I did. I saw that. I did see that. I did.
Yeah. Now, 1 hour is 60 seconds.
Yeah.
1 minute. Sorry, 1 hour is 60 minutes. 1 minute is 60 seconds, and 6 seconds basically adds up to 116, and then you invert it.
Yeah. Oh, and I believe
same as what they say Satan is.
It's all about the sun. You know, 666 is the sun for me, and 9/11 was about the sun. And again, as I mentioned earlier on, if our house has been destroyed, right, and you want to rebuild your house and your security and safety, well, everything is going to be about that rebuilding, isn't it? So this is what I see 666 to reference, is the broken sun, and that's in a state of repair, I think, and that's what we've all been.
Yeah, you two gentlemen will be able to answer this. And do you think there was a cataclysm?
Yes.
I think there was a flood, yeah. And the flood came about for me because of the destruction of the giant trees, which were the barrier. They were holding back the barrier in the first place.
Well, they keep the ground level at least and solid, won't they? You know what happens when you remove trees from the riverbanks? The river falls apart.
And I think that I mentioned earlier about our retarded sort of growth. I think, you know, this is as a consequence of us being under this. We're in a broken system, so we're under this electromagnetic field that was never meant for us. You know, when the trees were in place, our existence, whatever we're going to say, beneath our existence in general, underneath it, took a much different sort of formulation. So this is you know what I'm trying to say. And again, this is not for me dwelling back into thousands of years, even at this stage, not to mind millions of years. This is only a few short 100 years ago. That's the amazing thought. And again, I don't rest at this point lightly in that sense. So,
well, I guess in terms of timeline, I'm more or less thinking that 1,000 years has been knocked out.
Yeah.
And that
when you say knocked out, you mean invented?
I put it in, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
No. I understood it, Frank, but this is the Americans listing.
Yeah. So, and the so that means that if the Lamb of God was sacrificed on 33 AD, that means 1,000 years of peace ends in 2033. And I think that's what we're witnessing now, is a whole lot of, if you like, revelation coming prior to that end of the 1,000 years of peace.
You take it literally, Frank. I mean, just personally,
until I find reasonable evidence that it's not literal.
Look at chapter 22 of Revelations. Jesus is telling you that he's the root of the morning star, and he also talks about, I mean, that's why I think it's number 13. 13 is the be all and end all. You had the 12 disciples, which is stars pretty much, and then you had number 13, which is Jesus, which is the sun, and the sun is responsible for everything. So if you switched off the sun in the morning, or just now,
but that's where they switched it, because the moon travels in a 13-month period around the planet. Worshipping the actual opposite.
The way I see
what is the time? Because literally the moon every 28 days in the same place. But they're twisted. There's no more 13 months. 13's unlucky for some. 13, everyone knows that. Some football players, whatever, and have it on the shirt.
Yeah, well, I mean, excellent. Again, 13 is the number we've all been brought up to fear the most, when in actual fact, it's something we should be sort of, not that it has power, numbers have power in themselves. I think it's just about what they represent, and it's the knowledge.
It's a baker's dozen as well. A, B, C, D. 2, 4, or 4, 2 backwards. The baker's dozen is 13, so B, D.
Excellent.
There you go, Pete. There's another one.
42.
One of the discussions I've been having on by text on FACO, Pete, is about whether the Bible is a book that provides any help in decoding what's going on in the world. My view is that everything you've spoken about, everything that Denny talks about, we seem to find everything is an allegory of something that's occurred in the Bible. For example, and the example that I quoted in the text was that the Twin Towers falling down was Samson pushing the pillars of the temple apart and killing 3,000 people. And it just seems that every aspect is to do with the Bible, as are the laws. As are the laws that we have. They're all based on the Bible, and also on the idea that that the Pope has claimed all souls. So it's interesting to me that people continue to belittle the Bible, even though it's demonstrable in 100,000 ways that the Bible is ruling their lives.
It's an interesting
whether it be true or false.
It's an interesting point. Have you considered that the Bible is the script, and everything is being fashioned and played out?
Yeah, that's more or less what I think is occurring. Yeah,
but
it's programming.
I think the Bible only came into existence in and around the 1600s. 1611 rings a bell with me only in terms of the King James Bible. So I mean, where I'm at, my thinking at the minute, Frank, is that the Middle East has been fabricated. Ancient Middle East history has been fabricated, because the true story is a completely different story altogether. And I think the North Center is the core, and that's what it takes us away from. It takes us from opposites almost, isn't it? From our idea of a North Center, which is cold, to the sweltering desert. It moves the set. So I see that the script has been played out, and we're not dealing with ordinary powers here. This is the thing about
some evidence to what you're saying, Peter, is that it appears that the Tartarian Empire has been wiped from history. Now, I don't know how much credence to give this talk of Tartaria, but it's.
I don't think I've heard of that, man. Can you elaborate a bit?
Okay, so there's a fellow called Philip Druzhinin who talks about it's an empire based largely in Russia that was wiped out when Peter the Great came and took over as Tsar in St. Petersburg, and Peter the Great was simply a court Jew from Amsterdam.
Right. And what time scale did that date from?
Well, we're really talking then. When was Peter the Great? He must have been about 1700, I think.
I was thinking 1700. Yeah. How what sort of solid ground do we have? We know about 9/11, Frank, and anyone who doesn't, and actually, good thing to say about everyone who's on here tonight. We all know about 9/11. We're all perfectly aware that 9/11 was a complete media and victim hoax. What were the implications of it? What were the real sort of symbolic meanings of it? That we might differ on that, but that's one thing we all agree on. I think I can safely say. So
But once we're dead and gone, Peter, the media will continue to have pushing 9/11, so that by the time another generation has passed, there'll be no doubt that it occurred. It will be
right, and that was my point as well. That's what I was going to say. This has been passed off as truth right now, Frank. Only 16 years later. So how far can we go back and still trust the information we've been given? It's like the little girl today, Jade. With certainty, she told me about the Titanic. She told me about the people that, So how far can we go back?
What is going to happen?
What's that, Mom? What's that, Danny?
We've lost him just as you're about to tell us what was going to happen. Obviously, Google must have realized it was going to be important.
Before we go into this, going to throw this in. It's only 10 seconds long. I think.
Well, again, he leaves us hanging, Frank.
I was getting all anticipatory there too, Peter.
That's a nice one, anticipatory. It doesn't sort of roll off the tongue, but I know where you're going with that. Does it contain piss? What's the good one I come up with tonight?
By the way, I reckon that's a cure for baldness. I've been putting it on my head lately, and I reckon my hair is growing back.
You must have a big dick to be able to piss on your own head, Frank. You've definitely taken care of your penis, right?
That's right.
You have the penis pumped out every morning.
I hate it when you take the piss out of me, though, Peter.
Sorry, lad, I'm back. Can you hear me?
I can hear clearly now.
Lovely. All I was going to say is these about the traverses that's gone on over the past century, all the different stuff. I don't think that will be cemented in stone like the stuff you're talking about, Frank. I think the next push will be literally to make democracy be a downfall. All countries will end up on this new world order, and they'll start pointing out the shortcomings of the previous governments. It will take some mighty cataclysm.
Yes, sorry, I think what you're saying is very reasonable, Denny.
Yeah, because it is so apparent that all this stuff. I mean, they're trying to cover up a few bits, but they're not trying hard. And
no,
it's been put.
The discrediting of democracy is in full force, isn't it? Full swing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a political expert or anything like that. Like I said to you, I don't even watch videos, and I don't even watch videos or read anything anymore, mate. I literally pick and choose 5 minutes of interest, and nine times out of 10, you don't need to immerse yourself in this thing. You can see the patterns, and that's the way it's going.
Where do you see the likes of us fitting into all of this moment? What's our type of future? I mean, when I say us, I mean the fringe people who will question and encourage questioning of the
I think we will go the way of the dodo.
Oh, shush. That's a polar opposite. Future.
No, if I'm being dead honest with you, mate, I think the next 60 years of society is going to incorporate people being a player stroke game on some computer thing, and whatever you do will. Well, it's been predicted in films and everything, and it's always overdone in films and science fiction stories. But it'll be exactly the same. But literally, you will be commenting and doing everything.
Yeah, I bet my life you're wrong, man. I bet my life you're wrong.
I hope you're right.
Well, I don't think there's any need to bet your life, Peter.
Yeah, no.
Hey, if you can't find anything worth dying for, you've never lived.
What is life? Yeah, what is life?
Can't we just go on a Ladbrokes app and make a bet?
Hey,
please gamble
Actually,
responsibly.
you know what? I was thinking about that. I know the code now. So when there was a Grand National there a few weeks ago, Mom, you'll appreciate this more so than Frank, because Frank is too busy.
22 and 24, was it?
Frank is too busy cleaning his penis, right? But anyway, no, this is the Grand. I'm sure you've heard the Grand National in Aintree.
King Arthur. King Arthur.
Yeah, hang on. Let me tell you, man. I haven't gambled in ages, and not that I gambled ever, but I always had a knack for the horses, right? But when I looked at the Grand National lineup, all I was looking for was specific numbers or specific colors and specific names more than anything else. But I just took I wouldn't have had a bet anyway, but I took a too cursory glance, because if I saw the fucking name Arthur, that's exactly
that was my dad's name, by the way.
That's exactly the terms I was thinking in Domom. I was looking for some name. I know everything's about the North Centre. Everything is about three things, right? The North Centre, the sun, right, which is an aspect. The sun is an aspect of a broken system. And the third thing is the legal name. That's the other. These are the three major things. Well, there's more other things than that. But, this is the legal name is most important as well, because it's about us and who we are in association to the system as we see it. But, yeah.
Well, I'm only going to interject 5 seconds, but we can tell the sun is important because, right, the corners on a pyramid are literally the cardinal points on a compass. There's maypoles all around the world. Anyone who starts got to say in the sun, or people don't worship the sun, the day doesn't start.
Mom, let me stop you there, man. Let me stop you there, because I know what you're saying.
This is how you know that the people who worship the sun.
Let me stop you there, Mom. Let me stop you there, Mom.
Literally, they're the polar opposite. It's that right.
Denny, I want to hear this betting system.
It's
Mom, hang on. Can you hear me, man?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Mom? Millennium.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, Okay, I don't know what's going on with your connection, man. But what I was going to do, what I tried to do was to stop you there because I'm sure what you're saying is worth hearing. Because we couldn't hear it properly, we're getting every one or two, every second word was coming through, so it was a struggle to keep up. So whatever you might be able to do about that and repeat what you said would be, I guess, cool. And let me just say to Del, I know he popped in there a few minutes ago. How you doing, Joe? Welcome, buddy. Welcome.
Yeah, man, I'm here. I'm just here in the background and keeping an eye on the chat and whatever, you know. If I can.
I think Frank is Bob. I think Frank is Bob from Glowbusters. That's
Bob from Ghostbusters.
I'm stuck at that at the minute now, Frank. So you don't have a penis, right? Your wife Cammy has a penis. I don't mean that in any bad way, but Jesus, it looks like that.
I'll come on, Peter.
I want to hear the betting system, Peter. I want to hear the broken sun betting system.
Let me tell you. Sorry, Del. Did you want to say something, man? Let me say welcome again. How you doing, buddy?
No, you're grand, man. I tell you, I was just keeping an eye on the chat for you and whatever, and
lovely.
Also, yeah, what you said there. Hang on, I turned my camera on as well. I had it off there.
Which was Denny coming through badly for you as well, Del? I'm sure he was.
Oh, yeah, Den has, you know, his internet connection isn't great, but hopefully he can rejoin.
And the Mick Miller of YouTube, man. Mick Miller of YouTube.
There you are. I can hear you now.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah. But
if you're going to be the Mick Miller, I'm going to be the Mick McManus.
He was the Mick McManus.
You're all taking the Mick now. Come on.
He was a wrestler when I was a young man.
Was he a heel or a babyface?
He was a wrestler from Liverpool. I think he had committed manslaughter on his wife or something.
Woman slaughter.
I remember the lion out of The Wizard of Oz, and I described you to Denny the other night. I wasn't too far off, was I, Denny?
Not far off, mate. And do you know what? Mine wasn't far off either. I had Frank down as pretty wise looking, and yeah, when you see him there, especially with the dog in the background, it's like, yeah, that's pretty much what I thought.
Yeah. Frank is everyone's favorite uncle on The Wizard of Oz. There you go.
Frank, you were talking about
too many hours in the day.
That's meant as a compliment. I'm not taking the piss, right, man? Honestly.
Well, you were just talking about wrestling, Frank, and you know Man in the Moon and the words to Man in the Moon.
Hang on, Pete.
What
happened to the decoding of gambling?
This is just a by the way. I mean, you were just talking about wrestling.
I want to get back to that.
We're on a sidebar now. This is like the OJ. Everybody go to the sidebar because you know, we have to put someone into makeup and whatever. You know, it's all, you know, that kind of thing. Anyway, I'll shut up now and let you go. Sorry,
well,
Frank.
I just wanted to ask about you just mentioned wrestling there. In Man of the Moon they talk about Mr. Fred Blasey. Have you heard of him?
No.
Have you not? It's just like, you remember Andy Kaufman, right?
I'd have to look all these guys up again.
Oh, okay. I just thought you might be familiar with that. Okay. It's just that I reckon the whole song and all the different characters mentioned, it's all sort of encompassed in fakery, you know. So he talks about Matt the Hoople and the game of life. Yeah, I know you like music as well. That's why I was asking you that. But Andy Kaufman in a wrestling match, and of course that was associated with this. I guess it was a comedy sketch. Ultimately, was passed off as sort of deadly serious, you know. And it's the same with Andy Kaufman's death as well. But no, that's just what occurred to me. I was wondering, had you heard of Mr. Fred Blasey? Because he seems to be a wrestler ensconced in I was going to say fakery, but that's wrestling is fakery in the first place, isn't it? No, sorry, that was just a by the way, Frank. I didn't mean to get away from the. If Mom wanted to repeat what he was saying, that'd be cool, and I can get back to that then, because that's where we were at. Or not?
We've lost him.
Okay, well, Mum's gone. Okay, well, Mum's having difficulties this evening. We're still here. Okay, well, let me say it then, Frank. Well, for instance, if I was a betting man, and Uh, yeah, I knew. Okay. Let me see. Let me see the last three things. And if I had these things in a treble, so an accumulator, I would have made a fortune. That's what reminded me of that. Actually, the flat Earth. The bookmakers stopped taking bets on the Earth to be shown to be flat within a certain amount of time.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, I remember. I remember back when that I could have easily gone on, and I certainly would have. I just know. I just don't want to go fucking down. Money has no importance. That's their tool, sort of thing. But yeah, I certainly would have put a tenner on. A tenner at infinity odds. Back 2 years ago. Not infinity odds, but you know what I mean. The Earth is a globe. It's proven a million ways to Sunday, but you can't get odds now. And I'm sure there are people out there. I'm sure there are people out there with slips. 1,000 to 1, something, whatever. But anyway, getting back to the betting, Trump. So if I had these three things in an accumulator, I'd be a wealthy man. Well, I'm wealthy now, but in a different sense, in a poor sense, if you will. But Trump winning, I knew Trump was going to win. Trump was chosen to be president since 9/11. He was part and parcel of 9/11. So
Well, I actually remember you telling me that, by the way, Peter, before it all happened.
Well, thank you, man. Thank you. So, look.
You told me that when we talked on Skype.
Nice one. I mean, so I was of that mind. And of course, as the time went on, he was painted as a big outsider, Yeah. So the odds went up. But I knew he was going to win. Again, all based on 9/11, all based knowing that it's all scripted out. But another thing, Brexit. When Brexit came along, oh no, actually, let me go before that. So when the Super Bowl came out, no, Brexit was before that. So Brexit was the same. There was, which is Britain exiting the Euro or the European Union. Again, all the associated drama, including Joe Cox. If anyone remembers that, Joe Cox, the British MP, stabbed down, I suppose, in her prime, and exited off the scene. One day before the vote itself.
With 6 toes. She's got 6 toes.
Well, however many toes she has, she's not a she, it's a he. And the clue is in the name, just like Brian Cox, the clue is in the name as well. So we are dealing with transgenders everywhere, or as I like to say about Theresa May, just fucking blatant women dressed as men, or blatant men dressed as women. This is par for the course. But anyway, the point being, I knew Brexit was going to pass. So especially as you were coming up to the days closest to it, it was a shock in the bookies. They were just like Clinton was odds on to win. You get long odds on Trump. Same with Brexit. You get long odds on Brexit. I knew that was a certainty because Britain hung on to their currency while the rest of us relinquished whatever currency, fiat currency, for a reason. And the third thing in the accumulator was Super Bowl, American Super Bowl. I knew the Patriots would win based on the name alone. This is the message they're pushing with Trump. Let's build this wall, America. So again, it's all part and parcel.
Who were they playing, Pete?
What's that?
Who were they playing? It wasn't the Denver Broncos, was it? The 4-2s.
I can't even remember. I don't think it was. No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Right,
but
that might have been the year before, the 420 year with the American football as well.
Was it?
Sorry, mate.
Well,
yeah, it was the 420 ball. That's what they called it because the 2 states that legalized weed.
Well, of course, that's right. That's right. Denver and Washington the year before.
That was
again. All set up. Anything with 420 now I'm interested in. And another 42 connection, Mum, I was thinking about a most basic one, and it's very unifying in a sense in terms of what I've been saying about the sun. Well, I know you know this already, and we all know it, but the rainbow comes about because an angle of 42 degrees is set up between the incoming light rays and the water droplets. 42 degrees, 42, the answer to life, the universe, and everything, but it's not quite the answer. It's sort of like almost. So you have to reverse things a step further and add a 0 instead of take 1 away, But anyway, I remember that now. And how funny was that? It was scripted that way, wasn't it, Mum? 2 states come out and legalize.
Surreal for you. It's so surreal, and you'll understand it. You ready for this? Everybody knows the film Back to the Future is so alchemical. It's unbelievable. it's packed full of everything. So you just say now, we've been talking about the 180-degree turn right round. Let's just say that turn your back to the future is what it should have been called. And let's just say that that moment of turning your back to the future was 911. So you witness 911, literally, as it's happening, you turn your back to the future. Then you start looking backwards. Now, what you're going to get is you're going to get lots of films that have connotations to planes and hitting buildings, right? You're also going to get, about a year before, lots of talk about Arabs, right? And this is that pre-programming. That's why they've called it Back to the Future. After you get the Arabs, round about the early 90s. Oh, by the way, while all this is going on, you've got the big sports personalities, but nowadays we have the transgender sports personalities, so that's been twisted 180 again. So you keep working back, then you get to a point where we are now. We're 17 years on from we're 16 years on from September 11th, 2001, the Millennium Falcon. But so you go back 16 years there. Then we start getting the ending of the Cold War, or if you want to reverse it, it's like the beginning of the Cold War.
Right.
Then once you get that, then you start getting the murders, and we're not that far yet. So all we've got to do is hope that disco comes back, or the opposite. It'll be called, oh well, no, we're on it. We go on Discord already, so maybe we're in. But it's literally, there's now chemical twist going on. They don't expect anyone to believe this, but it's weird.
These are the bigger questions, Mom. What is real at this stage? And you could see it working out like that, couldn't you? So as we come forward, we're actually going back. So a story is almost been mirrored, you know. And
Arabs in the desert, which I'm sure we've said. TS.
When I think of Back to the Future, and of course we think of the connection between Back to the Future and what was the movie released there a few years ago about the guy crossing over on the high wire between the two twin towers.
Oh, the Walk.
I can't remember what's the name of that.
The Walk.
By the same
that
director.
was Bob Gale's extravaganza. The Walk. The Walk.
The Walk. That's it, man. That's it. The Walk. So this is all connected. When I hear the title now, Back to the Future, this ties in.
Gale.
This ties into me thinking about what I've been talking about as well, us getting back to an original state, you know, both in terms of maybe ourselves and our external environment.
That type walk movie, of course, was more fucking CGI, don't you know? Special effects. Sorry for interrupting, man. But
no, you're not interrupting, Dad. You're good, man.
Special effects, the whole 9 yards. I have to say, as a young fella, I was up on those bloody towers. The wind, man, is just the fucking unbelievable when you're up that high. So to stretch out a wire, I don't care what. I wouldn't walk on a 2 foot wide fucking footpath between at that height.
Right.
No way. Not with that. Yeah, give me a fucking stick and I'll balance it. You know? No, that's all. You know, the whole magic trick. We've had tight rope walkers. It's all part of the circus.
It's sensitive.
To rub it in our faces by making and make it all also make it sort of exotic. You know, some French geezer walking across. So, do you know what I mean? Don't forget.
About the same, didn't he, in Canada the other day?
Well, I don't know.
He had a psyop. Do you remember the girl hanging from a crane, supposedly drunk? Well, just so happened the Soleil were in town at the same time.
Well, then that's another example of the same stuff, except we're talking about the 9/11 trip.
Oh, yes.
Very fucking
cementing.
But Del, the point is, I don't think it's like rubbing it in our faces. There's a story been told here. And one place I will direct you to is, well, if you, of course, you've been there, Let's Roll forums, but Loop the Loop, there's a poster called Loop the Loop there who puts out some fucking, or he has done, I haven't gone there in a long time, but he put out an excellent thread on the connection between the walk and Back to the Future. He has all those little because he's a 9/11 fakery man as well. And Let's Roll sort of take a slightly different take on things than Clues Forum do, but we're all certainly generally the same page. But yeah, he points out the many different similarities. And again, there's a bigger story that's been told here, you know. And Back to the Future says it all to me, like, you know.
Yeah, which at the end of the day is back to their story, man. You know, it's the Hollywood, it's
Yeah.
laid out there, and then we look at it and we see it. And
But I think, Padel, I think their stories are being, what do you call it, unwoven. So what we're doing is we're unweaving their story. So in other words, the fabricated history that's been presented to us as reality are being unwoven by them. They have their role to play in it. Capricorn 5, our Capricorn 1 came out shortly after the moon landings. We're seeing now all the little slip-ups, if you want to put it that way, and mistakes that are creeping in, not creeping into, have always been there in terms of the fiction they presented us as reality. Present to us as reality.
Capricorn 1, right? And then we've OJ in Capricorn 1.
Yeah.
OJ takes up the fucking mid-90s and brought us into the whole concept of more people watching reality and big quotation marks, reality TV. A court case on, and if the glove doesn't fit, you've got to fucking quit. And the guy, you see, all of that.
And now, Del, we have
ceremony, man.
Now we have OJ's attorney or defender. He's part and parcel of one of the. I never seen it. I don't know what it's about really.
They were all part of the story, man. It's unreal. Yeah.
Kardashians
got people primed into it. That's the thing. It got people primed in. And then when it was all over, just before the fucking verdict on OJ, they already were putting commercials in for a new series called Murder One. Now, I went over this one of the nights in one of the live streams in Ab's, the Aberrado live stream at Fakeology. And Denny, you were there, man.
Yeah, man.
Put in even the fucking promotional photographs they were using. There was, and this, bear in mind, this was back in 1994. And this was the TV stuff that was going on at the same time as OJ in the backdrop, because we were talking about the movies that were out at the time. Mm. And it was all media and uber violence. That's basically what the 90s were in preparation maybe for the 9/11 event. And that's
definitely.
I put a couple of pictures. I know, just, you know, a couple of fucking arrows, but
we needed the enemy, like all the espionage films that we got from the 30s, well, from the late 30s, should I say, up until that was like a 4-year period from about 38 to about 42, and you needed that to concrete it, to cement it in your head. If you don't see it, you don't believe it.
Hang on, Mom. Cement what though? Cement what? This is the thing, isn't it?
The narrative, pal. Remember, the people running the place don't have any power. They have to suggestion first.
A few ways you can look at it, isn't there? I mean, do you agree with me, Mom, when I say that we're either lost or we're found? Everything is either fucked or it's the opposite. Like, you know, do you agree with that?
I'm pretty much in with that.
Are you sort of have you accepted defeat then, in a sense?
No, but no, yeah.
I wouldn't
relinquish any ownership of anything that I thought was mine. Because I don't own anything. I mean, the only thing I think I might have is free will. But nevertheless, if it is free will, then he's doing a good job, because I'm happy where I am. You know,
there's a lot to be said for that, Mom, isn't it? You're happy where you are.
Yeah, I'm happy. You know, getting money.
Right.
There you go.
Again, I think it's all about just, and of course we're just chatting here, but it's all
money
about
doesn't make you happy. Happy doesn't make you money.
Well, agreed, of course, but you know, it's all about perception. It's all about us viewing this sort of movie, if you like, from a certain perspective, and sort of trying to glean a bigger picture from the little clips that we're seeing.
Well, this is what Dell's saying there. He's saying the turmoil that's been put on us. Once you go back and you start looking back to the fucking, or turn around and look front to the past, or whatever it is, you do see how they've done it to us, and we all see how we've been.
But I mean, how far back can we go? How far back, with certainty? I asked this before as well. Can we go? I mean, now we're in the flat Earth realm. What can we take with us in terms of truth that we had beforehand? And
well, I was born in '77, mate, so I can't take any further back than that.
Right.
And I'm 64, so you know
You're in your 50s, Dad. You're not 64, even though you look 64. You're not 64, man.
I was born in 64, and I'll let you know. I'll let you know in 11 years' time what it's like to be 64.
I'm kidding, Dad. And 64.
11, Del.
64 is a big number as well. 64 is another number.
It's a strange one, isn't it?
That's your number. That's your
Does
number.
Does this mean that I'm old?
No.
Are you losing your hair?
We're catching up on you, man. We're catching up.
Time is broken. Time doesn't exist, right? But Mum, 64.
As long as you keep telling me about
you know the Beatles song, When I'm 60. Well, you still need me. Well, you still need me. When I'm 60.
When I'm 64.
What are the factors?
Can I tell you, lads? I used to sing that in school as a hymn.
Well, you love this then, Mum. What are the factors of 64, man?
Oh, I've no idea.
8 8s or 64.
Ooh.
2
8. No idea, Mom.
I never did marching in class.
I forgot you went to
the
Asher part of Manchester.
No, I went to a multicultural school. Like I was saying there, we used to sing Ebony and Ivory when I'm 64 and a few other things. And then when I got to me secondary school, I was pretty much the only white lad in my class for a couple of years. So, no, I know more here doing singing than anything else.
I think a long time ago there was a #1 song, and they make these #1 songs for a reason. Not only that they're catchy, and I can understand how everyone gets carried away with them, but here we go, we're back into fall again, and it was a song by Paul McCartney, and it was called Mull of Kintyre. Now, for starters,
I remember that.
The last everyone must remember that, because it was like #1. But here's the thing. The Mull of Kintyre, he's singing about a tiny little island off the coast of Scotland, which is like allegedly north in the scheme of things. And even the song itself, there was people like losing the run of themselves and getting it translated into Irish. This is what I was saying to you, Keith. It's actually Mull of Kintyre. Right? In Irish, right? We're talking about a Scottish.
That's fucking brilliant, man.
Kintyre.
Right, there's a full moon. Sorry, gentlemen. Everyone go to the window. Tell me where the full moon is.
Count head in Irish. Count is your fucking, and so close to crown, isn't it? But count is your head. Or,
how does it translate? Is there any differences?
Mull of Kintyre, No,
I mean the words. Is there any crazy Irish words? Well, I'm sure it sounds more offensive and probably funnier.
More of the point I'm trying to make about it is that it was sort of like a #1. Everybody remembered it. Frank remembers that in Australia, so it was probably #1.
In fact, I could probably sing it word for word.
Yeah. Mull of Kintyre, oh, cliffs running down through the sea. My desire is always to be here, oh, Mull of Kintyre. But cliffs running down to the sea and all that.
Mojo
so
sang that years ago.
So is it an ode to Moloch?
It's a fucking wealth of information anyway for anyone that's just looking into this stuff. It's just, and it's off the beaten track from the whole, dare I say, the mainstream within the fucking alternative of the whole Beatles and what the purpose and everything else, and all the replacement falls and all that. The Wings, you see, that was their band, was Wings, and they had a completely different trip as well, So I'm just saying that thing was fucking. These things are not popular and worldwide known for, not for any,
Yeah, but Del, don't be sending people down. I'm not. Don't be. I mean this.
I'm not. I'm just.
No,
Put them up.
It's worthy information, though.
Yeah, but hang on. Anyone now going into that, you could spend months down that rabbit hole, couldn't you?
Well, of course. Well, like
years.
It's all a bloody rabbit hole, man. That's.
I've showed recently, Del, a comparison between the current caretaker at the McCartney family home in Liverpool and a young.
That was great. That
I know, man. Yeah, we know that as well. But what difference is the information about the fucking Mull of Kintyre and all that, and in conjunction with the fucking media, because everyone made sure, or it was made sure that everybody.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what Dell's saying there. Dell's saying the significance of how it hit.
Yeah.
Because it did. Even I remember that, and I was probably only 2 or 3 or 4.
I'm telling you,
he was played
used
over and over and over and over. There was significance to it.
I mean, P, you know, up through the years, or down through the years, or whatever way you want to say it. The same with the other song. He had a Christmas song, and the whole video of it was that so-called ceasefire, where they all start playing soccer in the middle of a World War One.
I remember that. Oh, around the world, little children being born.
There you go. It's the same thing.
Pipes of peace.
The scene of a narrative and a story that everyone soaks in, and it's put out there, and it's a #1 song, and everyone's, isn't that so nice? You know what? In the background, they're telling us at the same time that the people were fucking killing each other left, right, and center, and at the same time, then they give a stage like this, and you know they put in everyone's minds a football game between the Germans and the Brits, and it was rather all, you know.
They're setting the scenes for us, Del, at every
set the scenes big time, and that's why I'm talking about it. There's no, it's a rabbit hole.
If you think they play
It's a
football
rabbit
on
hole,
Christmas
but
Day.
everything fucking foxhole, really. They're foxholes. This fucking rabbit hole, they're like bloody foxholes.
They're arseholes, Del.
They are. The assholes create the foxholes, and we fucking sit in them.
Or as Jamie
So
put
hang
it
on,
away,
why
it's a
did
rabbi
Dickens-
hole.
While you're deconstructing, Rabbi Ham, I like
There's
that.
rabbi
While you're,
holes as
deconst-
well, of course. You know.
while you're deconstructing, tell me about ABBA.
Well, yeah, before we do, can anyone see the moon? It's massive in the sky. It's full. I just want to find out where I am now. I'm facing
No,
north
it's
exactly.
it's gone from here.
Right here, man. I just had it pop out the last time. You know, I fucking went to have a look, and it's still overcast. It's a pain.
Well, it's exactly. I'll tell you exactly where it is now. It's exactly it. So.
The last time you popped out was in the swimming pool, Del, and that was embarrassing, eh?
I was out
wow.
in Pete, and it was like fucking. There was some lovely sun, there was some real clouds, and then there was the spraying and the usual, 40,000 feet plus.
I'm going to go and have a look.
Finding, dodgy fucking.
Well, the moon to me is 138 degrees southeast. So there you go.
Well, it's overcast here. I'd definitely be able to see it. Otherwise, Mum.
Yeah.
No, because me and Dad were saying this. We want man working out. Fucking the sun tracking. Jesus Christ. I know when the sun's above your head, it's fucking light. Could be anywhere.
I think I know exactly what I should see, Mum, in relation to you, and even in relation to Frank. I think I know exactly what I should.
I think that's what we're going for. We're going to sort out your island first. I'm going to move over to the start of my island.
Sounds good, man.
Yeah, man, I'll do. Do you know what's funny? We've got all of the sunlight tracking from Mike, who does the Flat Earth channel, and he was very accurate because I was keeping taps on him, or listening, at the time, and he made about 8 or 9 recordings in a row.
What do you
Ebony and Ivory. He was involved in that as well.
Yeah, Michael Jackson was as well.
Yeah. He also fucking threw a microphone up in the air, and fucking the other guy caught it. The blind guy.
Del, who only bought up? And I said this before. Who only bought up? And Frank obviously knows Maggie's association with, not association, but knowledge regarding Michael Jackson. I even think Michael Jackson died is crazy. And funny you mentioned the Cirque du Soleil, Mum, because Michael Jackson has a big association with the Cirque du Soleil, and that's what we're in. Actually, I often say it's all theater, and it is all theater. And again, there is a bigger picture being unfolded, and how the individual, even at this stage, I reckon there's so much.
So you think Michael Jackson was a supergroup like Mozart?
He lived in fucking
with a figurehead.
But he called his place Wonderland.
Right.
We've Graceland. No, but hang on. Hang on though. We've Graceland with fucking Elvis. This bloody Wonderland place.
Don't forget Dollywood.
And it's all connected to Hollywood. And also,
no, I said Dollywood. Dollywood.
Imagine Dolly Parton was a male. That would fuck me up. Like,
No, man.
Christ.
imagine he was a male.
We're gonna have to stop this. You know, we'll find out when we're on that fucking raft being sent out
You
to
see,
Tupac Island on our own.
switch off that shit. Don't look at it. And you see the other thing, then you're surrounded, and that's where the zombies come in. You're surrounded by people if they're not tripping over you, looking at their phones, but they don't want to know about any of this information because they're fucking in a trance. And
well, we've got a double-edged sword with the EGI, haven't we? It's bringing you back to the media, and it's also making you question everything.
There's people that are awake out there that are playing with fucking toys, man. Come on, there's a place.
Del, let me ask you a question then, right? So here's a good question.
It's weird.
We know the path we've been on. We know how convoluted and how really so separate it is from perceived reality. But if you were to have a son in the morning, or just a daughter or whatever, let's just say a son, especially because we're males. But I mean, to what extent would you make them aware of your truth, or for the bigger part, the truth? You'll be able to tell him the truth about flat Earth, for instance, as opposed to the lies he'll be told in school, or 9/11, etc. So what extent would you involve him? And the reason I ask that question is because I mean, from where we're looking now, I mean, is it a good idea for anyone who's sort of outside of it at this stage to start looking into it, because it's such a deep and life-changing, everything-changing path to take? So do you know what I mean?
I do.
Well, man, I'll tell you.
I don't have any kids.
Having reared children,
yeah,
and the grandchildren, I've always they know the difference, right, between right and wrong for starters. Not like we need lessons in it. Everybody really does at the bottom line, but like everyone needs guidance. They know right from wrong. They also know the lies and the bullshit of the so-called people in authority. They know about their own, sovereignty, right?
Well, yeah, but Del, the question is, I know you have children.
No, hang on. You asked me the question.
But the question was if you had a child now. That's why I specifically said that. I know you do have children.
I had a child now. Well, then you're asking the wrong person, because heck no, man. I
go and phone John Adams.
I'm still, raised.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I specifically asked you that, Del, because I know you have children, of course. But
look, it's like everything else. I'm just as honest as I can be.
Right, and I like it. We
and
have to tell
at
the truth.
same time, you bring them up, and it's like everything else. You
at pace.
Prepare them for the world. Only the world is not. It's like one of my favorite sayings, and I don't like it because it shouldn't be my favorite saying, but it's the future is not what it used to be, and it's fucking not. But at the same,
what is, Del? What is, you see, the future according to the future? Yeah, I was just going to say the future according to a biased point of view, I guess, which is all our points of view, because we've been brought up in complete fabrication,
the bottom line is, effectively, and I'm not trying to speak for everybody in the human world or whatever, but, my number one priority is leave me to fuck alone. And then we get, I continue on my journey and all that. Do you know what I mean, Pete? And I'm not saying it to the people here or you or the.
No. And you're living that way, Del.
I'm talking to the system, yeah. And I'm living that way to the best of my ability. And that's the other thing. You pick your battles, because, if everybody should be able to do it.
What do you think of the
system? Fucking, the system might. The system might actually be fucking taken over by people who are actually fucking right. It's not everyone goes on about the system. It's not the system. It's the fucking way it's being run and the way it's developed and created.
If everything did what it said in the tin, we'd be doing okay, like,
Never did, it's, but there's the other thing. All these so-called architects of fear Well, let's say the faces that are pushed up in front of us, like
architects,
the big new Brzezinski and the likes of them, right? The Rockefeller, they're all dying off and dropping off, right? So it's a question of who they're going to put up next for the thing. And then there's the other thing of, you know, you hear some of them going on about, oh, well, you know, their system is kind of gone, you know, like you see the architects of it are dying off, so therefore the whole thing is going to die off. I think the thing is going to continue on. It'll play out to whatever way it's going to play out.
Well yeah.
But,
It's written. Listen to this. This is Back to the Future again, backwards. And just to keep just a little bit that I left out. When he goes back in time, it's a fucking scarecrow, which has got ISIS writing on its face. Then he ends up in a barn where the people who own the barn, the J.C. Penney's who had the twin Pints Mall, ended up as a single Pints Mall. They think he's an alien, so they're mocking space there. Then in the next scene, his dad's peeping on a woman. Well, that's exactly the same as a trans investigation. It fucking word for word. So now what we're going to get is we'll get some sort of desolate battle, right? Obviously, this is referring to Star Wars. We'll get some desolate battle where there'll be some sort of crazy mad push, almost like D-Day, where something flies over an Antarctic plane and destroys a globe. Now that's my prediction, but you know what? You can't. I'm not wrong often, you know, and I know I don't talk to people, but nevertheless, I'm not wrong often. Stuff's getting played out. The Russians are being brought back into it as being the big enemy. We've not seen that since what 85 Rambo.
I noticed that.
You know,
I noticed
85, 16 years.
I noticed that actually.
Before,
Mum,
everything's been rewound. So I don't know. And not only that, what happens after that?
I noticed
1978. 1978, we had Happy Days. So maybe they're putting the 50s in there just to say we know exactly what's going on. You don't know. You know why? They're the aristocrats who run the shop.
Can you hear me, Mum? Is there a delay or something?
Of course I can. I was just ignoring you. Sorry, mate. I'm going to be.
Yeah, that's not good, man, is that? But anyway, I was just going to butt in briefly. That's all. I mean, it's difficult to sort of, you know, if we were all sitting around the table having a drink, we'd sort of know by our interaction, you know, when someone was sort of fit to butt in, and you know what I mean. There's a different dynamic going on. So I don't mean to be rude.
No, my throat was getting dry. I don't mean
to be rude as well, but I just, while you were talking on that, it just occurred to me when my son Stephen was playing video games, you know, war games or whatever, when he was like maybe 5 or 6 years ago, which he would have been 9 or 10. The Russians were a big part. They were the current enemy of the day, and they were taking over the White House and all this sort of stuff. And I was wondering to myself more so at the time, why the Russians? Because everything is good now, but now we see all this sort of tension being built up, don't we? So again, it's sort of pre-programming put in place, as Del was talking about earlier on, and then when it comes down the line, you know, we've been exposed to the possibility. So now that it's here, even though it's shit, well, we expect.
Well, they don't even have to change the characters or the you know the narrative, do they? They just have to give it new names and then set it in, you know, whatever the.
That's what I'm saying. The only way I see of dealing with this is what Del is talking about. Really, I mean, is there anything else but just to separate ourselves from the system? And how do we manage to do that?
And the TV screen as well.
Yeah.
Don't watch anything that's unfettered. You know, someone that you don't trust.
Yeah. Someone, I think Chuck the Canuck. Was it Chuck the Canuck? That's a great name as well. He constantly talking about it, and I believe he means it seriously as well. He's talking about, you know, just taking off into the woods and, you know, making his way from there. You know, I'm sure it's occurred to all of us because it's such an insane asylum that we're in, and it seems like maybe sometimes more than others that we're more enslaved now than ever with this newfound information that we have. You know, so again.
Well, I even think that if 1% of the population actually disappeared and lived in the woods for a bit and then come back, that would help another percentage of the population. That was, I don't think people are grounded enough, are they? You know, or whatever you may call it, whatever hippie word they got for it.
But I think if we
just
all
losing yourself in nature.
I think if we all spend, I started talking about this before about commentary. This guy on a thread on Above Top Secret. He was going out to just do this experiment So he left everything behind, and I think he went on a complete fast, water and maybe not water, but definitely food. And he just made a diary of each different day and how he felt differently. And by day 8 or 9, everything was fundamentally different. But he got up to day 17, and then he had to return. But yeah, he came, well, according to his writings, he was just a completely different man. It was a completely different relationship with nature. And I think that that's what we've been driven away from, you know what I mean? And we don't know what to value anymore. What do we value now? This is what I'm saying. What do we carry through with us from the globe Earth, if you will, to the flat Earth? And what is real? These are all big questions, aren't they?
Nothing is real, and there's nothing to get hung about.
Excellent. I mean, everything points back to the Beatles. I'm telling you, everything points back to Alice in Wonderland. Dell mistakenly said that Michael Jackson's was Neverland.
Well, Frank's put Rapture in chat, so I think he's referring to Blondie.
Well,
that if no one knows Blondie, then you're lost there. You know?
I know Blondie, but I'm even still lost.
You never had Rapture. Rapture's cool, man.
I probably did now, but you know what I mean? You would have just heard the song, not knowing the name of it and not never revisiting it.
Well, it's before my time, so I shouldn't be expected. By the way, Frank put Rapture at 1:16 a.m.
1:17 here, Mom.
Oh, no, I'm saying he put the Rapture word at 1:16. Obviously, 911 inverted. So, yeah, shoot Frank.
How do you... Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
This is a tough room.
Well, Blondie, I remember Clues Forum investigating and again, I think this is par for the course now. You know, anyone who goes, when the stars go away and they come back.
B. Harry.
Well, there you go. Well, there you go. Never considered it, man, but absolutely no. It's. I almost don't even have to look now. By the name alone, we're dealing with.
I'm sorry to any Blondie fans, and I think I've came your brother's head as well. So
it's true though. It
makes perfect sense.
A typo.
It's all in the name.
Sorry, guys.
Alice in Wonderland is telling us that it's all. If you remember one or two of the chapters, and ongoing actually, confusion regarding words and the phonics. So one word that might be spelt in 2 different ways and can sound and be taken to mean 2 different things can be thrown in the mix and understood or misunderstood appropriately, you know. So I think it is all connecting back to Alice in Wonderland. They'll mention Neverland, but yeah, all symbolic of the same thing, I think, you know, getting back to a time where innocence reigned and everything was different. That's the way I see it. You know, it's a sort of...
Well, yeah, Pete, I've got a question for you, and I wanted to put this to Frank as well. I did in chat. I can't really explain it as much, but obviously, you know my stance on Antarctica, and I've come up with a novel idea of why you can't take anything down there. Well, the reason being, if you buried it, and then obviously you're down there for a reason, you know, you work in the icy climate. Maybe you might go to the North Pole one day and discover it, and then realise that you never actually went down to.
I was just going to say, Mom, give us a brief overview of your idea of Brain-Tarctica, but what's your general idea?
Everyone that ever wrote about it is dodgy. Anyone that's ever been there is amazing. Anyone that talks about it is shifter. The rhetoric involved behind it is pretty much it's subterfuge. You involve other countries. So obviously, if you involve in other countries, there's the people who run the other countries. We know they're pretty much Masons or Grand Lodge. I think what turned me onto it when I clocked someone trying to film the moon from there, and it was faked, and that was like around about February 2015. I think it was after Mark Sargent's 3rd clue, so it was probably around about March 10th. But yeah, as soon as I watched the clues, but then I went off that and just started having a look at it. And yeah, it's not real. It's not real. But no, nevertheless, that's why you can't take anything down there, because you don't go down there.
Yeah, but come on,
If you did go down there,
you didn't give us an overview. You didn't sort of let us know what you think it's about. I mean, especially in terms of the.
it's the same thing as everything, Pete. The aristocrats who run the planet, basically they revere the brain, don't they? So they're going to put it in. What do the Masons do? They feel they're one step above everybody else.
Right.
I mean, every run of films we get is literally a Mason pamphlet. You've got the Man Who Would Be King, two brothers, two people who were supposedly stronger than brothers without actually being related to each other, going and conquering and teaching war to a neighbouring tribe to conquer the next tribe. So there's your divide and conquer. But we've even had it with the 50s films, the Bing Crosbys, and the road films. Now they hated each other, but they had a vow that they could never break. What we're seeing here is just the expanse of that, and all these people have literally said, we'll invent something at the bottom, turn it into a globe. I don't think an apple hit Newton on the head, mate, and I don't think Antarctica's what shape it is, or even as big as it is. I think it might just be a little bit of an island or something. I don't think that there's an ice ring, but nevertheless, I don't know. But I'm just saying what we're being shown with that is that's the equivalent of rubbing something in your face, and it doesn't take a genius to work it out.
It's almost like, in a sense, you can see my avatar there, well, somewhat anyway, but it's almost like Greenland. We're told that Greenland is misrepresented in maps.
It's not green.
Right, but it's also misrepresented in terms of size. But it's almost, for me anyway, it's like it's a bird's wing, almost like a dodo's wing in a certain sense if you sort of flip it. But it's like the similar sort of thing with the brain and Antarctica. When if Antarctica doesn't exist, then they must.
Well, there's a map from 1549 where South America's askew, like the way you'd put it, and I think it should be as well. And I took a picture of it somewhere. I could find it, but it's a little bit around about 1549.
Really, man, I'd like to see that in specifics because there's so many maps now to you
can't authenticate anything. All we can do is literally start off afresh, which is why it's Back to the Future. Turn you Back to the Future. We're going backwards now, man.
Oh right,
this is evolution.
I'm going to have to rule from where I'm standing at the minute. 15. Did you say 1549?
I think it was 1549. I don't believe it was real at all. I've got a picture here of the pyramid with supposed from 760 AD, and I can see Del, what was the name of them soldiers? The Mexican soldiers. Anyway, whatever they were, the
conquistadors.
I'm muted there. I
don't. Sorry, mate. No, it wasn't the conquistadors. It was the next. I know that sounds racist. It's the next one.
I am not the federality. I don't need no stinking badges. I don't need no stinking badges.
It literally looks like the federale, and they're saying it's 760 AD, and the pyramid's got Egyptian people on it. And I mean, it's a lovely picture. I've shown it, Della. We'll be posting it later on. But it's an amalgamation of lies and subterfuge. You look at it and you've no idea what's going on. Wow. There's a timeline underneath it. So no one knows. No one ever knows. All we're told is it started years ago.
Well, where I'm at the minute,
1649.
Right, exactly. I was just going to say, where I'm at the minute, 1649 is close, but not close enough. But sorry, Dale, I'll let you just say that. I was just going to say that there's no mention of the pyramids in the Bible, right? But there's no mention of the Bible in Shakespeare. And I think Shakespeare, again, we know about Shakespeare, but this was the rebuilding, if you will. This was the start of the fabrication in and around then. So that's certainly the way I look upon it in a broader sense. But sorry, Del, off you go, man.
No, I was only saying there was.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you? Are you saying there's no mention of the Bible in any of Shakespeare's works?
I don't think so, Frank.
That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Well, what I'm saying, my contention is, well, unless you know, well, maybe
one was DC, Frank. A new one was Marvel.
That is a really amazing piece of thinking, Pete. One of the most profound.
There's more to it than that, Frank. I mean, if you've been listening to what I've had to say about the dodo or 420 in general, this would tie in with my timeline anyway. So when the dodo was discovered, the dodo never existed. And actually another connection, oh man, there's more and more connections. Oh gosh, that's too big to bring in now, but I'll remember that definitely. Mauritius is the honeymoon island for a reason. And based on something I just heard in a video earlier on, it makes sense now why it's the honeymoon island. And it all ties back to Genesis 1 versus Genesis 2 and us sort of splitting, you know. But anyway, that's a different story. But I was going to say, Frank, that the dodo was said to have been discovered in 1598. So where I place significance is that's the year of whatever, the inundation. That's the year 1, if you will, 1599 might have been.
Frank, turn your gramophone down.
There's some weird music in the background.
Oh, sorry, that's my wife's playing Percaricariana.
Okay, so don't NLP me, bro.
It was lovely. No, don't.
I didn't hear it. I feel at a loss. Yeah, but yeah, apparently, so let me reiterate, anyone who doesn't know Shakespeare, I read the complete works of Shakespeare in terms of all the plays. I wasn't so taken on the sonnets, but there's a specific order to them, and they're great genius, like, you know. But when you find out, like Mozart, like the Beatles, this isn't the work of just one man who he didn't bother. And they left you clues in terms of his life story as well. He didn't bother. He was a farmer, and he didn't bother his arse teaching. Never traveled anywhere, and you would have had to have an intrinsic knowledge of foreign cultures to come up with some of the works of Shakespeare. Never traveled anywhere. The man himself apparently never taught his children English, that sort of stuff. So again, they're letting you know that you're dealing with something different than what you think you are. But yeah, apparently throughout the whole works of Shakespeare, not one mention of the Bible. If Shakespeare was in and around 1600s, I think he died 1605 or whatever, yeah, you should have thought that the Bible was playing a pretty central part in everything there. And again, just to reiterate, the Bible, what I mentioned that, first of all, the pyramids are not mentioned in the Bible. Now, I suspect, like a lot of people will do at this stage, that the pyramids were built in the mid-1800s. And they faked, well, I can go further and say they faked the whole of the ancient Middle East history because it didn't exist before 400 and however many years ago. That's when a completely different realm was in place. And they fabricated everything else. And again, everything is about flipping things or taking...
Via the Globe Theatre.
Well, the Globe Theatre, that's another great one, yeah, excellent. This is the early program. Well, who knows what it was like back then. You can sure these circumstances weren't in place.
Do you not think that the first trick though is the fact that the letter G is silent? You know, we're told that in English the letter G is silent, and once you hear that as a little kid, and then you see the Mason thing. Oh, by the way, the moon's moving. I can pretty much track it while I'm looking at it.
That's an excellent connection, Mom. Thanks for that. I never thought about that.
It's silent.
You often see them all going around like Patricia Steer has one of those silent G.
Yep.
Why would you make the G silent? And I talk about the significance of the G.
It never affects if it's silent, Pete. It never affects the sound of the word, but actually affects the appearance of the word. So there you go, the aristocrats.
It's an imposition. The G. Yeah. This is where the G is. The G is a late addition to the English alphabet, so it's the 7th letter. So when you have G, it looks like a 6, first of all, right? So this is all purposefully for me anyway. So when you see
and P was added as well, P, because they didn't have P before, and that's is that the 16th letter? So right. There's your 617 again. I think it was P and F P and G that were added.
Well, these are the things that again, added to what is another thing, isn't it? Where was it coming from in the first place? But with the G, yeah. So it looks automatically like a 6, doesn't it? But you do see this G in the center of the square, between the square and the compass. For me, the square represents the flat Earth in terms of the coordinate system as applied to a flattened stationary fixed intercontinental relationship between the land masses, and the only way you can map it out, if it makes any sense, is by a Cartesian or grid-like coordinate system. X is the spot. X is in terms of your compass, so it's the center point marked at the north center. And here's what I asked someone as well. I asked this to Curve Water, You know, these expressions and idioms that come down to us, do you believe that they come down to us because they contain a core truth? And you went along with it. Well, then I mentioned the expression, east is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. How does that work out on the globe Earth?
Yeah.
You know, and
yeah. Well, the fact that all the cardinal points are just literally inversions of the same. An S is an N sideways, and an E is a W sideways. You know, that's
right.
just
Well, you know, even if you think about it, on a globe Earth, and I mentioned this before, of course, we're always sort of reiterating what we said before, but if you asked me to point east now and I pointed it that way, right, you would say to me, well, how far east are you pointing? You know, you say, can you point a bit further east? And I'd have to, you know what I mean? I'd have to change my direction. So, I mean, and again, if we're at the equator or at any point, well, at the equator, let's just say, if I travel east and you travel west, eventually we're going to meet, right? So how does that phrase, east is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet?
Well, I think that's the alchemical hustle that we're being given. We're being told we can understand what we're on, and I don't think we can ever understand this realm.
It's more than that, Mom. It's an actual reality. It's the actual grid-like coordinate system. East is always east. East is from east is on the right. Again, the dodo wears a checkerboard or a chessboard dress because that's the coordinate system that's to be used.
So where would you put the center square?
At the north. No, it's not even the center square. I don't think it's the center square. It's a center X. So you're talking X marks the spot down right in the heart, very north pole center. That's where it is. And all it is a reference point. So when we say east is east and west is west, the whole right side.
You do know that you'd have to have an equal amount of land, probably the same size as Europe, on the opposite side.
Why would you?
So, well, no, because otherwise you're going to get the surges and the swells, and where we're saying the tides come from, they'd have to be even.
No, man. Why would they?
Well, because of the way the wind. I'm sure we'd be in a more traumatic atmosphere if there was just a big sea, say north of Canada. You know, let's just say put an argument a 45-degree angle from the west coast of Canada to the right side coast of Russia. Let's say 80 degrees, that'll make it to 420 degrees. If you stretched out and put something there and it was just open sea, I don't, and people would fall into it, people would discover it just by accident. You get people there. I think there needs to be land. And the only reason I believe that is because I think there is something being protected. If it was just sea, I don't think they would.
Well, you see, when you're, okay, well, there's a few things there, I guess.
But only off these shapes and where certain things are put on the planet by fucking so-called ancient, tribes people, even though we know they're not ancient. I do reckon they're put there for a reason. So I don't know. I'm pretty much lost there. I don't know.
Well, what do you think? Okay, well, there's a lot of things there, I guess. But no, to me, it makes sense. If again, I take it for gospel that all tides surge from the north, right? Just to say about the chessboard, dodo wear a chessboard dress. X marks the spot as the center of the chessboard that goes over the north center, and that's your 0, point on the Cartesian coordinate system. East is east in terms of the right side. So we're looking down, and at the right side of the chessboard is east. The left side is west. Bottom is south, and north is top. So any direction from bottom to top is always going to be south north. East to west is going to be from right to left. And again, if I'm going from right to left and you're going from left to right, we're never going to meet. So that's where I take it that refers to. But just to get back to briefly before I go back to that is.
So why would the sun eclipse more? Because you think the sun goes at like a curve, don't you? Just saying there. Where would the sun be visible? Where would the sun be visible for the longest time?
That's a good question, isn't it?
Shouldn't that be the middle?
No, it can't be in the middle. No, if you imagine.
So the sun's doing an ellipse.
Yes, it is around
especially
around an elliptical track.
P and Denny, at this time of the year especially, I've noticed being up all night, and you know what I mean? It's the fucking salad days, the dog days of summer, as they say. The fucking sky is perpetual twilight. It only goes dark for a bit, and even that is because it's overcast. It's
Del, and I know why that is, Del.
I've got a
But,
lovely
but you know,
photo,
here in Australia,
by the way. I've
in
got a-
summer, it does go very dark at night. Whereas I think that is the biggest difference between what they call the Northern Hemisphere and here, is that I notice when I go to the UK, the summer, you're right, Della, it doesn't go dark like it does here. And that's why I think they have
you know what
street
I'm
lights.
talking about. It's like a perpetual twilight.
Yeah.
Del,
And it's not like that here.
As you can,
It's not like that here. It
as
just
you,
goes dark at night time.
yeah, as you can see, what people call the sunset over here, the sun as it's going away, and you can see it like up to fucking 11 o'clock at night over here in Ireland, right? The actual residual orangey night sky as it's going away, and then a couple of hours later, lo and behold, it's, you know, amidst the perpetual twilight, it starts getting brighter and brighter before the sun even appears.
but Del, are you saying that obviously, we know we have this lingering twilight, and the southern hemisphere, as we call it, doesn't. But are you saying that specifically in relation to maybe even 10 years ago or something? Are you noticing that difference? Or what do you, or you know what I mean?
We've always
No,
had,
I've always looked up. Shit's
we've
changing.
we've always had sort of, you know, in the summertime, we've had very, very late, what would you call them? It's sunsets, and very early, you know, like, for want of a better, you know, term, you know, like longer daylight.
Yeah.
But if anything, it's more noticing it more, Pete. Being
This is what
more aware of it, and also being very aware of sort of an attempt to block it out, because there is some sort of, with all the spraying and everything else, people can say what they like, but there's definitely a cover up going on.
There's Del. Here's what I think is going on, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember last winter? And there was particularly one star, and people saying it was Venus or whatever. It was so bright and clear and crystal. You know what I mean? You know, we can all relate to that. I've often spoken about the sun increasing in intensity, or I'm not going to say frequency, but just intensity. I think that's a better term. Like, you know, now if everything emanates from the sun, then you should expect exactly what we're talking about. And as I look out my window now, I have the exact same testimony as you, Del. It's like if you take away the clouds, it's twilight, and that's not going to go away. You know, this would, if you did increase it, you know, one of those dimmers you have on your light bulb, you know, as you increase that slowly, you'll get to see more, or something will linger on for a bit more. And again, because everything is about the sun now. I was dodgy on the planets before. I was dodgy on the planets, but no, I'm certain about the planets as well now. And again, I have other stuff to throw your way to show you supporting evidence for that. And yeah, so it's everything.
Lads, you're never going to believe what I've just found.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. What, Denny? What's going on?
Oh my God! I've just found a note here, and I think it explains exactly what you're saying, Pete. It says, what's the name? Oh, I can't find the name. It says, in the summertime when the weather is high, you can stretch right out and touch the sky.
You got women on your mind.
Oh, as always, Frank.
Karaoke, I love it.
Oh yes, I had to put that in there, Pete. No, I think we need some comic relief now and again, because I tell you what, sometimes you came in my head when I need a moment to just reflect on what you said.
Yeah, there's nothing but the sun up there, people, and it's all about. It's contoured. We're talking about the behavior of water. This is exactly what you'd expect water to behave like when you introduce the light into a mirror-like surface. When light is, this is how water behaves, you know. So when you would introduce a light like the sun, in terms of the track that it's following as well, and its sort of limitations, then this is exactly what we'd expect. We'd expect.
Well, I don't think you could have light without water, because it has to pass through something, and obviously we know it doesn't. You can't pass light through space.
Yeah, here's where water comes in. This is why I talk about the cloud layer, right? The cloud layer is at its own specific layer. Again, reference back to that 1973 scientific experiment where whatever they set up a circular magnetic field, it threw a fucking frog in, and it just went straight into the center. Well, imagine you had sort of less dense particles and materials in the frog, i.e. rainwater or water in its different formulations according to temperature or pressure as it makes its way through this electromagnetic field, which is just a very strong vibration, I guess, that's going to affect the water. So we have water all the way down in its different formats, you know.
Yeah.
Forget, that's like Pink Floyd.
Is that from pressure?
Pink Floyd were literally Pink Floyd, two lost souls, right? Because 1 and 1 doesn't make 3. A half plus a half makes a whole, which is your innocent, beautiful child, miracle of a child. And again, I often say, when do we stop becoming miracles? It seems when the government told us, or when the church told us, or when life tells us, you know. So this is all nonsense. A half plus a half, I'm a half now. My other half, joined with me, will make 1. And then that encompasses all of us from Genesis 1. That's the secret. We're living in a broken system now, which is being mended, and that's why we're coming to know all of these things.
Well, yeah, Pete, I've got a name for you, Maurice Cottrell. He's the fellow that talks about light and matter and stuff like that. But I'm not struck an atom, so I've disregarded for the past 5 years.
So he
talks about there being a discharge of light when the sperm enters the egg.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, but his mathematics to do with the with, let me explain this, with how certain atoms are supposedly, you know, the chemically make up. You know, you tell them, you know, people are told what the atoms are in, how they interact with each other. It's just a mathematical equation, but nevertheless, it still makes sense, even if it's wrong or right. It's quite a good mapping system. You know, with certain elements being heavier or lighter.
If you think about, again, there's so many steps we have to sort of go along with. I'm just speaking for myself, so of course I'm just speaking from where I'm at. But
I don't believe in atoms, mate. I'm just saying he's going off the maths they've given us, and he's found a pattern in the maths which actually explains gravity better than the experiments they're doing.
I think gravity is just, again, they flipped everything. So rather than gravity being a pulling force, gravity is a pushing force, but that's where it ties in with the giant trees. Existence underneath these giant trees, which were holding back, if you will, maybe a bit better. I don't think that was their sole function as well. These light energies, of course, are unknowable. You know, the sun gives all life. We're just in a realm that there's so many things that are unknowable. But if we go along with some of the things that we can know, then we can say that these light energies have a massive influence on things. But yeah, when the trees were cut then, right, and this barrier, we were exposed to barrier. All living things were exposed to this magnetic force. Again, equal and opposite, because if this force is pushing back waters beyond, there has to be a pushing force this way to counteract it. This is just physics. This is where basic and natural physics does come in. The higher we go up, the more we'll feel this push. I spoke about it earlier on. But yeah, anything under this force is going to feel it. So again, if it's water everywhere, just in its rarefied state from the barrier all the way down, that water is going to interact with, or is going to be affected. You know, it always takes the path of least resistance. So when you have this prevailing force exciting the water particles, this is what we get. Again, I think this is how we actually see, you know. So it's when the light of the sun, the energy, I'm not even going to say light, the energies of the sun is introduced into this, it is affecting and interacting with, first and foremost, the water, different rarefied forms, because it's, you know what I mean.
I don't think there's any difference between light and water anymore. Just the medium it travels in. I don't even think there's a different element in what we are. I think it's literally the same element, and it's just under pressure, whatever it is, the the consciousness of the being of living that, you know, that encompasses us. But everything's got to be the same thing. But that makes me sound like a fucking simulation theorist. So yeah, it's not a dream.
But it has to be. Ultimately, it has to be a simulation. You see, Mum.
Well, of course we do. Of course we do, because evolution doesn't make sense. But nevertheless,
but
how does that make you feel?
The only thing is, though, you know, this is what I asked, the overwhelming question: what is real? We have to define to ourselves, or at least ask the question to try and get some answers to it. But it's a difficult.
Like I answered, mate, nothing is real, nothing to get hung about. But
right,
you know,
so
it'd be nice if you could find some common ground. Man.
Yeah, but hang on. If nothing is real, then everything has to be real, because I'm doing the experiencing here. So I have an idea of what the term means. Then I can.
Yeah, you can never. I can never look through your eyes, Pete.
No, absolutely, man, absolutely. But I think you'll be able to equate to that. You see, if I have an idea of what the term real means, and I can equate it to a real situation, then even if it is a simulation, it has to be, in my best terms, a description of reality, even if it is a simulation. Do you understand?
Well, something I was saying the other day, a fella falling in between a train and the track, and the passengers push the train off him, got him out. So that was definitely real. And that's about as far as I can go.
It's far crazier than this is what I'm saying about this transition from the globe Earth to the flat Earth. Because with the globe Earth, even though you might have understood the depths of Stephen Hawking's minds or black hole, even if you might have understood the depths of Stephen Hawking's black hole, you would have still put your trust and faith in the hands of those who would not lie to you. Who are the best of minds.
Well, as Sean would say there, it wasn't Stephen Hawking that come up with the black hole. It was Lloyd something or other. I can't remember his name. And they come up with it eating chocolate cake while they were having having tea this afternoon. You know, and this was 60 years before Stephen Hawking.
Look at some of the names they've come up with as well. And again, as I showed the sex in the clouds there in the blue marble, it's all in the names. You know, the Big Bang itself. Originally, this is why Fred Hoyle, who was a more realistic scientist, you know, but again, all controlled. They all know all Masons, I think, of any stature anyway back then, knew the Earth was flat and stationary. So everything else is just a sort of a media sideshow, you know what I mean? So Fred Hoyle coined the term the Big Bang in terms of it was a term
the
of ridicule.
Expansion theory, wasn't it?
Preposterous idea. I mean, it breaks the very first rule of science, is that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed from one form to another. And then they tell you, well, if you go back far enough, everything came from nothing. So again, it's like the flat Earth, Einstein's theory, Copernican theory, Newtonian theory, all based on the initial assumption, yeah, well, against your senses, right? And remember, they're all trying to describe.
No entropy at all. Nothing ever slows down. Nothing ever dies.
But even more fundamental than that, well, no, actually, that's pretty well. Yeah, that's debatable as well, because there's different forces going on at the moment. The flat Earth, I think, as well. You know what I mean?
No, I meant outside in the vacuum, pal. That's why it's a vacuum, innit?
You know. Who said gravity sucks? The vacuum sucks is another one. Like gravity sucks is a new character on flat Earth, but yeah, they've fed us all of this fantasy, and when you start asking the basic questions, and here's why the Earth is flat for me. Einstein, Newton, again, did Newton exist? Did Copernicus, copper, they put copper on the roofs of churches, you know, to create a calm zone in between. Imagine the ether was like a shower of hailstone.
Copernicus.
Right. Well,
Company.
And Nick, Copper Nick, I was thinking old Nick, you know, as in the devil. Red Nick.
And then you've got I See Us. So Copper
Devil,
Nick, I See Us.
Mum, Red Devil, nice one.
Yeah, I know. Busby, Red Devils. And what's the oldie? Well, it's holding a trident, but it looks very similar to the Twin Towers outer structure, the psi symbol.
Well, listen, 9/11 was, I'm thinking, I was going to say, just there briefly, I was going to say 100 years, but I'm thinking 9/11 was 400 and, hang on now, quick math,
48.
403 years in the making. So in other words, since the dodo was discovered in 1598, 9/11 was always planned. And again, we don't know.
Well, oh, by the way, I meant to say the dodo was discovered when all these maps were discovered.
Well,
and
that's
made.
What that's what.
So literally, the people who were drawing the dodos were drawing the maps as well.
Well,
everything was commissioned. Everything was commissioned.
If I hear anything now, I just talked about it very briefly and badly, I think, the last night about Leonardo da Vinci, the perfect man, being fabricated, because he goes back before 1598. Now, that's not to say there's no story. There's a fantabulous story in terms of the real original Earth as originally designed, whether it be a simulation or whatever.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah.
I still think it was a school, but I still think it was founded by someone called Da Vinci. But I think it carried on to be a school. I really do.
You know, I mean,
if you keep discovering works for people, you know, we discovered this later on. And I mean, I don't think Da Vinci, being a wise man, would have invented loads of weapons to kill people. Now, I'm not saying that wouldn't have been industrious for him at the time, but I don't think he would have done that.
Mom, here's the thing, Mom. You see, what we have to bear in mind is that, what I bear in mind anyway, is that the fantastical realm that I still think is in existence in Genesis 1, we just wouldn't believe the reality. And more so, and including our own reality, the wondrous capabilities that lie within us all. You know what I mean? So for me to imagine that all of this, all this knowledge at the upper levels, whatever is the bigger picture, you know, the bigger mover and shakers, hasn't passed over, and we're not just living through this pre-scripted sort of restructuring, rebuilding, if you will. That's not easy for me to, or that's not difficult for me to go along with. You know what I mean? So
no,
when you do introduce that, though, you sort of change what becomes possible. So then anything becomes possible. And when we think in terms of the fabrication of, let's say, Leonardo da Vinci was a fabrication. Well, in order to be able to fabricate his work seems like genius to us, beyond our ability to understand. But yet, in light of this old realm and their technologies or knowledges, it pretty much is a cake.
Could it be magic though, mate, or could it be like you say? There is a realm. There is a part. Let's just say, for argument, now we know water is level. So let's say they are hiding a fucking vast amount of land. Now, let's just say, for argument's sake, that the reason the dissemination of dinosaurs has been happening is because these fellas discovered this island in the early, 1800s, so it's 1720, whatever. Different sailors, this and the other, big lizards, blah, 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 big men. And all that's happening is the people that are in charge. Remember this, I'm going out on a limb, and this is just a joke, I don't believe any of this. But I'm going out on a limb here saying that the system's going to fail, so what they're going to do is they're going to reverse it. So maybe all of a sudden they'll say, oh, we do have dinosaurs. The flat earth is real. There's a land over there that's got dinosaurs on it. You've no idea what they're going to do. This is it. It is a realm where literally anything can happen tomorrow. So you've got to be aware of what could be, what probably won't be. But nevertheless, you still do have to sort of think things over in your head. And considering we're being told that planes can fly into steel towers and knock them down, you know, I think we know that they'll try and get away with murder.
And that's sound advice, Mum. But I mean, does that work on anyone? And can you apply that to anyone you know in real life?
No, not unless you're just going to go mad and think literally the opposite of what you're told on telly, which is pretty much the way I am. So no, I think the only way to apply things in real life is turn the telly off and be nice to your family.
I guess. Yeah, that's the what to talk about, though. I mean, we deem all of these things important. I mean, when I asked Elle that question earlier on, well, if I was to bring a child into this world tomorrow, nothing but the truth, in stages, obviously, as the child develops. But yeah, absolutely nothing but the truth is good enough. And of course,
will there ever be a time when we're told the truth?
Well, we've already been told the truth, I think, and I think we're finding that as well.
Good point. Good point.
And it's just a matter of knowing where to look. And when it all does come out, every one of us with our sort of new keen insights or our natural insights, we go, fuck's sake. Well, what's the expression when you do something dumb, or you, as they put you up,
Go.
Well, you go do. What do you think about that one, Mom? A space oddity.
Oddity. I still love me dodo. I really do. That's still my favorite. Love me do. I really do. That's my favorite. But the funny thing is when you mention the Beatles, it goes hand in hand with the Tavistock, and no one seems to look into it. It doesn't take you long. It'll take you 5 minutes looking into it, going, right, I don't really need to go into any of this anymore. The people who are controlling this have been controlling society for the past, well, since about the 30s.
Yeah, and beyond.
And the only way they can do it is by putting it on the TV in front of you.
Well, one of the things I think that Marcus Allen contributed really well on all that on this stuff is the hardest working people on the planet are the people in NGOs, you know, like the Tavistock Institute and all that sort of stuff. I mean, that, as he pointed out, the lights are on all hours of the night at those places. No one's working harder than those guys.
Well, this is why I always thought I'd be good for them, because I can point out weird stuff. I go, oh yeah, you can do that, but not in a good way. I just point out weird stuff. So, is there a Tavistock Institute for millenniums?
Probably, yeah.
And did you see the moon, Frank, while you were out there?
No, it wasn't there. No.
Ah, well, right. Well, it's a Manchester moon, then it's official.
But one of the things I have noticed that I'm not sure that
no, Frank
is that
see the moon. It would be impossible for Frank to see the moon.
No, I've definitely seen. Because I have a conversation like this quite regularly with people.
Frank's a werewolf.
Where you know, so I'm talking to someone in Canada, and I see the moon during the day, and they're seeing it at the same time.
Oh no, I'm not saying that, Frank. But right now, at this particular point in time, it would be impossible for you to see the moon, because I know the moon is in my southwestern sky, and you're at the other side. So that would be impossible. And I say the moon doesn't exist, but it maintains a fixed distance relationship with the sun, right? And that's what the moon is.
So the thing I'm going to say is going to confirm for what you're saying. What I noticed that in the, obviously we know that in the summer, the moon is more directly above our heads. And what I didn't really think about was the moon. And what I'm noticing is now in your summer and our winter, the moon is more directly above my head than it is in summer.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that makes sense because it's further away, Frank. The sun is further away from you.
So it appears that the moon behaves like the sun, but in the opposite way, if you like.
And the moon is coincidentally enough, let me get my facts straight here, 400 times smaller than the sun.
That doesn't make sense.
But 400 times smaller than the sun, but it's also...
But isn't this another example of people suspending disbelief? You know, the fact that the moon and the sun...
That means it's see-through above Europe.
But the fact that
we can see it
the moon and the sun
somewhere else
are exactly the same size visually.
Yeah.
And but people are quite happy that coincidence is just kept as you know, nothing. You know, it's just a coincidence.
They actually remeasured it, Frank. It's actually 420 times.
Woohoo. That's
whatever it is,
exactly.
you know.
No, it's a coincidence. Same as the moon's spin.
And that's right. And the fact that the moon always shows the same face, etc., 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 etc. It's just bizarre that that people just refuse to acknowledge the most incredible coincidences of all time, just statistically impossible situations. And for, you know, even in gravity
the funny
terms,
thing is sun and
just let me finish. Even in gravity terms, if the moon is spinning and getting closer and further away from the sun, right, then it is impossible for the moon to have maintained the same phase towards the Earth just from the laws of angular momentum. None of this is
the
possible.
speed.
Etc. Etc. None of it is consistent with its own arithmetic, but that's just not discussed.
Well, I often think that the people who pretty much run the place were actually arguing the point years ago, saying, right, what we're going to introduce sundials and say it's flat, and the moon dial and say it's flat, or we're going to do it with the globe. And they sort of argued the point, and they said, well, look, the planets won't work once we tell them it's flat. And they go, no, don't worry, they'll forget. They'll forget.
Yeah.
They'll just move on, you know. And I literally think it was that way.
Yeah, me too.
I really don't think the past 300 years have been a mistake. You know, and you might talk about Newton and, you know, different people aren't. Now, obviously, I can't. There's something alchemical there that I will look into one day. I'll probably work out and go, all right, hey, there goes that. But up until then, I'm just saying, I don't even need to look into that. You've got two contradicting ideas that are supposedly going hand in hand in the science world. Yeah.
Now I've got to bail out, and I've really enjoyed listening to this, Peter. And Denny, you've really got me thinking about the Shakespeare thing. The Shakespeare thing, though, Peter, that was fantastic.
Oh, no problem, Frank. And there's more than that, man.
By the way, he was married to Anne Hathaway, A.H. Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, that's an excellent one. That's a cool
there's a fantastic amount of stuff about the fraud of what do you call it, of Shakespeare on Ray what's his name?
Radio.
Biglies.org.
Oh yeah.
Joe.
Yeah.
Well, Pete, I'm going to bid you a good night as well, because I'm going to go and say hello to Del in his podcast, and then I know you, mate. I know you will carry on, and I'm going to come back and listen to you. So I'm going to I'm going to make sure Frank gets to his car. All right.
Okay, Mom. Thanks for joining in, and some lovely tidbits you've had to offer there. What was the one about the dodo again? Oh, love me do do. Yeah,
love me dodo. You've got a baker's dozen. A baker's dozen is 13. You got BD, which is DB backwards. That's 4-2 backwards. Just the number 13.
Hang on to those for me. But here's one for you.
I'm like a fruit machine, man. You have to pull my arm and then just crush your fingers.
Ted Carl said, after looking at Alice in Wonderland, that just like in the capture where the dodo had the walking stick and the hand was coming out, that's an interesting one actually to go by, but the hand was coming out right. He said that in the Gleason's map, the dodo also has a walking stick, and if we think about the little longitude marker, which was sort of half broken off, does indeed look like a walking stick. But do you remember the capture from Alice in Wonderland?
I do, yes. The dodo on the left was in a striking pose.
Well, you remember you remember chapter 3, and the dodo had the walking stick, right?
Running in a circle to get everyone. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, you remember the dodo had a walking stick, right? Underneath the wing, there was the hand. I'm thinking, is this the hidden hand?
Well, yeah. Like, see, you just reminded me of something I've not seen in probably 35 years. Does anyone remember a walking stick where you had to put your hand on it in a certain position, like your fingers were interlocking? Because it was the top of the walking stick was like a hand. I've seen a couple of them growing up.
I don't.
No.
You've never seen, right? No, I've seen one.
I can't visualize what you're saying is more likely the problem.
If you can imagine someone doing like a Vulcan signal with it's like the hand coming up, and then you put your hand into it to hold the walking stick. I've seen a couple.
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know if they're scrimshaw or something that someone's just knocked out, but nevertheless, you just reminded me then, because I thought you were going to talk about walking sticks and masons for some reason.
What do you think about that? The hidden hand. That's what it's referencing. Is it this significant? Remember I asked you, Mom, and I know I haven't. And maybe next time you want to talk about that conundrum you're having.
No, I'll stick around, mate. Go on, I'll stick around. No problem. I'll stick around for
no, I was just saying. Yeah, you can. I mean, anytime you want to feel free about talking about that conundrum regarding the nuclear weaponry and the financial benefits we had regarding and how flat Earth might tie into that. But I was going to ask you. Oh, what was going to ask you, man? Oh yeah, the
I
hidden
think we
hand.
should
The
sort
hidden
of
hand.
do that between ourselves.
No, remember I asked you about the dodo. So I've only one. There's two questions for me, right? I know the dodo is very significant. My question was, does the dodo lead us to the Gleason's map, right? Or does Gleason's map lead
No,
us?
the dodo is the dodo is literally the truth in one, because the D represents sun rising, which we know is false, and the O is the plane we're on. But it's a double bluff. It's a dodo.
Wow. I think
D rising.
I think you're definitely more than what you might seem to be, Mum. But that's very interesting. That's very interesting.
That's why they were named Dawn. The name Dawn starts with a D. I've got a sister called Dawn.
You know, I mean, honestly, I think everything is just clicking into place now. But when I saw that sign on the side of a bus stop walking home, it was for Lloyd's Pharmacy, right? But that wasn't the point. The message was, say hello. It's like, say hello to us. Call and say hello to us. But instead of hello, it was like a big H, a big E, a big L, and an I without the dot, you know, and an O. But the I and the O are
Helio.
The L and the I were stressed. So it was Helio. Say Helio. And then there was a picture of the girl just advertising the thing or smiling, whatever. And then to Dawn. So say hello to Helio.
Hey, well, it worked. It worked. Go and have a look at the amount of money they spent on space between 63 and in 93. It worked, didn't it? Even we all know Kennedy didn't die, but even if he got 0.0001% of what he caused by faking his death, he made about 7 billion. Do you know what I mean? So much stupid.
I guess for me, they can have their money, Mom. I mean, that's not the point anymore, I don't think. But
no.
It's a greater, and of course, here's another thing. You said it earlier on. Oh, that's what I went to say to Frank. I mean, had I looked, oh yeah, that's getting back to it. Had I looked at the Aintree Grand National lineup properly, I only looked. I sort of did a brief glance over, see if any names weren't jumping out at me, and I looked at the numbers and maybe 13, 33. 22, that sort of thing, 11, of course, 9, but especially if you have a number like that coinciding with a name as well that's appropriate. But one thing that was really, I tell you, like, you know, one thing that was really in my brain, and it's of course still in my brain, is that's where our home is, the North Centre. That's that's been hidden away from us. And by the way, I think it's been open for us.
I don't think it's any mistake we invented submarines, mate. I really don't. I think there's some sort of freeze that happens, and they needed to do things like that. I think a lot of the ingenuity that was involved with the so-called powers that be. Like I say, I've always said they wouldn't have let anyone who was dark-skinned or from a different country do it. It was always the white, the so-called, you know, the white people, whether or not they were working in a shed like Bill Gates or supposedly was. It was always putting them to say, right, try and solve this, and it was always for a reason. It was always to either telecommunications to try and communicate from to somewhere. They wouldn't invent things to make things easy for us. So, you know, the same with submarines. Where were they going? What are they trying to do? Same with planes. So we can go around the world on a big flight. Why? You know. There's a look. They're not benevolent, are they? They're not benevolent, mate. We know that. But if they're looking for a fucking I don't know, what do you call it, fountain of youth, or no, you found the fountain of youth anyway, and I think I know exactly what you mean. But no, you know what I mean. You know what I mean, don't you?
Do you think I'm right when I talk about so many actors being on Flat Earth, man?
Yes. Oh yeah, of course do, mate. And I think a lot of them are in it.
You get good at sort of recognizing actors after a while. You know what to sort of listen to. You're aware of the different nuance.
But we've had that predicted to us as well, because what we are now is we're Neo, where he says all of a sudden, I know Kung Fu. And that's what it is. You see people lying. Now, I don't think that film was put there for anyone either. I think even these actors are told they've got to hit certain points. Some of these actors have to have beliefs. If they were out there literally trying to con you, you wouldn't know who they were.
When I say I'm just looking 21 viewers, what does 777 mean to you, Mom? I mean, listen, you can feel free to jump off and do what you want at any time.
Fruit machine, risk 777.
Does it mean anything else, or?
Well, no, not the 7/7 bombings.
Well, that was picked. That date, of course, was picked for a specific reason, and also we have the 343 firefighters. I used to love American Chopper. Actually, they came to England, and I would have loved to take my boy over. Did you see the pictures of Stephen last night? By the way, did you?
No, I didn't look. I will have a look. If are they on you Google because you shared them?
No, I played him on Hangout here. So as I was, not last night, the night before.
Well, funnily, you mentioned the Chopper people. A lad who I work with. He goes by the name Sphere Chucker online. He's got, I think, his cool name, and he never comes on, but he's a nice lad. His dad actually, I think he rode round with him in America, went over and visited him, the American Chopper people.
More, of course, you realize afterwards, but yeah, OCC.
Oh yeah, nevertheless, but
yeah, OCC itself. If you look at the building, so they're 33, so they're insiders, they're in the know, sort of thing, and letting others know that they're in the know as well. But no,
it's the equivalent of an interactive Ronald McDonald as you get to a McDonald's, isn't it?
Well, that's one place I haven't visited in quite a long time. I don't eat meat myself, but well.
No, but I'm just saying that.
No, I know. I was only actually.
Yeah, I don't eat McDonald's, mate.
I was only
you might get an advert now. Someone put an advert in. There you go, McDonald's. Oh, we don't eat it.
I was only talking about McDonald's tonight to somebody in the sense that just like the McDonald's name is trademarked, also your legal name is, like, in an equivalent sense. So, if you're to use that intellectual property of somebody else without permission, then you're liable, So this is sort of getting it back to a basic level that the way I understand it anyway, and the way I think it does work as well. But yeah. No. Well, what do you think about that, Mom? Actually, that's what I wanted to get your real opinion on, which was that's the hidden. We see the hidden hand. Is it asking too much? That's what I'm saying to you about. That's what I was saying to you about my conundrum. I'm pretty settled that I'm on the right track, but I also entertain the possibility that all of these different clues up to now have, regarding the dodo, have been pointing us to the Gleason's map, right? Now, if that's the case, well, then I'd be very disappointed because, once you find the Gleason's map and then find out the possibility of flat Earth, then the dodo goes aside. But I think you agree with me as well that it's the other way around.
I'll be dead. I can give you coordinates, mate, and I can tell you because you'll be able to work it out, right? So this is how I think it is, and I've not even bothered, excuse me, to go into it. Right, so you find Queen Charlotte off the west coast of Canada, right? So you got a few little islands there, and it's like a peninsula, what sort of thing. Now, southwest of there is where I think north is. So if you can put a line going southwest on is it the Peters projection? Can't remember. Is it the Peters? It's one of them. Oh, the globe. Just use the globe, even though it's bollocks. So if you do southwest from there on the globe, and then put that in a straight line on the Gleasons, then what I think you should do is from that straight line and a line above England, I think you should throw 80 degrees, which makes the 360 come to 420, perfectly fanned, so it actually hits them equidistantly, and then that opens up a large expanse of land. It also explains a lot of the things to do with the southern hemisphere with the flights and why they go up and down, obviously covering the same distance without covering the same width. So yeah, but I'll go into Google with you and I'll draw it out on my hand. But literally, if you southwest of Queen Charlotte, Canada, I think is due north, and I think there's a main north. I don't think it's just 1 point north. I think north of England as well is the other one.
I know. Again, I haven't spoken to you regarding it, but I mean, regarding what I'm saying about the dodo and it being an accurate scaled down representation of the physical face of the earth, I guess. What do you think? What do you think about that? I mean,
well, I think the back end of the picture you shows that there's extra. There's a curve there. Now, whether that's the sun or the moon, but there's a definite curve on there, and I don't think the land masses are the same as what we're being shown, because the sun daylight times are totally wrong in certain aspects, and nothing really works. But I think the main thing is all these illusions that they're giving us, that we've been brought with, tricking you about space. All the same families, all the same hucksters behind space travel, behind the science fiction writers, behind the Tavistock Institute, behind the Beatles. All these things are pointers. So no, you're not wrong at all, mate. You're exactly right. And not only that, they've put it in your face with the dodo.
yeah, but it's interesting to get the right context for it. And I mean, is there an ultimate X marks the spot? This is what the Beatles were always about, and this is what the solution to Sergeant Pepper talks about, is X marks the spot. But even the guy who worked through that, unless you're thinking in terms of,
I really think you can discount Greenland. I think you can just incorporate a bit of it, and then it isn't the way it is.
And you know, Casper the Friendly Ghost said something, and he's in Limerick here as well. He said something very interesting, that he met somebody in a bar, the Hurler's Bar in Limerick, which is out close enough to the university. And yeah, the guy was telling him all manner of stuff. But one of the things he told him was Donegal in Ireland. I'm sure you've heard of it. The hills of Donegal and all that is a well, how did he put it? A sort of a gateway. It's the best thing. So it's a gateway. I think once you sort of enter into a different awareness of things, again, it's like anything else. All of these clues are there for you, you know. And if you look for them,
Leap of faith.
well, listen, man. I mean, the North Centre, home is just there. Home is there. It literally is there. This division in here, this absurdity, this insanity here, is just a boat ride away, you know. I could see something like you, Mum.
Well, I'll tell you again,
No
Pete,
that's what I mean. With no attachment, you wouldn't have to leave anyone behind, you know, in that sense. But
no.
I think it's there. What do you think?
Someone around to talk to you, you'd be all right. I really don't know. There's weird things. We're showing things, even on the dodo art that we were seeing the other day. They were paying so much attention to drawing a white line around the eye. Around the eye. Why were they doing that?
Right. You mentioned that, yeah.
You know, there's a lot of things there. There's a lot of things. The trouble is, it's not a case of having to rush it, because these clues have been put there. They are literally, they've been there for probably 70, 80 years. The people that are in charge now probably don't know about these clues. Probably.
No.
No, when I say the people in charge, what I mean is some of the underlings.
Well, no. Well, this is the point, isn't it? I mean,
we're discovering things. Sorry, you're discovering things that people who are against you didn't know about, and they're going, "Oh no," you know.
well, listen. Here's the way I look at it now. And again, okay. Well,
I think that can be. I think that is true. I really do.
Well, listen. Where I've come to now, right? In terms of my understanding, it's one thing. It's one thing being told a secret, right? It's one thing being born into a certain environment or a certain circumstance and being let in on a secret. And again, there's no bigger secret than where we live, who we are, the true history of our sort of arrival to this point, that sort of thing. And I think that's known by millions, Mom. I really do. I think if you're a Mason worth your salt, within the first year, let's even say, for 6 months even, I'm thinking you're going to find out that the earth is flat. Because even if you don't, right, if you don't in the first 6 months, then the guy you're going to become good friends with, or whoever, you know, the people you're going to become, they all know this, and they wouldn't tell you this even after you've told them all your most intricate fears, etc.
They're on the level.
right? But they, you know what I mean? It's going to be quick. You're going to find out fast enough. You know what I mean? That's my point. That they're not going to let you hanging for years, and especially nowadays. You know, I mean, flat Earth is all over Masonic iconography, and I like that connection I made as well. Actually, Jesus was a carpenter, right? And it's just taken outside of when I speak of Jesus being the Son.
Woodwork. 33
Yeah,
sideways.
Jesus is within as well. The perfect unified whole is within, you know. And there's also talk about Jesus being androgynous. I've definitely heard above top secret forum threads about that in the past. I remember, and I was thinking at the time, man, this is fucking ridiculous, man. What's going on? Now I see better, like, and that's why I view the transgender thing in a different manner as well. Again, I never make any judgments upon anybody, but the truth is the truth, right? So if there's deception involved, if there's a variation or a deviation, I should say, from the truth, well, then I'm not cool with that, you know. So I have to say what I have to say. But yeah, the point I was trying to make is, as opposed to people who are born with the truth, you know, again, regarding our flat and stationary Earth, nature and circumstances of its present state.
Yeah, some people aren't told the globe. They're told straight away, aren't they? Yeah.
Well, where I'm coming from, anyway, I can say safely that it's everything I have gleaned. I'm not a member of any secret society, nor have I ever been a member of any, nor have I ever been signed up for any affiliations. Let me think about the last thing I signed up for, actually. Fuck me, it must have been under 17 football for a local club, even if I signed up for that. I can't think of anything I signed up for after that, really.
Well, I signed up for overtime, but I've been off, so I can't do it.
But again, I'll reiterate, Mum, and my senses are keen, man. I hope you understand it when I say that. I don't make any judgments on the man. And I know people are privy, and again, I would do it myself, I think. This is the way I view it now. I would do it myself if I was privy to a second coming, like I was talking about Helio. Say hello to Helio. Or say Helio. Say Helio to Dawn. You know, I'm privy to that, and I realized the truer nature to everything. Sure, I'd play the role of the worst guy you could find, and I could play the role of a bad guy. You know, I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean? If it was all for the purposes of getting an individual, each and every individual, to wake up to their true potential and the truth that you know is coming anyway. Sure.
Well, that's why I think I'm quite what's the word? I'm a bit rough and ready, because I don't mind interrupting people or stopping people and saying, look, no, I don't agree with that, and I really don't, because remember, this is all new to me, mate. You know, I hit this in about 2012, so I'm sort of just plowing through it, trying to catch up, and that's just the way I am. But you know, if you see something, man, you got to point it out.
You're smarter than your years, man. That's for sure.
I'm 40 now. I'm getting old. I'm sat here with a cap on, so I can't be that fucking old. But no, I'm going to go and say hello to Del, because it literally got a message off him half an hour ago. So I'm going to go and say hello to Del. Okay. But what I'll do is, Pete, yeah, no, I'm going to come back and listen to this, and I know you definitely got a song in you, so please.
Okay, I'm not sure how long
when it gets to Del's, he'll probably be playing it anyway.
No, off you go, man, and thanks for coming along, Mum. It's been interesting as well, and of course, ever nearer. So, yeah.
Definitely remember the journey's. Take care, mate.
Okay, cheers, bud. Cheers. Come back anytime, man.
Love you, man.
Okay, you too, man. Well, then there's one. Interesting. Okay, I'm not sure how much time has gone. Let me, before I go into chat, right? Before I go into chat, let me bring up Teddy Carl. Thanks to Teddy Carl as well. So let me bring up couple of things. This is interesting now because I only consider this. And is this what it's all about? I asked Mum there, and Mum was very evasive. But that's okay, Mum. As I said what I said to you there. Sometimes when you have eyes to see, you have eyes to see, don't you? I know you'll appreciate what I'm saying there, Mum. So let me bring up a couple of things. Okay. Lovely. Again, it's all a puzzle. It's all about making connections. The most important thing is understanding that words can be understood in different ways, and one way might lead to another. If it is all a connection game, then if you connect the dots, you'll find your answers. Okay, well, I don't need to go much further than that, really. So let me just, share my screen. Teddy Carl sent me a message saying that the dodo in Alice in Wonderland, which is here, this is where we're first introduced to the dodo as a walking cane, right? If we're to equate the dodo to Gleason's map, and again, the dodo is sort of a step further, you know, the Gleason's map is not right, it's incorrect, but it's leading you somewhere else. Anyone who has a Gleason's map up on their wall are literally saying, I am dodo, je suis dodo. But when you know about the dodo, that's why when I have ever near 420 je suis dodo, I'm in one sense admitting I am a dodo, but in another sense, I understand the greater significance of the dodo. So this is the idea there. So here we have the cane. Teddy Carl said, well, just as Alice in Wonderland dodo has the cane, so has, I have to stop now so you can see that, and I'll go back to that in a second. I'll have to stop this now and reshare. So has shit, where's that gone? Oh, I hope no, that's not right now. Hang on. Right. Okay, here we go. So just as the dodo in Alice in Wonderland has the cane, so has the dodo, which is Gleason's map, also the cane, which is cut off at a certain point. Now, if this is a fabrication, that's been cut off on purpose. So yeah, you could almost say that that's a cane. So that was Teddy Carl's message, and I greatly appreciate it. So I definitely make that connection. Yes, that this is the dodo's cane. So more interestingly, I have to stop sharing that again now. Oh yeah, okay. More interestingly, which is a question that occurred subsequently, is, and again, here we go. Is this the hidden hand? If all fingers point to the dodo, is this where all hidden hands point to? Why the need for the dodo with the hand or with the stick? Why is he, you know, as opposed to the rest of the fowl, which seem to be just fowl, why is he anthropomorphizing the dodo? Why is he giving the dodo hands? This is telling you that there's more to actually, wow, brilliant. Just this Didn't occur to me tonight now. Never even thought about it. Why has the dodo got hands? The author himself, Charles, had a stammer, Charles Dodgson, Dodo Dodgson, is said to relate to the dodo character. Dodo plays a very minuscule role in Alice in Wonderland. So now that we see the hands and we see the cane, we can start making these connections, I think, for sure. Look at Alice again. Alice is all in one, all of us, which is male, female, man and child, woman and yeah, well, male, female, man and boy, woman and child, woman and girl. This, all thrown into one. But yeah, though I just noticed this for the first time now, really, or see the significance. So here we have the dodo being associated with somebody, maybe. It has significance in the real world, maybe. But again, is this the hidden hand? If everything points to the dodo, do all hidden hands point to the dodo and are letting people know they know about the dodo? And here's the hidden hand revealed. Is that a face? You see a face there underneath? See a face there? So yeah, here's a dodo's wing. It almost looks, in a sense, like the North Pole, how it's represented to us, for me anyway. So yeah, is this literally, now I'm taking that notion seriously, is this the hidden hand? Very good. I'll leave that question in the air. I'll go briefly to the toilet and I'll be back momentarily. Actually, do you know what? I'll leave that on the screen for you to ponder. And I want you to ponder to anyone in chat. Why would they give the dodo hands? Okay, you can look at all the other creatures. That's what they seem to be. So let me just Yeah, I hope anyone who's been following what I've been saying about the dodo will have considered what what was presented to us there. You know, so there's a reason behind everything. Just as I've said about, excuse me, just as I've said about Alice in Wonderland, every word, every character is significant in one sense or another, and all roads point. For me, okay, let me put it briefly. Okay, flat Earth is the biggest thing. All roads of flat Earth point to Mark Sargent. All actors at the up levels, Eric Dubé, Matthew Parland, John the Morgile, Jaron, Bob, Cammy, Martin, Patricia, Nathan, Antonio, on and on. They're all actors. They're all there. Think of all the people who have been there at the start. Again, no judgment on the man or the woman. This is just, I'm not an actor, so I can say these things. And I feel there's an onus on me to say these things, but it's not bad. So anyway, just to put it in a nutshell, everyone, IPS, yeah, you know, there's, again, all the Ball Earth antagonists who are still around, all actors. And they're just playing a role, not being what they present themselves to be. But yeah, all point to Mark Sargent. All flat earthers, actors anyway. Isa, another one, Haunted House, David Weiss, Deep Inside a Rabbit Hole, that connects with Mark Sargent, and Mystery, Magical Mystery Tour, and the Beatles connection. But all these, let's say, minor actors, in you know, again, no judgment against the man or woman, all these minor actors all will point towards one point, and that's Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent gives us a clue that there's more to this story in terms of him being a prepper, but not a prepper's guide. So I'm going to get back to that in a few minutes. So yeah, bear with me. Maybe 5 minutes. So let's see you. Hey, what's wrong, man? Got to take a break, you know? What is this, some sort of a show? If I suddenly feel the need for an evacuation, what am I going to say? I'm going to go for an evacuation, or just say I'll be back in 5 minutes. You know, which is more polite. I didn't go for an evacuation, by the way. But as you see, the background setting might have altered somewhat. I don't mind that if you don't mind now. Background setting often alters in our lives, but there's always one center of picture, focus of attention, and self is not. So cool. I left you on a cliffhanger in terms of making connections, but it's not going to be a cliffhanger, is it? People who've listened to me before, I'm just reiterating the same thing, but it's a direct line for me, absolutely a real direct connection, and no doubt about it. No doubt about it. And all connects to the dodo. So the connection being, I mentioned all the other flat earth actors. You recognize an actor by, I don't know, places they won't go. Ideas that they ridicule when there's no reason on God's earth that they should be ridiculing it at their stage of inquiry or open-mindedness. This sort of thing, you know. Anyone who knows, you know. And yeah, an actor simply means someone playing a part, generally part of a bigger troupe, interconnected, but they're role playing. They can go so far in terms of the character they're playing and the things they can talk about, but no further. They are limited. David Weiss's limitation, 9/11, Judy Wood. I can defeat Judy Wood in a second, half a minute. So first of all, if you don't know who Judy Wood is, you won't have a clue what I'm talking about. But Judy Wood explains everything perfectly on 9/11, based on what you saw, based on the visuals. Perfectly, you know. Must be some strange futuristic weaponry in space that disintegrated and dematerialized so much material, so much solidity. Only explanation for the evidence that we look at via, I guess, the mainstream media in one sense, but of course, inside in her book, she was privy to lots of never seen before HD photographs. You know, how funny is that? She also happened to have the exact qualifications necessary to deal with the conclusions and understanding the conclusions that she came to regarding the cause of this devastation and destruction. Yeah, but that's not the killer. The killer is, Judy Wood is a no-planer. Okay, fair enough, you might say. Yeah. If you're a Judy Wood follower, you have to accept that, right? You with me? Anyone who's in David Weiss's, etc., Isa, Haunted House, David Murphy, all actors, anyone's in their camp and talking about Judy Wood at 9/11, you got to answer this question then, right? Matrix Decode, all actors, you got to answer this question about Judy Wood, right? She's a no-planer, admitted. Matthew Holbury, who was a flat earther and now is sort of a ball earther again, kind of. I'm sorry, Matt. You know how it goes, buddy. I have to call you out as an actor. You know, do that. didn't intend to bring you up here tonight now, but I'm going to have to do that. Especially what Judy Wood told you in private as well. And I'm going to have to, I've said that before anyway, because I don't think in any way it's affecting you or it's breaking a trust. I don't see how it would be, but yeah, I do think it's pertinent. So yeah, sorry, Matt. You know I love you, man, but it's the only thing that explains everything as well. So let's hope that I'm right in my guesstimation. If I'm not, man, well, what else have we got to cling to unless to think that anyone who does go against their fellow man, the beauty, the wondrous potential that is man. What else have we got but to think that anyone who does do that needs must be punished somewhat by it. Needs must face the consequences of waylaying a miracle, something like that. So, yeah. Judy Wood, she's no plainer. Therefore, he has to accept that any footage showing plane crashes on 9/11, and I'm diverting a small bit, but I get back to David Weiss because he is a big reporter, along with the rest of the names, about Judy Wood. David Weiss felt so passionate. 15? He waited for Flat Earth to come out and then buy a whole load of Judy Wood books and give them out to people. Bob Nodal from Globebusters, whose wife is husband, Bob, and I'm sure you know that better than most of us. Whatever's going on there, that's just simple observations. And we know when we put that with the rest of the other stuff, then it all makes sense in a bizarro type of way, you know. Men or women all over the shop, or maybe women or men. Judy Wood, you're defeated instantly. I'll tell you how. And anyone who claims to still be in the camp of Judy Wood, same with Dmitry Kalazov camp. Yeah, Judy Wood, just Judy Wood for the minute. I wrote a song. I forgot about that. Anyone knows the song? Stuck on you. I got a feeling down deep in my that I just can't do. I guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad to say. So that song, Stuck on You, Lionel Richie, and I might bring it up actually. Stuck on Judy Wood. Stuck on Judy Wood was the title. I like that. Because if you get stuck on Judy Wood, you're stuck in wacky land. You're stuck in no man's land. And that's where you're being steered towards. Anyone who's listening, it doesn't even matter, man. Who am I talking to? Fuck's sake. Stupid. Who am I talking to? Let me get the rest of my head in here. Who am I talking to? Yeah. All I can see is me. Just another, by the way, when they say no man can look upon the face of God and live, right? You can't look on your own face, can you, directly? I guess you could possibly take the eyes out of your head and look back, but I mean, who's going to do that? I guess you could be forced into such a situation like that. But let me just say about Judy Wood then, no planer, right? That means she has to discount all of the footage that showed planes in all their glory and all their anomalous behavior. She has to discount it all. So if she discounts all of that, right? That's a big thing. That's a big chunk of the pie missing. So that's admitting fakery on a big scale, you know. Now, so therefore, any level-headed investigator will move on to the next, after coming to this realization, no matter where you've came from before, move on to the next pieces of footage that would have been shown. And based on what you've learned from, you know, previous sort of you know, because the plane crashes came before the collapses. So, you know, you're going to apply what you learned and move on to collapse sequence then and examine them with a sort of a differing eye. Judy doesn't do that. No, she takes everything that she sees as absolutely kosher, above board, genuine, bona fide. There's your clue in itself. This is illogical and ridiculous position to take. So she's telling you. And likewise, she was also telling Matthew. But yeah, that's her position. So she analyzes the footage as if it's genuine and comes to these conclusions, and that it must have been advanced weaponry of a dematerialization sort.
It was advanced magicry.
Well, when you come along, Mom, and say to her, well, hang on, other people have had a look, and maybe you should have a look yourself based on what your findings regarding the footage showing any plane crashes. You should have a look to see if maybe the collapse footage, which looks unrealistic, looks physically impossible in the first place.
It is upside down as well. Their model's being pushed down into some sort of green screen where it's being crushed. It's all the physics involved in that are literally turned white upside down. Like Back to the Future 2, they show you the towers upside down as you walk in. You know, on the TV. Polarization Nation video.
I know you don't have any children, Mom, but my son is 15, and they're all familiar with video games and graphics of varying degrees of, well, certainly quality that we never knew growing up, like, you know. But imagine showing any in tune, and I take it my boy is pretty in tune. Imagine showing any of the original footage. Wouldn't they pull it apart instantly, wouldn't they? You know?
Yeah.
This is where the hope lies, you know. They pick up on stuff that we've
missed. Keep them occupied for more than 10 seconds, mate.
Well, I know there's a generation.
Remember that story you said about the fellow 911 while he was in prison? Another one of me.
Excellent. And I take that to be gospel as well, because I'll tell you why.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. I'll take it to be gospel as well, because the person who relayed the story had absolutely nothing to do with the topic at hand. So I've been talking about media fakery. Okay. Anyway, I've been talking. See, the story won't mean anything to anyone else. So Judy Wood. Let me briefly go back to Judy Wood. Yeah. So when Judy is faced with this question, she's silent, you know, and she has a whole bunch of photographs, including the rubble photographs, which are pristine, high definition, pretty intimate photographs that she gets to publish.
She's just a salesman, isn't she, Pete?
Yeah, well, she's
just a salesman.
She has exactly the right qualifications needed to do such an investigation, first of all, and then she gives up everything to invest everything in the book. And this is where Matthew, do you know Matthew Horbury?
Yeah, I love listening to his lovely northern voice, and he talks like that. You know, he's brilliant. I love him. And do you know what? There's nothing wrong with anything he's ever said, and I've listened to him on a number of occasions. He's very apt.
He's a good man, but I just said he has to be an actor, Mom.
Seems to be. It's all in notes. That's
what I'm saying. When I say someone is I love math. So when I say someone is an actor, that's no judgment, no labels attached other than that. That's all I can say. You know, in my brain, people who are doing this are privy to
the aristocrats.
They're privy to a greater.
That's a word for you, sir. There, you definitely take that to the next level. The aristocrats run the place. The people who paint the fucking scenery we see.
Yeah, but you see, you have to sort of maybe have any coherent picture oneself. I think you have to then go back and define your beginnings. So what are your beginnings? What begun with us and how have we ended up here? That's one thing I don't know about your reckoning or your reasoning on things.
A lot of the time, I think we were put in an age of disruption. literally as a new species. I'm still thinking this could be a prison in the best possible form. I really am. I'm thinking that I'm thinking eternal life could be within 2,000 or 3,000 miles in a place where food's lovely, but over here we're being poisoned. I've no idea. I have no idea, mate. It's like when you say the sperm. How many sperm die to impregnate an egg?
I was looking at something just today, and I have it there, so I'm going to definitely look at it again. It's the secret. What is it? Have a look. The secret gate. Let me post it in chat for you, man. The secret gate to Eden.
I'm not in chat, mate. I don't want to interfere with any of the stuff there, but you can just go over it. That'd be great.
Oh no, well, I just got to the start of it. Well, let me post it in the outside chat anyway.
Well, if it's a secret, don't put it in chat.
Yeah.
Oh right, no, I've got that. Yeah, I can see that. Look at it.
No secrets on flat Earth, Mom.
There you go. Copy that. Lovely.
Oh well, the point is, yeah, and it ties into what I was thinking separately as well. I've been saying, if you've heard me, that we need to hang on to our vital fluids. So the fall of man actually came with a bite of the apple from the tree of knowledge. But knowledge is when Adam knows his wife. You know, he's had intimate sexual relations, right? So this is where the fall comes in terms of the orgasm, according to this, and it makes sense with me as well. Again, that release of bodily fluids, you know, which, the Immaculate Conception merely means that, you know, you can conceive without a man ejaculating. It's not, ejaculation isn't part and parcel necessarily of the bringing into life of a new being. So it's like within all of these fluids. And if you think about it, you know, again, we're miracles.
Nothing can never be put right down to being physical anyway, even the act of digesting food.
Yeah, exactly. So there's nothing, again.
Let me just say this to you though. First off, isn't it funny how the apple hitting Newton on the head, where the brain is? You know, the knowledge hitting him on the head. It always makes me laugh.
Newton got beamed by the apple. Good is the line from Man in the Middle. Why was it an apple, Mom?
Your guess is probably 10 times better than mine. I'm still watching the moon move at about 150 miles an hour across the sky. No idea. Maybe because if it was a globe, that's how they call it, the magnetic fields worked. That's what you heard about 10 years ago. It'll be an apple now.
Yeah, that's the way I see it now. Think about the plane with the flat plane in the middle and the magnetic field coming around on all sides. It takes the shape roughly of an apple. Is what I think the broken apple or the bite taken out.
So like a Gleason, a flattened out apple.
Right. Well, I guess. Well, that's not what I wasn't thinking in those terms. I was definitely thinking in terms.
We know how the field is supposedly emanating from them.
Yeah, you can see it. You can, you know, spider-like. That's not quite, but that's an intact system.
Yeah. But they could almost be like the remnants of these trees you were talking about, which is always a weird thing. See, I don't think the fields have always been there. I think electromagnetic fields change and stuff. I don't understand why there's still one there. You know, things die down. Even Dell's computer dies down, it settles itself. But I don't think you're going to have this influx of power coming out of somewhere unless there's something there that is truly monumentous. Obviously, the compasses are pointing to it, so there must be something there.
Yep,
was there.
I'm not striving it, but here's the way I see it now as well. Is as above, so below, but below is in working order. That's a possibility, you know what I mean? Above, the trees have been destroyed. Maybe we take a venture out here to just see if everything is eternal anyway. We know about pain. Pain is transient, you know. When you sleep, your day is transient. It's gone, you know. You're entering into a different realm. So again, who's to say once we hit death, just snap out of it and it's just, you know, tiny part of everything.
Just like waking up.
Yeah, we don't know, you know. And this is where flat Earth, you know, in a sense, again, it's easy to go back possibly to the comfort zone. That's why I asked Dell that difficult question. If he had a child now, he knows the difficult route he is in as a man. You know what I mean? We all know
But the trouble is, what you're saying now makes sense, because you have this struggle for nigh on between 50 and, say, if you look at 100 years.
Yeah.
And then,
Well,
and then you learn a lot, and then you die, and then at the end of it, you don't remember anything. Obviously, you just take some from it.
yeah, but Mom, here's what I think now, right? The people who say fuck this and find themselves, they go off on a different journey altogether and find a different reality that's waiting there. I don't think
they find themselves.
I don't think there's any
jump off?
instructions. Yeah, when I said I think the North Pole is open since 2011, the reason I say that, right, is because, well, for one, this strange article appeared or came up one night about flyovers from the North Centre. So you could like say you were going from London to Sydney or something, you'd have to go around normally. But in 2011, it was suddenly opened, and they gave this example of, let's just say, London to Sydney. This is the mileage.
I remember that, yeah.
Right,
this is the
mileage. But then they said, now you can go via the North Pole, and if you take the North Pole distance, I think it worked out, pretty much exactly the same. You go, what the fuck what's the point in that, man? So again, in light of the North Pole Centre not being spoken about by so many people, Mark Sargent won't mention the North Pole Centre. Never heard him mention it. This is your clue again. And again, they're not enemies.
Well, it was one of the first people Mark Sargent interviewed or talked to. It was the Antarctic plumber.
Well, the very first person that Mark Sargent...
the first person was Aberato.
Aberato, right. Aberato.
Yeah. Now, we all know Aberato's not a shield. He collects money on Sundays for the mob. So that was going out to Tom Dalper there, because that made him laugh. But yeah. No, never. Do you know what? I will not put it past Kismet, or whatever you want to call it, fate, serendipity, to phone them. I really don't see that as anything at all. But do you know what? The round table was very telling. Do you remember the round table afterwards? A few days later.
What? From what? A few days later, from what?
From Fakeologist with Mark Sargent on.
I don't remember. No, go on. I remember the interview, but I was very excited, wasn't it?
Well, Chris was on there from Hoaxbusters, but he left pretty much early-ish.
He was
unreal.
He was a flat earther early doors, wasn't he, Chris?
No, Chris from Hoaxbusters has always been a baller, as far as I can believe. Like I say, he was my parachute because, clever gent. But nevertheless, he was on there, but he left a little bit earlier. But unreal.
There's
pulled
his
him straight away about Admiral Byrd. He said, "Why are you trusting Masons?" And he really did sort of skirt around it. And he's the most polite person going that side. We all know this, but nevertheless, he's still got a lot vested in Masons.
No, Chris is an actor. I've called him out already, and that was his gauge. Flat Earth. You can tell when you were commenting with Del the last time on his appearance. Well, not his appearance, but his conversation with SMJ. And
I'm only interrupting it only because I'm saying I've listened to Chris for that long that he's never put a foot wrong. But it's just then I think that was a bit of
no.
I'm not gonna explain anything for him. What I'm gonna say is that it stuck out to me because he sounded like someone who was really stupid. He wasn't willing to look at someone.
No, it's beyond.
But I'm not. No, I know. No, what I'm just. Remember, man. I'm being like you are. I'm not calling someone out. I'm just saying that did not make sense to me at all.
Yeah, well, I have no hesitation once I'm pretty certain. And again, I
know you.
I followed Chris and I love Chris, and that doesn't change. So,
do you know what I do love about? Do you remember that video we did where he went around? It was on the police meet and greet.
Yeah.
Well, basically, it was just filming it, and literally, strong-armed him. Feel tension in his voice. I'm going to be dead honest with you.
Yeah.
Looking back, thinking he was an actor or anything like that, and I never have done. It was only a couple of questions that made me think that.
Yeah, that's not necessarily.
He just wasn't looking at it.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a staged affair,
I'm not asking anyone to come out and say the Earth's flat. Even I don't turn around and say the Earth's flat. I say water's flat, 74% water. So Yeah, maybe got mountains and stuff like that. It's fair enough. But no video he did. I did think he was being harassed by
I think
the police.
when I spoke earlier on, Mom, I think you got the gist of what I was trying to say, right? Yeah. I'm sure you did, man.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. So,
Yeah,
okay, that's fine. I mean, listen.
Yeah, no, don't you
When
worry.
again,
I know your stance. Just
yeah, we know more at this stage by what people won't talk. Simon Shack, for instance, immediately banned pretty much all talk of flat Earth from his forum. Now, why would someone do that with someone as an open mind as Simon has? I mean, why would someone do that immediately especially when you look into it, you find out that there are so many different points of absolute interest, you know. So then that's telling you as well, this is a clue to you. This is the way I look upon it now. You've been in a sense, right? I talked about the pyramids earlier on, Mom.
well, you know, man.
You know, you've been
I'm just saying,
to go to the
you know, my answer to that. What was decried around about 9 years ago? What did everybody start saying? Oh yeah, what was the common denominator with truth speakers?
9 years ago, I wouldn't know because I wasn't in. Was I 9 years? No, I wasn't. 2010.
No. Well, I wasn't involved in either. Sorry, I'm getting an echo. I don't even know. I'm getting off one.
I hear it
Have I
fine.
turned the volume up?
I hear you fine, man.
No, sorry. Oh, sorry, mate.
I hear you
What I was going to say is, I never got into this until around 2012. When I found out nuclear weapons were pretty much bullshit, right? I was waiting for the cleanup operation. Literally, I'm stood there saying, well, you know, these lads aren't going to get away with saying nuclear weapons aren't real. But that, to me, was the common denominator to get people in. People knew they wasn't real. So you get the people who are literally the people who have eyes to see or ears to listen to come in. And then that's it. And then what happens is you get to, this is the weird bit. Now the Masons had to release their biggest secret. Their biggest secret, because they are on the level. So is the ground. Everything's level. There's no curve. But they had to release that, and they're there to make sure that the Masons out there ready with all the lingo, all these stories, all the anecdotal information to take it one way. And also you had all the people who say nukes were fake to say to the people, oh, no, it's all right, you carry on believing in a bomb. But the common denominator was nukes are fake. Now, what that tells me is the fact that you're going to get people in, like I say, mate, around about 30 years, all this will come to an end. They'll say, do you know, people thought the earth was flat, and then you'll go, people thought the earth was round. It's no oblique spheroid. And they'll paper over the cracks. And what will happen is all the people who were saying, oh, no, it's flat, and nuclear weapons are fake, the flat bit will be ridiculed. Up the amount of money they're going to make, and it will be made. They're going to make it. What else are they going to do? That didn't slip out by accident, Pete. Nuclear weapons either. I'm telling you that didn't slip out by accident either.
No, there's nothing. Listen, man, there's nothing. Your side of outlook is in Ali B's vein, in a sense, Mom, which I'm not too keen on myself. But
oh no, I'm not a nihilist, mate. I'm not a nihilist. What I mean is, I'm just saying that it's not a case of people slipping up. I didn't come across this straight away. I came across this like after Mark Sargent's third clue about Antarctica, and I looked into Antarctica and I found out that was dodgy, and literally put two and two together. And I went, right, well, that would actually, flat Earth would counteract the nuclear weapons, because they need you to believe in nuclear weapons. They do. They need you to believe in nuclear power, energy, all of that. So you need to tarnish and feather it with something stupid. So what you do is you put people out decrying it who've been listening. See this? It doesn't matter. What's the word? Any advertising is good advertising. So if you've got flat Earth and then everyone's looking at flat Earth, and then some people are saying, oh, it's not flat, it's fake, but nuclear weapons are real. Oh, but nuclear weapons are fake. That's it. It doesn't matter. It just creates conjecture. water's level, nuclear weapons aren't real. Fucking what shape it is, water's level, nuclear weapons aren't real. You don't need someone there arguing the point and saying, what's the moon made of? How'd you get to the moon? Or someone saying, also, stupid questions. I think you know where I'm coming from there, man.
Yeah, and that is an argument I considered before, and I still consider, of course. I mean, why are they making some of these hoaxes so obvious? Is it for the purpose? And I guess we all can relate to it as well. That, I mean, this shit has divided a lot of us from friends and family, etc. And is that ultimate purpose? Is
right behind nuclear weapons comes satellites.
Well, I mean, it's all tied in, isn't it? So the idea being,
once you've instilled nuclear weapons are real.
Yeah, well, I mean, who are we fighting against?
We're going back over stuff that we'd already worked out.
Well, yeah. Who's zooming who here? This is what I'm talking about in flat earth. Who are we trying to convince? If again, yeah, hang on, Mum. If again, all of this is put before us in its obvious form. I mean, is it to divide, hang on, Mum, will you please? Is it to divide the people who would think a little bit deeper from the dangerous ones? In other words, you know what I mean. You could speak 10 cents to your neighbors and friends, and maybe before you know it, then there's a resistance force being built against all of these lies. But that's what I'm saying. Is it to divide anyone who does think a little bit deeper about these things from the rest of their friends and family, and then hence neutralize them in a sense? It's all a possibility, isn't it? Beyond nuclear weaponry, yeah. I mean, there's billions to be made, but money, the way I look at it, money has nothing to do with the equation at this stage, in terms of my thinking anyway. So again, I see a different picture unfolding. And again, it's either going to be very bad, obviously, or very good, one or the other. And maybe we each as individuals have a choice and have some power to sort of maybe affect that outcome. Okay. Yeah, 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say a truth shared, or something shared, is basically you take the burden off. So by a few people, by having a sounding board or somewhere where you can phone in and say, yeah, I agree, nuclear weapons are real. Yeah, I agree, JFK didn't die. Yeah, I agree, aluminium planes can't bring down towers. It's just a steam valve, isn't it?
These are the bigger questions, man. Again, ultimately, it's a personal journey. What are you willing to do with the information you've found? You don't have to leave anyone behind, Mum. Do you take the idea of the North Pole exodus seriously?
I think it's like a Stradivarius violin, if I'm being honest, mate. I think there's a channel in there for myself.
Yeah, but you know about the North Pole planned exodus? Would you?
I know what you're saying about that. I remember hearing about that.
Would you risk your life? In other words, would you take that in potential? I'm just saying. I'm not saying you.
No, I don't know. No, literally, I'm from Moreau. I can work out everything that's going on from the comfort of myself. How come I never
heard you back in the fakeologist days when we were doing regular chats? Or
I joined up because I used to just listen. I used to listen to fakeologists years ago. I mean, I've listened to you. I mean, that escapade where you had Ed not going on at you, that is still brilliant. I mean, that's on a phone image draw that broke years ago, and I've still got that.
Do you think Chris Effie, Edna?
Yeah, Chris Effie, then Edna, Pedro Exterminator.
You're all the same, man.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So here's a question, then. How do you think that they both had a conversation? Apparently.
Yeah, but it's not going to be hard to work out logistics. About 15 minutes to work it out. All you got to do is set up one video, do the other one, and have a voice swapping, and then literally a red light, yellow light. You know, that's all.
Well, I was right in terms of offering $100 for proof. Was that the best tack to take? Because it's not much to ask. Paper now has been doing the rounds for a long time. But again, if I'm so sure, I know that, you know, all manner of voice morphing tricks are potentially available anyway. But to have the two of them on camera would be an impossibility, and he didn't take up my offer anyway. So again,
no, well, you're not gonna get that. I think we both know you're not gonna get that. But nevertheless, some people don't need a voice morpher, do they? Some people just slur the words, like what Issa was doing the other day. What was his name in chat?
What about ADR and anonymous guest? Why are they making it so obvious?
I don't know. I've got ADR's home phone number there. He read it out online one night, dead loud, blase, and he said, "Oh, I've not put the area code." I don't know if there's that many area codes. I don't want to speak to anyone. I mean, I wouldn't even make an international call. But nevertheless, I think the character is like what you say. It's a character.
Do you know who you slightly remind me of, Mum? Ritzler.
Who's that?
Ritzler.
Wiz Laws.
Ritzler.
Yeah, Wiz Laws with the weird face.
Earth Discussions. Ritzler.
No. I know the name Wiz Laws. I thought that was
R-I-Z.
Do you ever thought that was?
R-I-Z-L-A.
Oh, R-I-Z. I thought you meant Wiz Laws. No, I thought one of Wiz Laws was one of them. I thought it was one of them. That Candy's lot. You know the people who talk to Candy and Zulu and all them. I thought that was him. But you're talking about Riz Laws.
Oh, well.
Well, you can call me an actor if I don't mind, my mate. I'd be quite proud. Do you know, it took me what was it, till earlier to get someone put my name in the chat being a sock, which was nice. Unfortunately, they had my sock sucking your sock's dick, which I'm not happy about, because you'd be sucking mine. I'm only joking. Yeah, no, at the end of the day, mate, I'm done it. You know, mate. Actor or not, I couldn't tell you, my mate. I really couldn't tell you if I'm an actor or not. If I'm an actor, I'm a fucking probably one of them ones that Oscar Wilde went on about that was lying in the gutter.
The game has changed, Mom, right?
Hey?
The game has changed, right?
I don't think it's changed. I think I just realised that my voice is better than the people I've been reading for the past 2 years. Remember when I got into all this, I didn't go on YouTube till about 2012. I thought YouTube was like a clown's hangout, so I just went on different websites and read things and stuff like that. And it was only when well, you know the score, when I worked out JFK. I just sat there one day and when I worked out JFK, and I went, oh shit, he didn't die. Typed in, and it brings up Culto on abs. Once you listen to that, you can't go back, because halfway through that abs, that's going, well, you think people died on 911. Before you know it, you're halfway through September Clues, and you've got a social service CD.
You know what I did today, Mom?
Go on.
So I was down at the pub, and it's a sort of local pub. I could imagine, let's say, having a nice drink, having a nice chat, no matter what the circumstances are. Excuse me, but yeah, just next to the railing, overlooking the river. The river's about a few feet away, and there was a spider's web. So I was just looking, spider just ambling around. Next to him, this little tiny fly comes and goes immediately into the web while the spider was on him, so he munched him. So I was still sitting there. A few minutes later, same thing happens again. Another fly comes along, and I said, right, forget about these David Attenborough, we can't interfere with the processes. So just when I saw it, the fly was just after, it was really tiny. You know, one of those really tiny, delicate flies. And
It had already eaten, basically. You said, no, you've had something today. Fuck off.
well, no, immediately when I think it was slim pickings on the day I've seen flies with webs full of spider or full of flies or whatever, you know, so there'd be no problem filling up whenever you wanted. But yeah, it seemed that it was slim pickings for whatever reason. But anyway, yeah. So the second one that I spotted, little fly went in. And again, this is a tiny one. And the spider came straight down. The minute I saw it, then I went over with my finger. I said, I'm going to put a stop to this shit right here and right now. I don't mean that, but like I went over and I just put my finger near the spider. But he was already just after. So I came in, and then I went over my finger. So I was after doing something to the fly. Anyway, what are you going to do? Like, you know, I took the fly out of the web. Well, first of all,
you're not far off me.
Well, first of all, a very delicate job when you're sort of trying to unravel the fly. First of all, you know, to get any sort of resuscitation going, with the unraveling from all these silky, sticky, minuscule threads. They must be thousandths of a millimeter, or more even, maybe even millions of a millimeter. How do you even measure something that small? I guess you can. Like, it's not that small.
Trying hard not to remove the leg.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And yeah, so no matter how hard I tried to, I got all this stuff removed, and he was still flailing around. And then I thought back to the Lord of the Rings, where Frodo, stupid like, but you know, where Frodo, he wasn't killed immediately. You know, and I think that's what spiders do anyway. They sort of inject you with a little bit of shit, just soften you up. So I probably thought it might have been a hopeless case. Came in too late at the end of it, but it showed a bit of life anyway. I took a few drips of my cider, just knowing that if a wasp is lackadaisical, give me a little drink of sugar water, and Bob's your uncle. But anyway, yeah, despite all the efforts, sort of trying to.
Do you know what's funny though? When something like that happens, you will spend a lot of time over something that someone will walk past and say, "What are you doing?" So there's a fly stuck in a web. Now with me, I'm not far off. I've picked up spiders off the the mouse traps, the sticky mouse traps that people have.
They're fucking big spiders you caught in your mouse traps, man.
I know, but I've been there and I've tried to do it and I've ended up removing a leg and stuff. Literally, I've just put warm water on them over and over just so they get free, and then they swim to the top. But if there's a fly in the room, we'll open the window, because they always say, well, if another fly comes in, lovely. Got someone to play with. If you can leave, even better.
Well, that's cool. Like, you know, and
I've not killed anything. 20 years, man.
More power to you, Mum, honestly. I mean, I don't know you from Adam, and I don't know why you do what you do. Again, I'm going to think the best of everybody.
Because we only work 4 hours a day. That's all. You just get time to come in and chill, though.
Yeah.
And I work at the fucking weirdest place going. I work at Manchester University, where they teach evolution, dinosaurs.
Well, you remember what I said to you earlier, Mum, so you'll bear that in mind, right?
Yeah, well, I don't care, man. I really don't. I'm just being honest. I was over.
I know, and again.
No, at the end of the day, I fucking what is that? I said something fucking dodgy the other day on Ab's site, and everyone went, "Oh, it sounds racist." And after about 2 minutes of pondering on it, they went, "Oh, that makes sense." I was like, "Yeah, we're living in a fucking movie." I don't care. I really don't care if I sound disenfranchised anymore, because I am. Because I can point it out.
Do you know what it's about? Do you know what it's about, man? I'll tell you what it's about.
Well, I'll tell you what. Give me 12 seconds, because I'm going to get a beer, man.
Okay.
10.
I'll tell you what it's about then when you come back, man. Let me read a poem. Let me read a poem while you're gone. That's what I'd like to do, actually. Read a few more poems.
Sorry, man.
Let me read a poem. Fuck it, what's his name? I can't even fucking think of it now. Brilliant poem as well. I'll think of it. Something in February. You might be able to help me out. Something in February.
Pete, I went to a boys' school. We didn't learn anything, man. Half the stuff I picked up in the past 5 years.
Well, Thomas Kinsler, Mirror in February. Thank you. Have you heard of that poem?
No.
Have you read any of Shakespeare, the works of Shakespeare?
Little bits, not a lot.
Mom,
I'm versed on them enough for a quiz.
what have you read any poems?
Yeah.
What or any plays? What plays have you read?
No, never read a play.
Never read any play ever.
Never read a play. Never acted, by the way.
I'm a
So that's what you're implying.
I'm a difficult one, Mom, haven't I?
You're the perfect person. You sat in the kitchen.
I am.
Pass us a biscuit.
Do you like my? I actually love it myself. Do you like my because we know all words are twisted, but not once you see through them. It's like you know. Did you see what I was pointing out on the blue marble image tonight?
Yeah, I did it. I was watching.
I did before as well. Yeah.
I was watching. I was paying half attention.
We're breaking up now.
The thing that got me with that, obviously, to do with the sex in the clouds was not only that, the thinness and the sparseness of our atmosphere. Camera off, sorry.
Mom, try not to do that, please. Is that all right? You're breaking up, and you know it as well. So let me.
Sorry,
okay.
Mama.
No. Okay. Try not to do that, please. Yeah. You know.
2, 2, 1, 2. You can hear me.
Yeah. So yeah, that's better, man. So everything.
2, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah. Everything is subliminal, but what my point being that what I pointed out was once you see the subliminals, then you can remove the power. It's only once you don't recognize them, you see that again everything goes in, and especially everything that goes in backwards, as we know by the backmasking and backtracking and all that. This is the way. This is just how powerful we are. We don't even know what the fuck we are.
What got me with the pictures?
Yeah. Okay. You're doing that again, Mom. So if you come back, just pause it a minute. Let me read this. Thomas Kinsler. And it's.
Do you not think that just looking at them pictures of the block that was the same bit?
Okay, man.
I think there's a big lag.
No, you're okay, but again, I know. So let me read this. Thomas Kinsler, Mirror in February.
I think I'm missing something.
I'm looking for again, I haven't read this in ages now, but it's a poem I used to like. And I used to read it to my son and everything. But Thomas Kinsler, Mirror in February. But I'm always looking now for hints towards the North Center, hints towards something that was with us and is gone, a division, a fall, if you will, and maybe a resurrection as well, a second coming, if you will. But anyway, I'm going to be reading this with new eyes in one big sense because I haven't heard it in ages and ages. But it just occurred to me to read it, so I will do. Thomas Kinsler, Mirror in February. The day dawns with scent of must and rain, of open soil, dark trees, dry bedroom air under a fading lamp. Half dressed, my brain idling on some compulsive fantasy. I towel my shaven jaw and stop and stare, riveted by a dark, exhausted eye, a dry, down-turning mouth. It seems again that it is time to learn. This untiring, crumbling place of growth to which For the time being I return. Now plainly in the mirror of my soul I read that I have looked my last on youth and little more, for they are not made whole that reach the age of Christ. Below my window the wakening trees, hacked clean for better bearing, stand defaced, suffering their brute necessities. And how should the flesh not quail that span for span is mutilated more? In slow distaste I fold my towel with what grace I can, not young and not renewable, but man. Interesting, interesting. Just as I read
Do you
it,
know what that reminded me of? One. That reminded me. Sorry, that reminded me of the Doors lyrics. Yeah. When's he from?
Well, that's definitely predates the Doors. I think he's, if my memory serves. Let me put a link to that. If my memory serves, I would say that I was pushed 60s, 70s, so he would have been producing this.
That literally, that is beat for beat the Doors, mate. I grew up listening to the Doors because literally around about 99 I got into it. But that is beat for beat the Doors. It sounds like the Doors, and you can put that to Riders on the Storm.
It's all, everything is plagiarized. I mentioned about Bob Dylan earlier on. Yeah, so he was born in 1928. So maybe he was writing that. Actually, let me get a date from here in February, but I'm saying he probably writing that in his 20s. He's in around the 50s, I'm thinking, just immediately.
Yeah, well, no, this is the same thing, and most things have to be cemented and accepted by the generation before. Excuse me. And then that way, when they do get taught, there's at least some gravitas behind them saying, "Oh, this is what we learn." Even if, nevertheless, if something's been, if you've been taught a book while you're in school, then when you leave and you go to college, and then you're still getting taught the same book, and then when you get to another level of learning, whether it's a job that you're doing where you keep secrets, this and the other, there's always some kind of mainstay which has been given to you to start with. And if it is literary stuff, we can say it. It comes out in the music. It comes out in the way they name cities and roads, and it comes out in everything. I mean, you know about Penny Lane. Penny Lane was not a barbershop. Penny Lane was like a mental home in London, or just literally where they were doing that electric shock treatment on people's brains. And the song's not about
another dark area.
But it's that 180. It's that 180. When I say to you, if you divide 9 by 11, you get 081. You can turn that around. It says 180. That's exactly what 911 is. That's what everything was. That is the turning point. We're going backwards now.
So what was? Hang on, Mom. I mean, we've never had this opportunity. In terms of all the time that I communicated with you in chat, I never knew.
I know, but 9 times out of 10, I'm dead timid, and I'm sat here. I don't mind now because it's what time is it? 4 minutes to 4 in the morning. I've got about 12 cans of beer because I've been talking.
I don't mind saying that. I've often talked about it as well in terms of look in terms of friends in our own personal lives. It takes years to make friends. It takes years to find yourself suited to people that you can trust in that sort of sense. You know what I mean? So to think that anyone could become friends in any sort of casual.
No, Pete, listen.
In general,
I'm friends with my nephews who have known from as young as I am. And the other thing I'm saying there is, limbs who I've got now, I've had them since I was 9. They're the same friends. I've got acquaintances that I talk to at work who are like-minded people, but the same friends as I had when I was knocking a football around in a park.
The one reason I said I would send Stephen to university would be fuck all got to do with what you learn, and fuck all pretty much to do with anything else. the quality of friends you meet, because for the first time you're sort of free. You're not put in the box, and you're forced to make friends with the 30 people or whatever that you're put around for pretty much all of your growing life. There you have the freedom there to choose friends and pick and choose friends, I guess, and a more free manner, I guess, in a more free manner. So that's the only reason I would send my son to university. But even that, weighing up that, I wouldn't send him there, because on the balance, you just.
I think you can see the attraction yourself in like these chat boxes when someone says something funny, or someone says with you, "Oh yeah, that's good." Now that's what the kids get at university when they go. You know, there's lots of people saying things, but they're sort of making it so that people won't stand out. Experiments, you know, you answer the question that everybody else is answering to. Or the line number 2 disagrees with the one on the left. You know, where people basically conform to things, and it seems to me that that is pretty much what the universities are. And all they do is they just change the curriculum every 10 or 12 years to make it conform to, oh yeah, this is the natural belief. But you do get
it's the cause of
some sort of
psychosis than
sorry.
any school just education system is a cause of more psychosis in children growing up into adults than any other one sole source. Like, you know, and they're really we are all thrown into quagmires. I guess it's a way to learn, but again, it's completely unnatural, and what we're learning for the most part is how to be good slaves, which is the horrific thing. And again, I'm not going to say it's crime. Of course, it is crimes against children. When we think about the miracles that our children are, I know you don't have children, Mom. You say,
no, I don't. But I've got. Don't forget, I was one once. So you know, I understand.
Right.
No, nevertheless, there's nothing worse than telling the kids to go and sit down for 8 hours.
Nephews and nieces, the closest thing that you have to children. You know what I mean? And again, we were there, and everyone. There's not one. I was going to say human being, but we're not human. But there's not one man, and that includes woman and man. You know, his heart doesn't flutter when they look at a beautiful baby. You know, it's a miracle. And when did we stop becoming?
Well, what do we hear on a regular basis? Grow up. So growing stops, does it? So growing stops. No, growing is an ongoing thing. But you get told to grow up. So there's a limit.
Yeah. We're everything is flipped. We're always led down the wrong track, and it's again 180-degree wrong track. So whatever they tell you, whatever is told to you, especially the earlier you go back, if you flip it 180 degrees, then you're bound to get the truth. Don't be disgusted by your piss. That's the first thing that each parent will tell their child. You know, don't not look at the sun. When I made the connection when I found out about dandelion roots tincture, you know, making some sort of not a potion, just a sort of liquid tincture from the dandelion root, and it's a big combatant in terms of cancer. Then I made the association to pissy beds, and I know you'll appreciate that, Mom.
Pissy beds. I know exactly where you're coming from there, mate.
And then you have the association to being disgusted by your piss. So you're going to be disgusted by the pissy beds, even though they're worth their weight in gold to some people now. Look at how many people have cancer. I'm laughing at it in one sense, because anyone who has cancer
It's no different to saying there was no Jews went into work on 911.
Well,
you know what I mean? It's attaching something which isn't true.
Let me ask you the question, Mom. So, let me ask you the question: why were the Jews placed front and center in your estimation? Where you stand now? Why would when I delve into 9/11 conspiracy, the first thing I'm going to come across is, let's say, the dancing Israelis, the phone calls.
Well, I know what we're told. I know we were told they were a minority. We were put in because they were obviously scared for their livelihood. I'm talking about court Jews and then the way they progressed through, the centuries.
Hang on, Mom. Hang on. No.
Oh, sorry.
No. So this is against the backdrop of us knowing now, right? That.
No. What I was going to elaborate. That I think it was literally a made up place, a made up story. The tribe of Dan. I don't think there's any right. Let me say this without offending anyone who reads the Bible. I don't think the tribe of Dan is any different to why they called it DNA. It was just a made up bloodline. I really don't. I don't believe most history, mate.
Do you think the ancient Middle East history was fabricated?
Yeah, that's all bollocks, and all that fucking Ashkenazi Jew shit. That's crap. When you look into it,
So here's my question.
It's crap.
We know that whoever executed 9/11, and we know it's international in scale. It's probably universal in scale, actually. Again, when I said 9/11. Well, how far does it go back? Well, we know that the Pentagon cornerstone was laid.
September the 11th, 41, was it?
Guess how many days it was from September 11th to Pearl Harbor, Mum?
Oh, hang on.
You're going to love it.
It's not the same amount of people. It's not the same amount of people that died on 9/11, is it?
Yeah, of course it is. But outside of that, how many days was it from September 11th to the date?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Go
on. What's your favorite number?
My favorite number.
How high up?
My lucky number was 16 till it was about fucking 25, and then I turned it upside down. It turned into 91. Well, it's gonna have to be 9,110.
No, come on.
Right, so we got 7th of December. Sorry, 6th of December. No, 7th of December, 1941. 41, 50 years, 91, 60 years, 2001, so 60 years.
No. How many days was it? No. Sorry, that's okay. Confusion there. How many days was it since the cornerstone was laid at the Pentagon on September 11, 1941 to Pearl Harbor?
Oh, right. Okay, Pearl Harbor was right. So it'll be 2 months, just under 2 months. So I'm going to say 61 days.
Actually, now I thought you might know the answer. I'm pretty sure. Actually, hang on. No.
It was late. It was late on September the 11th, on it. So September, October. Oh no, November.
What's your favorite number these days, Mum?
666 911. I'm not sure. I don't have a favorite number. My favorite number ever.
16, right? What is 16 divided equally?
Oh, it's 88 days. You're joking.
Oh man! And here's where they're telling you as well. When the PNAC, of course, we got to see the PNAC. You know, we want to take over this. And we got
between Pearl Harbor, fucking cornerstone.
Well, the old Pearl Harbor involved much fakery and no deaths.
This is why we shouldn't be using this fucking 365-day calendar, man.
It's this thing that's time, Mom. Time is broken. Time is part of a broken system, so it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Is the eternal presence, right? And that's what we're getting back to.
Well, the thing that you can point out with Pearl Harbor is like half a mile behind where Well, you see, Pete.
And your favorite number was 16.
With these things, I didn't see them on telly, but we know that the people perpetrating the myth were Parthenia. When I grew up, it was 16. First, it was me coat hook on me infant school. And I picked it, so that's my lucky number. How mad's that? Yeah, I'll tell you my birthday. This is mad. Excuse me. You ready? Pete?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. 9th of the 6th, 1977. Right? And I was born at 6:32. Right? And I weighed £7.2. 7 and 2 is 9. 6:32 adds up to 11. Will that help?
Man, if I was to tell you, you know the way in the room, there's the light fixture behind, so it's a picture of the Twin Towers and the New York skyline there.
Yes.
Just again, you know, I know that sounds strange, but that's there for absolutely no reason whatsoever. I even explain that is because and again, part of the psychological thing as well, you know what I mean, out of respect for the victims, and it's in portraying the Twin Towers will be sort of, taken out of sale. Remember that big push. So you had lots of expensive stuff. That's fucking fairly expensive, like, you know, and it was going for a $5 or something. So,
well, that was even the push, wasn't it? Shop to stop terrorism.
That's why I sold. Remember with the blue marble as well. I obviously tied it in with Stanley Kubrick, A Space Odyssey, and David Bowie's A Space I don't see, you know, whatever. But I tied it in. But I did mention that, look, what it is, it's presenting you an image, but it's not just an image, right? It's a whole, how would you say? It's a whole, I don't know what you kind of, it's a whole.
I think it literally was a sign saying turn around and going back the other way, because it was incomprehensible to look at. You can't explain what the fuck happened. The stuff that's happened since it has been a country invading another country. Now you and me both know everything's done legally. These things, these invasions were all set out legally years ago. We know that. But nevertheless, it's been perpetrated on the square fucking screen. But this is another thing I keep saying to people. No one ever addresses this. When you see Kubrick putting that fucking obelisk in, you know, in different places in 2001: Space Odyssey, that's not going, oh, that's man. Sorry, that's God touching man. That's a TV, right? And it's in the desert. And that's a TV showing people in the desert. That's the TV showing different people all over the place. And all you got to do is work out what happened in them years between 1968, when it was released, and then the 30 years afterwards, which takes us to 1998. In them 30 years, these so-called Eastern, you know, countries, the Middle East, for argument's sake, got endowed with opulence and oil, and they were buying all these different things. All they were doing there was giving eyes to see the trick that we know we saw on September 11th. That is all it was. If there was no TVs for these people to see, we wouldn't have the trouble we had now. But nevertheless, they knew the timing. Pete, I don't believe the last century was a fluke. I really don't, mate. And I actually believe they waited till the 19th on purpose, you know, till the 20th century, till the 1900s, so that they had a canvas to work with, especially with the dates.
Where are they coming from, man?
I don't know, mate. I really don't know.
What do you think about?
I really don't know. But you understand what I'm saying there. I don't. Like I was saying to Frank earlier, when they were talking about the argument between, oh, well, we can't explain the ball if we've got sundials. It's like, well, no, what we'll do is we'll hit them with sundials and moondials first, and then once we get the technological age going, we'll hit them with it's a ball, and then, you know, they can handle changing the paradigm then. I actually think that conversation went on.
Yeah, but you haven't defined in your own brain any sort of starting point. The one thing I have done is define the starting point, whether it be right or wrong.
I think I know the starting point, man.
You know, so
I do think I know the starting point, but I'm not going to venture on that. Remember, you talked to the fella here who's saying the Antarctic's not real.
It's so crazy.
The reason you can't take anything down there, yeah. But I won't
on
elaborate on that. And the reason I won't elaborate on that is because I don't want to go out on a limb. I mean, I'll go out on a limb, say Antarctica's not real, because I believe it's not real.
Did you say you don't want to go out in the millennium?
No, I don't want to go out on a limb for something I'm unsure about. But don't worry, I'm calculating something. But no, nevertheless, I've got my own idea of what the shape of the so-called continents are, and we are missing a big fucking chunk at the top. I will go out on a limb and say that I don't think Antarctica exists. Couple of reasons. Only Masons go there.
Out in the LEM, I just got that out in an LEM. Of course, they pick these acronyms for reasons. So out in the LEM, of course, we
no. I picked millennium and I took the N out of it because I've got two N's in my name. Instead of deny, my name's Denny.
Yeah, there's always more than the superficial meaning to things, man.
Oh, there always is, man. Yeah, you have to. But the fact that I put Falcon in, I think people should have clocked what kind of a guy I was going for there, because well, this is what I've said when I go on apps.
I wonder how many other people would have come up with the shortened version of your name there, Mum, for you.
No, but you know what? I was so glad about it, mate, because I've listened to you that many times that when you did make a little bit of a reference to me, it was nice. But that's the weird thing with Dell as well. If you're honest and you say something funny, then people, react. This is why there is an element of the people that are on YouTube and talking and all these different hangouts. There is elements of truth, and people are just being honest with themselves. If people don't match up to your idea, I'm going to say your, I don't mean yours, because your idea is fucking mental. but you know, your idea or my idea of.
Many times I said it to Mum that even if the way I view it, right, even if it's a fucking desperately boring conversation, one fact might come up that will make everything worthwhile. You know, that's the way I think we should look at everything. Everything, especially our past as well. And I'm speaking to myself at every point, really, myself especially. That at every point, you know, we can choose to dwell on the past or dwell on the future as opposed to living in the present and dealing with things, I guess, in the manner that we're capable of dealing with. And that's about putting it into a certain context. And this is what this whole journey is about, you know. Some people are more equipped than others, but ultimately, I think we all get
Let me ask you then, right? These voices that we've been hearing now for approximately, let's say, 12, 13 years, you know, these Truth Seeker radios. Now that's not a pop at Truth Seeker radio, just a pop at the 3 words Truth Seeker radio. Separate them into Red Ash Radio and Hoaxbusters, and you know, a number of different things, and fakeologists. Now, websites or forums as real people, you know that because you used to go on Clues Forum and you yourself would be a person.
Do you know what? Sorry, Mum, to interrupt you. I just had what I think is always a perfect analogy. We were talking earlier on about the first thing that we're taught to hate as children. Well, obviously, the first thing that we're introduced to, isn't that amazing as well? I mean, the first thing that we can associate as children, you hear the word dodo so often. So you associate dodo with soothing, you know, I'm thinking, in a lot of cases anyway, you know. But yeah, it's about this.
No, you are so right. But they've moulded the language round the people of a certain. I think we're pretty much, aren't we? With certain dialects, Hebrew, pretty much. Well, bastardized.
Well, let me ask you what when I say
all the numerology, you know, in the language, all that's there. Obviously, the phonetics are different, but never this language, what we're speaking, not at all.
Oh, it's contrived in the first place. We don't need language, you know.
No,
we were beyond that, and really, that's what we're waking up to as well.
Well, I've got a question for you. You love this. Where do Aboriginals come from?
Aboriginia?
Now, personally, I was asked that, and I said Australia. And the guy looked at me like I was funny.
Well, I think my guess is
why not
Aboriginia.
Aboriginia. But no, but Aberato. There you go, King Aberato. King Aberato, king of the Aboriginals.
And do you know what that?
No, but you know what I mean?
Do you?
Why does anything have to come from anywhere?
Well, I remember way back looking into Aboriginal folklore, and there I came across this article talking about a huge gum tree, eucalyptus tree, that they revered as the Aboriginal culture, like, or whatever. So again, that's along the pathway to looking into the veracity of trees. We can no longer rely on scientific information. So if you're going to go along that path, you look more into myth and legend, and especially sort of common themes. You know, if there's common themes, now we have to look at everything differently again, because what is truth? What has been presented to us? Could be.
Well, I think the idea of time, like you were saying, has been added, and that not only changes how we view time, it actually changes how the geology of the planet changes, because they say, oh, this takes this long to erode. No, it doesn't. Things can fossilize in 2 weeks. I think Chris, yeah. What's his fucking name? I'm just going to call him Edna. You know what I mean? Edna introduced a new word. It was something like woodification or something. And as soon as he heard it, I went, what's going on? But I checked it, and it's a real word. And when you type in of wood, it comes up. And so, you know, they've done the homework. They've got these fucking scientists in the mid-90s just giving out PhDs to people that come up with the idea that they want to back this up. You get it written in a book from fucking before the Twin Towers fucking fell down. It's set in stone. This is it. It's going. I'm telling you now, man. It's going backwards. I'm not joking. Just when you get a chance, have a look at Back to the Future, and just consider it. Him getting home is like the end of it. You know that's 911, and then you work it backwards. And what I'm thinking there is after we get to the 50s bit, there's probably going to be a film out there, maybe from the 40s or from the 30s, that is actually playing the rest of it backwards as well. And it's probably an epic film that everybody knows about and no one's ever really paid any attention. I don't think anything's hidden, like you say. I really don't.
Yeah, the game rules have really changed, and I've said that about Flat Earth and I've incorporated that into one of my songs. Actually, that's but we're after entering.
So I'm gonna go and have a quick wee. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
We're after entering a whole new world of wonder with Flat Earth, so anything becomes possible, and there are completely different rules that apply. Oh, that's pretty bad out of tune, isn't it? I won't play it now, but this is all getting to the point of the start of the song. The start of the song is welcome to a whole new world of wonder. Of course, it's sort of Flat Earth theme as well. But I have all the music down. And I just sort of la la la. Welcome to a whole new world of wonder. Put back together all that was asunder. La la la, sorry, la la la, la la la, la la. And it kind of goes on like that for a second verse. I have a few lyrics written out. So at any song, it's just a matter of sort of settling on it. And shit, my thoughts are changing.
Well, hopefully.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm sorry, I'm just wasting time here in a sense, but I'm just saying, in order to settle on some lyrics, Mom, my thoughts are changing so much, even in the last couple of months. I know for sure it's all about the sun, so I'm always trying to think in terms of incorporating the sun, because that's what it's all about. It's all about repairing the sun from whatever happened, whatever came about. You know, we talked earlier on about who might be responsible for this. So how far can we go back and kind of the individual moving forward, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here, which we all have the capabilities of. We're the central player.
Literally, the day of room that you're talking about, or the year. looked alike. I didn't mean that.
No, you're okay, man. But I don't know why your connection is so jumpy, Mum.
Yeah, that's bollocks. Again, it does it every time. Anyway, you carry on, man, mate. Don't worry.
No, I was just saying about that. Do you play any music yourself when you're a mum, do you? Surely you're artistic. You might definitely be artistic in some sense, anyway, if not a musical sense. But
I love drawing. I sort of draw things, and then once I've drawn them, and it's put throw away.
well,
You know, I've sent Dell a couple of pictures. Yeah, I've got a couple of little pictures that I've been doing recently, just doodling, but nothing major.
I'm good at
you know yeah. So I use it.
What?
Just therapeutic. That's all it is.
Excellent, man. You know what I'm good at? Interpreting things, I guess, with a certain mind. Just as I was saying about the blue marble image of our home, you know, and I was saying, well, that's what I was saying. That's why I brought it back to that, because what I said was we put ourselves in that perspective. So when we look at that picture and we're told that that's where we live, then immediately our brain goes into, well, if I'm going to zoom in here, I'm going to find myself as a tiny insignificant dot. And they already tell me that this ball itself is insignificant. So I'm pretty insignificant. Then to throw in, amidst all that fear, that's a terrific, well, I was going to say terrific, a terrorific idea, you know, to the individual psyche.
I've always thought the word terrific was made up by the rich people watching poor people die. That's one of them, terrorific. There's no difference. There's only a fucking couple of letters in there. So yeah, you're not far off, mate. And the T-E-R-R, terror. They're looking down.
What was the bus sign on 7-7, Mum? Was it bold and out?
Terror, bold and brilliant.
Brilliant, yeah.
That's it, yeah. And that took a detour and yet blew up at Tavistock Square.
Well, did that signify the end? This is what I'm thinking as well. Did that signify the end to Tavistock?
Well, no, it took a detour, didn't it? It took a detour that proves the whole thing was staged.
This is what I'm saying.
He got on a bus ready to blow himself up on a bus that was detoured.
Yeah.
So he waited till he got to Tavistock Square. He should have literally blown himself up. If he was a real person. As soon as the bus deviated.
Maud Dib is the equivalent of Judy Wood, you know.
Yeah.
Beyond the first couple of layers of conspiracy, and then it will explain everything pretty good, like, you know what I mean. But it won't take into
it was TV
media fakery. I pointed out so many instances from the bars going.
No, it was TV. Can I say something? You'll love this, right? Last Train to London, the ELO, the song starts. It was 9:29, and the song's called Last Train to London. Now 9:29, 9 2 + 9 is 11, so there's 911. And the Last Train to London was the one that the bombers missed, you know, to get to London. Now that's me being spurious, but you know what? I just love mentioning ELO and Supertramp. So there you go. I don't think there's any coincidence. Yeah, Pete, you'll love this. Electric Light Orchestra. Yes, that's a cascade of stuff on your screen. You know, literally is an orchestra. Pete, what do you call jumping on a box?
Jack.
Well, we call jumping on a box in Manchester, or we did until I was about fucking 15. Tramping it.
Jumping
so
on
the
a box.
things that tramping, you tramp a box. You know, you tramp a trampoline.
Oh, okay. Also, when you like squash a box. Okay, I didn't know.
Yes.
Really bad. Okay.
Now, what brought down the Twin Towers? Supertramp. Judy Wood, Supertramp.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I can see it.
It's just a wordplay, but nevertheless, I've grown up with that.
I can see it.
You tramp a trampoline. We used to tramp boxes to say, look, sorry, I'm getting an echo. Is that me? No, I used to say, if you can tramp these boxes for us, and things like that used to happen at the back of shops. They say, oh, close, squash these boxes. Weird things happen, but literally it was called tramping a box.
I could get it. I mean,
so you got the Twin Towers falling from a tramp.
If someone said to you to squash the Coke can, that would be, how would you trample on that? I guess you would, but it wouldn't.
No, I know that'd be a crush. That was a crush.
Crush, okay.
It was a crush. A box got tramped. That's all I can say.
Well, and then you look at the Supertramp album cover, and you reverse it.
Well, do you know who farmed Supertramp? Do you know they were farmed by a Dutch millionaire?
There you go. There you go. And I mentioned yesterday or the day before that the Dutch, dark horses, the Dutch and the Spanish, you know, our eyes have been led to different places, but the Dutch and the Spanish stand out, and have stood out to me anyway, just in terms of core power centers, I guess. But again, everyone, they were connected. It's a worldwide network at this stage. But again, the way I have to look at it is, well, we're either fucked or we're not. As simple as that, isn't it? We're either fucked or we're not. What do we do as individuals?
But Pete, it's never going to change, because either there is a God or there isn't a God. Either way, it's fucking scary. I think all we're doing, and you know, people might look at you. No, but what I'm saying is, I think all I'm doing it, I know the truth in my head, just like you do. Yeah, man. But we're just trying to advertise it a bit.
How did you feel when they told you the truth, man?
Who? No one told me, man. Remember, I fucking crept upon this. There was a few things though that tipped me off. Like I say, the JFK was a good man, but a womanizer. No, you can't do both. You can be a good man then change to a womanizer, or be a womanizer and change to a good man. Which is what I did, but you can't do both.
Hang on to your vital fluids, people. Hang on to your vital fluids. Everything that you see now is designed at tempting you. This is what the devil is. The devil is the temptation of the duality. Hang on to your vital fluids. See things as they really are. That's what I was going back to the, what, remember just before you left, Mum, I was going to tell you what it was about. Well, vital fluids, hang on to them. It's about your heart. All about our hearts, right? We're ensconced in an ether, which is mild, because a bumblebee can vibrate at a certain rate and can completely nullify this all prevailing force, right? Churches can do it. Pyramids can do it.
Buoyancy, density, everything.
Here's the thing, Mom. We can do it. And you can do it. And here's what I'm telling you. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it to you, Mom. You probably know already. But here's what I'm saying to people out there listening. Think about, if you think of a certain emotion, how your heart might change. Think of a close call you had. I mentioned this before, but listen to this for a close call, Mom. My car is automatic, right? So I was dropping off my young son. He was about 1.5, something like that. So he was just sort of able to crawl around, you know, with a bit of support from, you know, something solid. So my car, I parked it into his mum's just outside her house, and we left him out. Knowing he'd be safe enough, you know. The only thing is, with an automatic, I just had my leg on the brake, and I still had the car on drive, you know. Normally never any problem, and you know exactly what's going on. I was just having a little bit of tete-a-tete with my son's mum anyway, but looking out, keeping half an eye on Stephen. Anyway, he made his way towards the front of the car, no problem. You know, if he slips down, he'll just slip down and he's bumming his nappy. But next minute, he did slip down. So your immediate reaction is, okay, maybe he hurt himself, so I get out and see. Well, I got out and saw, right? But because I didn't have the car in park, I took my foot off the brake, the car went forward. And even when I think about it now, my heart flutters, like, you know what I mean? Because I was halfway out of the car, so, oh, fuck. So all I could do was jump back in, but it was like, it's after moving a foot, right? So you're thinking, oh, fuck. Oh, you know, so it's that sort of moment that lasts an eternity. The point.
I bet he was pissing himself, wasn't he, little lad?
Well, the point, I got it. I put it in park, walked around. No, there was nowhere. He wasn't upset or anything. No major problem. But Mom, the way he fell was just inches from the wheel. Even if his arm split out, that's his arm gone. You know what I mean? No doubt. If his head was there, his head is gone. It's like a melon. Car, that amount of car going forward. So, but my point I'm trying to make is that when I think about this, I can feel that in my heart. You know what I mean? We have the power to affect our heart and to vibrate it at such a powerful frequency, and it is all literal as well. So when we vibrate our hearts, we can overcome this.
Well, Pete,
unnatural.
you've hit the nail on the fucking head. Right, listen. If you speak true to your heart, then there's no problem. You know, if you speak true, literally, if you speak what you believe, there's not a problem. But if people don't agree with it, that's fine. But we're not out to make friends.
It's nothing to do with speaking anything, Mom. This is
no. But what I mean is that I try and talk to you, and I know you analyse every word, and you get as cantankerous as you fucking get. But nevertheless, I love everything you do, man. So I can literally sit here and go, no, I don't agree with that, but I agree with that, and that makes sense, and this makes sense, and I can speak my mind to you. That is all you want. You don't want people coming in with pre-made up stuff saying, oh, so you believe this, you believe that. The fucking word belief annoys me. No one knows. We're born. How long ago was you born? What, 51 years ago? How old are you? 51.
I'm 45, man.
45. No, well, I know Dell's 53, so I just thought you were the same age. Not because you look any fucking old, you scared. It scared me to death anyway. But what's that? That's fuck all. What's that? Fucking 5,000 days. You don't know fuck all after 5,000 days, man.
I was thinking.
You really don't.
I was thinking, Mom, wouldn't it be funny if you really were a Ritzlan, who you claim never to have heard of?
I thought you said Wiz Laws. And then when you said Rizlan, I was like, no, I never.
You're certain, right? So, I mean, we don't know each other in the sense
I know, I am certain. Do you know what's funny? Do you know what's funny, man? It took me this long to get a fucking microphone going, and you're fucking pulling me.
Come on. Hang on. Do you know the way when, and I mean, I appreciate you saying that you're certain, pretty certain that Chris Effie has to be paper explanator, or else if he's not, we have damn good reason for suspecting that. And it's not just about the speech itself; it's about the little idiosyncrasy. So it's some of the little things.
Idiosyncrasies, the words, the way he speeds up his speech. There's lots of them. I've even gone back and had a look on our website just to see if there's any there, and I can't find anything of his at the moment.
That would be funny if I was.
Although Dell's posted it a couple of times.
It says, warning, your broadcast will be terminated in 1 hour. That's not too bad, is it? Man, I've been going 7 hours. I got no one else to talk to anyway, really, although I don't mind talking to anyone. I was talking to two beautiful children today. And
Pete, do you know what's daft? I've got, do you remember the what's it called, the Boston bombing? Remember the gentleman behind it, the Kraft? You know, the ones who were supposedly put in there to do all the shenanigans and stuff like that. I got the Punisher tattoo around about a week before that. And that's what they use. I know. Fucked in it. I got Superman sign on my arm. He pretended he was in a film where, well, he pretended he had a spinal injury. I'm born on the same day as Michael J. Fox, who's pretended he's had fucking Parkinson's disease. Pete, it's not funny, mate.
How old are you? Did you say
40, man. I'm 40 and 1 month old exactly. Well, no, just under. I was born at 6:32 on the 9th of June, so I've still got 2 hours. Oh no, sorry, 1 hour 55 minutes to go, and then I'll be 40 and a month old.
What do you think of what I've been saying about the moon and not having a separate existence of its own?
I think the moon is the only thing we can actually use as any kind of a. Well, first of all, timekeeper. The sun seems to be a right, but only because we don't know the layout of the plane. And that's pretty much what I can say. And not only that, moons lasted through history. Sun seems to come and go. So I'm unsure. You know, the moon.
It's an interesting isn't it? I was always
sorry, pal.
No, you're okay. I was always a man to speak straight up, like, you know, but I understand the differing nature of the environment. As I mentioned to you earlier on, everything that I have come by, I've come by myself. You know, so I've had no outside influence, outside of, obviously, there's nothing new under the sun. But Yeah, I suppose I just got to continue being myself.
Did you see me tattoo then?
Yeah.
Yeah, a Punisher skull. Do you know what? I didn't even pick the old one from the 80s. I picked the new one because it was stylized.
What's the skull
And
about, Mum?
Well, no, the craft. You've heard of the craft, haven't you? The people that wear the skulls on that supposedly behind all these bombings, the Boston bombings, and so-called,
I know, yeah.
Yeah, the people that wear khaki pants and boots. Well, I got my little Punisher tattoo on my stomach there. Well, when I had muscles, by the way, I didn't put that on a fat belly. That went on a muscly belly.
Were you ever in the army, Mum?
Hey.
Okay.
No, I said hey. What do you mean? Sorry.
I know you did.
No, I didn't hear you. Pete, I didn't hear
my answer, did I?
I don't. Well, I have no idea. I can't hear you, man. What are you saying?
Yeah.
Tell me.
It's cool though. It's cool. I mean,
there's a 5-second lag, and when I ask you to repeat it, you've already moved on.
That must be on my end. The lag is on my rear end. How's Del getting on, by the way? How's Del getting on? Is he? What? I didn't mean to take any.
No. Well, I was talking to you for a little while. I was talking to you. Yeah, there is a big lag here. Sorry, a couple of seconds. I was talking to you for probably another half hour, but then I went to contact Del and I couldn't get through to him. I think he'd gone bed. And the hangout wouldn't let me join it, and I couldn't find anything going on his website. So there you go. But he did send me a Chatango message via, View from the Bog, and he said, I think he said something like there's only 2 people there or something. But I don't know what he was playing because I didn't want to interfere with yours, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, you know the way I look upon these things anyway. It's just a conversation between me and whoever I'm talking to, or I mean, how do I know who's listening?
Yeah, well, Pete,
who will listen?
Pete, I'm the same as you. I'll say things out front as I can, but remember, I am a couple of years behind you, man. So I can't. I'm not at that. What's the word? I'm not at that absolute level yet, mate. I'm really not.
So let me say to you, Millennium. You say Millennium.
Millennium Fall Con.
So this is in reference to the biggest con of the millennium, which was
yes,
in the
millennium
fall, or in the autumn of 2001, which was 9/11. Now you know about
and that was the millennium. The year 2000 wasn't the millennium. It's the year 2001. People forget that. So basically, I put Millennium Falcon 2001, and then what it was is I had that, and I had Denny in chat.
You know about the Millennium Hotel?
I was on Poncho Pete's, and he banned. Did he ban phone?
You mentioned Stanley Kubrick and the Monolith being the silver screen, if you will. You know about the Millennium Hotel on 9/11?
Yes, I do.
Did that sort of enter your reckoning when you were picking that screen name?
Well, Millennium, no, more along the lines of do you remember that clip where they say it's like there's a sand battle in Star Wars on like Jabba's air tracker. Blast points are too blah blah blah. Too accurate for sand people. It's a little bit of a tell saying that these people who put the holes in the Twin Towers wouldn't have been people in, to Star Wars and say these blast holes are sand people. So once I've seen that, I've seen Millennium, and Millennium just Falcon, and there you go. But you know the way I am, mate. I'll sit here and I just see something. I mean, I've told you what 666 is.
Yeah, what? Repeat that again. What do you think it is?
Right, well, 666
Oh,
is...
in time, in terms of, what did you say? Go on, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so you got 1 minute.
Yeah, which is 60 seconds.
Sorry, 1 hour, 1 minute, and 6 seconds. And that's 666 in decimal. And when you look at that in 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 minute, and 6 seconds, it's 116 upside down. Now
That's
the
almost,
classic.
That's almost. That's
no,
almost.
That's the classic inversion, Pete, because you turn it backwards and upside down.
Yes, and it's almost 102 minutes, as in the 102-minute movie that was presented to us on 9/11.
I'm still trying to solve that. I've been going over that for a number of years, man. The 102 minutes, I've divided it, I've plussed it, I've even put it in temperature, I've looked at it on film, trying to figure out how many.
The only reason, why do I say it's 102 minutes? Actually, I'm asking myself because Simon Shank.
Because of the film 102 minutes that changed the world.
Well, I take it was from when it went live till when it finished, when the second building collapsed. And what do you think of? Well, again,
Pete, you can ask me anything, mate. I'll answer it truthfully. I'm telling you now.
Okay, man.
I'm a fakeologist, man. I've listened to you go the gauntlet on fakeologists, all different people talking about.
I never identified as a fakeologist, really.
No, that'll do me, because I was called a fakeologist around about when I was 5 by my dad and a kidologist.
I bet you have stories to tell, Mum, for sure.
Yeah, well, I used to cut the hard bits out of bacon and put them under my pillow, trying to get money back. And my dad had put money there as well, because he said, "Yeah, you're a right fakeologist or a kidologist or whatever it was." But yeah, nevertheless, no. At the end of the day, mate, we know stuff goes on. You can ask me anything, mate. But my attraction literally is hearing people's point of views, seeing if I can extract anything from them. I mean, I walk around. People are probably, people wouldn't take me as being a voice for anything, and yet I have some weird views about things. Some really weird views.
You're not very revealing, Mom, but you are in a way, if you know what I mean.
No, well, yeah, no, I don't know. I could probably go online and get some screenshots of me cooking, and then put them on, and then no, I'm not trying. No, I don't need to.
Well, at this stage, I mean, no, well, I'm not going to say that.
Who's going to turn around and point out that Antarctica's bollocks? You know what I mean? Seriously, have a think about that, man. I'm pointing out that Antarctica's bollocks, and what you'll hear is like, well, what we've heard for the past about 3 days now is everybody referring to, when we get down to Antarctica and doing all different things. Right, well, first of all, it's not what you say it is, so why are they going on about it? You know what I mean? Why are people going on about something that don't fucking exist somewhere?
That's because, as I said, where are you going to go in Antarctica? Yeah. What are you going to do, man? No matter what point
no, there's the paradigm shift, because some people think it's a ball.
Well, imagine
some people think it's a ring.
Yeah,
but either way.
But here's the more immediate difficulty. Imagine you're at the center of a huge, massive pie, and you're looking to hit a point on the periphery, right? Now, if it's the bigger you make the pie, and yes, you just imagine, let's say we use the current system, you divide it into 360 parts, which is fine enough in a small.
Oh, by the way, I've got a link. I've got something to show you in a bit. It's the Arc Radion thing, who does the PSI and all that. And if you was to put in 911 Arc, it comes out as 322. Every number is Masonic on both sides, and it's the weirdest thing. I'll find it for you because I've cleared my history, but I will find it for you, mate. It's mental.
Fuck it now. I came to a definitive.
All them scientific numbers, because remember, there's always two scales, isn't there? You'll have Celsius, Fahrenheit.
322.
There's always two scales.
322. It's all about 666. So you got 322s is 66, and you have you have 3 of them though. So 322, 66, and then you have the 3. But
This
again,
all falls in with using their 365-day calendar. People don't understand this.
yeah, but
Right?
my
If you
point,
can get rid of that 300, sorry, go on. You carry on. Sorry, mate, I'm waffling.
no, you're all right. I was just making the point that, so if we were to do that and had 360 people setting out on those lines that we drew, or those divisions that we drew, you'd have people a far cry from each other once each and every one of them met the peripheral. You know, there might be many miles between each 360-man division. So where are you going to go? Where are you going to aim? And you can imagine like dividing that, each one of those sections after they've hit the peripheral, into another fucking 50 sections or 60 sections or whatever, and then heading inland to cover all ground. Ridiculous. Where are you
Said
going
when
to
I
go?
was about 15, they started explaining evolution, and I said if evolution's literally 15, I said if evolution's real, we would have been in space by now, and it's because of the way. Really, I'm not joking. I turned around because it was weird. It was weird. He was like, "Oh, and then expansion." But I was looking around, going, "Right, I'm trying to get a bit of funny," and that all these people are fucking everyone's having 4 kids. No, that's not happening. We're being told fibs, man, to do with everything from every level, every number we get. They can change it. That is the reason for numbers. They can just change a number, and yet we
Who's
see it as a
Mom?
language.
Who's in power here?
We see letters.
Yeah, but who's in power here in your view? What do you think of
The
what I've been
people
saying about
behind
the?
the people
So you were talking
behind.
about the brain. Hang on, Mom. You were talking about the brain. Being everything points. Mason's like pointing to the brain as if like the brain is the be all and end all. What do you think about when I said that the brain is just in Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel?
They believe they have.
Yeah. What do you think about me saying that that's just a superficial layer, and then when you peel that layer away, you have the cross section of a reptilian fang and all, you know? What do you think about that?
I don't believe in the brain anyway, Pete. I don't believe any physical thing to do with the mind is stored in the brain. I think that's stored in the outside.
Well, I guess the best we can do is define to ourselves what is real. We have to go back to.
I think you make what is real, if I'm being honest with you, as well. There has to be a level there. The stuff you see on telly is not real. The stuff you see on the newspapers is not real. You know, if you see your neighbour on telly, you can put a level of reality to that, but that's still not real. So it all depends what you take as real. This is why I laugh when I look at YouTube, because I'm not going to say I fell for it. I could see everything, but I'm naive, and I still am naive, and I don't care, because I think the moment you take life seriously, it gets serious. So I'm being nice and being amicable and talking to people. It's just as easy to turn off in it and say I don't care anymore, But nevertheless, it's a lot better just to try and make sense of what you got. So reality, borders seems to be a bit of a white chalk line at the moment. It's getting scrubbed and changed over and over again. But I'm just being honest with you, mate.
Again, Mom, you don't give away much, but you sort of do as well,
Well, I can't give it. I don't even think I can give anything else away, man. You got my name, birth date, where to work.
Mm-hmm.
Trouble is, that's nothing. I said this to Del earlier. I said, Del, we've chatted about 10 times now. I said, I don't know what football team you support or what you do for a living. And I said, and most people would think that we would have mentioned that. And he went, yep. I was just like, yeah, so depends what you're after, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Less is more. I'm glad you still call me Mum, if I'm being honest.
Cool.
No, because it's nice.
The reason I smile
Millennial.
The reason I smile there is because when you said that, in my brain, I had this sort of split screen, like Jimmy Savile and Myra Hindley. that's a gimme, isn't it? That's an in-your-face joke. My hands aren't that yellow, by the way. They're not. They're not like.
You see, the weird thing is with Jimmy Savile, you know that he's twisted enough that he could probably he'd probably try something like that anyway. You know, dressing up people. You can tell he was a weirdo. The daft thing is about when you see the later on pictures of Mary Hindley, so it's nothing like Jimmy Savile. So obviously, if there was some kind of subterfuge going on, but the Dave Lee Travis fucking connections, fucking priceless. This is it. Remember when Tom Delper was talking about Dunblane, the foreshadowing, and then you had you know, all them different things. Them to me are more crazy because that just proves that what we're saying is being perpetrated. They put stuff on telly and it comes on the screen. And people are ignorant to look at anything. But not only that, where was it perpetrated first? Perpetrated in the Bible, and it was perpetrated in paintings, and any kind of medium they could use or any kind of platform they could use to get their story across. And it's the same thing as standing on the hill of the village and going, "Oh, the other village is going to come and get us." Listen to what I'm saying. Alex Jones, we've seen it. It's the same fucking fair fucking thing. But nevertheless, mate, I would like to fucking find out what the fuck we're on, or where the fuck we are, more conveniently.
Just to say that the reason I brought up that comparison in the first place and I smiled is because in my brain I set up one of those pictures with you saying that and like Ritzler and some of the stuff that he used to say, and I sort of, I guess I kind of know what you look like. So how would I have envisaged Ritzler? One of those blank face screens anyway. But I did set up that sort of side by side in my brain and thought how funny it would be, like, you know. But yeah, to a big extent, Mom, I'm definitely gone beyond anyway. So when I said earlier on that I have no affiliations to anybody nor anything, that's the truth of the matter. And you know, in one sense, even though I don't think that's how it's going to end, this is not good enough for our children anyway. But in one sense, if this is a sort of a playground for the purposes of learning, then if everyone has to learn to advance, nothing is going to change it, is it?
No, well, you've just started a fucking Philip K. Dick memory in my head now. So I'm thinking, right, so them fucking years when I was playing computer games or playing 100-mile-an-hour chess, as I like to call it, all these different things going on. Are you saying that there was someone online using my consciousness?
I'd like to play
without me knowing it.
I'd like to play a game of chess.
I'd love to play it at chess, man. I'd love to play it at chess. Not played in ages, but do you know what? It's one of the things where it stays with you.
You soon pick it up.
So, and especially if you've got a cordial opponent, it'll give you 2 or 3 minutes to just double check.
I not that I challenged Dale or anything, but he plays chess as well. But I kind of preempted it and just assumed that he would be coming out in a silver medal position. Let's put it like that. So that's what I like to do. So I'm going to say the same to you, Mum. But it always makes you try harder then, doesn't it, when someone is so cocky that he automatically assumes the metal of his medal.
The trouble is, my friend, the person that usually teaches you how to play chess kicks off once you beat them. So after about 10 or 12 games, you beat them, and they go, oh no. And what it is you're open to learning.
Well, this is a true story, right? When I was growing up, I'm not sure about your own relationship with your father, but when I was growing up,
Pete, my dad was fully brain damaged by the time I was about 5, mate. I didn't really have a dad. I was an older brother, 12 years older, and then the one who was 12 years older. But by the time I was 10 or 12, my dad was, he was able to talk to me and stuff like that. Okay. I mean, he was sound. He was a stage director. He fell.
Well, I haven't seen my son in a few years now, but and you know where I ended up actually, Mum? You talked about your own 9/11 connections. I actually worked on just the 9/11. If I told you a few of the 9/11,
hang on. What's my 9/11 connections?
Well, just how it sort of plays you have different your date of birth adding up to not date of birth.
Oh yeah. I only figured out about 4 days ago. Someone asked me on Discord and said, have you got any significant thing? And I just went, yeah, I was born at 6:32, but I was 7 pound 2.
I thought there was let me.
Of course there will be. Of course there will be. I was born in 1977, man. That was the year, and all the music from that year I love. You know what I mean? There's something going on.
Let me just make a cup of coffee, man. And well, I thought there was more. I'll tell you some of my 9/11 connections, like. But let me just make a cup of coffee, and I'll be back in a second. All right. But I'm still listening. Well, you know the Twin Towers.
Pete, not a problem.
In London.
Yes.
Yeah, you know the Twin Towers in London. I ended up working there in Canary Wharf. They were literally the Twin Towers. There was 2 towers that went up. So when that was all under construction, you had the 2 towers overriding everything else. So, you know, and that's especially back in the early days. When I left, yeah. Sorry, the kettle is boiling there, Mom. That's why. But yeah, when I left, that's what we came out to. Oh, fuck it. Well, I mean, one thing the Jesuits did say, you know, give me the child for the first 8 years, and I'll show you the man. And the one thing I was glad I did was to stay around for the first 8 years of my son's life, difficult as that was. So we have this sort of core intrinsic connection. But the first place I went to, unknowing about any of this, was, and settled in only for a few short months, but I still settled there, was York. Of all the places to end up. So that's another connection. If my son was born prematurely, right, Mom? So he was like a month before he was really due. So if you went from the date of his premature birth and went back the appropriate amount of time for a proper birth, you got his conception date as pretty much exactly on September 11th, 2001. My son is also, and this is a bit more cryptic, my son is also an immaculate conception in a sense.
Is that May the 11th?
Who? No.
It's not May.
No.
Just the numbers. I thought of it. May seems, you know, obviously 11th of May. 6.
What do you think about Theresa May being the May Queen?
But I think that explains the fucking the past 200 years of architecture and everything that we've done. Everything's got a spire. Everything's got some maypole going around it. Like I said, Pete, we are literally, we're going backwards now. It's not a witch hunt, but it's not far off a witch hunt. We're just hoping someone is a witch instead of a warlock.
Well,
I'm not saying it's not true, my mate. I'm not saying that because, like I say, at the end of the day, you talk to someone here who believes there's fucking part of this planet which is not fucking real, and then there's other parts that we've not even seen. So there you go.
I mean, the one thing I would ask you, Mom, is where does your point of view now that you project or you put across, where does that leave you yourself? I mean, you see when you look forward for yourself.
Yeah. There's going to have to be some sort of activism. But I don't think it's going to be on the level of going out and talking to students or anything like that. But they will. I might just invent a few more words and a few phrases, something like that. I've invented a few things recently that I've sort of took hold, so I might try and see me answer that, see what I can do. Shocking or is the way to do it.
You don't say much.
Maybe shocking. Sorry, mate. I was just going to say maybe shocking or, is the way to do something. Maybe you can disseminate happiness or trust or whatever. I don't know. I really don't know, mate.
Well, I mean, in fairness, if you don't see a resolution,
I see a resolution, mate, but I don't want to. If I'm being honest, I can't word things at the best of times.
There must be hard times.
I think the best thing I come up with is is sphere 1 second later. And that's about it. You know, and then I come up with Curvates, Postman Pat, and Brain Tactica. Yeah, I'm not really I'm not a wordsmith, man. You know. But like I say, you don't have to tell yourself something, do you? You can sort of think yourself something. As long as I think it to myself, I'll be okay.
You're very non-specific at times, Mum.
No, I'm not. Well, why should I commit? I don't believe in gravity. I don't even believe in the Arctic turn. This is how bad I am. You know, I believe the Arctic. I believe the Arctic turn literally turns around and fucks off. I don't believe a frog when you put it in a pot, cold water will stay in it till it boils. I don't believe that. John Le Bon's fuck the monkey ladder cage experiment out the window. Oh God. You know, there's lots of things that I don't believe. I don't believe the distance between England and Canada or America, or Maine, New York, whatever you want to call it, is as far as they say. There's lots of things I don't believe, but I'm not going to go out and go, oh, I can prove it. No, these are just my little milestones.
I think it's one thing.
But there are some things which could be a thought experiment, and this is what I'm saying. Why can't you take anything down to the fucking South Pole? Why does every country get on board with not going down to the South Pole? That's because whatever you take down to the South Pole, if you was to slip off one day, bury it in the ground, and then you leave the Antarctic and you come back up to there, and then one day you get a job in the North Pole, you get there and you just dig around and you find the thing that you buried in the South Pole. Yeah, there you go, rumbled. Same with that Devon Island and fucking Mars. It's bollocks, man. It's all bollocks. Whatever they show us is bollocks.
It's easy to say what we don't believe in, but what do you believe in, Mum? For instance, do you believe in God?
Yeah, of course do. God literally put all the songs on the radio when I was little. He made every pool ball a potted going. And at this moment in time, you've got God is the main big light in my room here now. So whenever I had a dodgy thought, you've got God up there, he's the big one, which is seems to be Satan, but he doesn't really get a look in. God's whatever you think it is, but I don't know what he says to you, but I know what he says to me. Yeah, God's pretty much being thankful.
Yeah.
I can't say anything more. It's all your own experience, isn't it, Pete? This is it. It's what I'm saying, mate. I can't articulate. I'm not going to sit there and start going on about yoga, or, and stuff like that. I've got two mates who are shamans and do all that dancing, fucking weird stuff. That's another thing. Ayahuasca. I don't believe that either, because if you was to check now, and you could do this, you used to look at the ingredients in ayahuasca. One of them can be man-made. You know what I mean?
I think, and someone made it an excellent point. My Country House or something was on Jamie's channel, and he made an excellent point that I heard before, but it sort of the way he put it, it sort of rang home as well. Look at all the different signals that are coming through now. If I turn on the radio, I can tune into various different frequencies that have been broadcast on a consistent and a penetrating basis, but I'm just not tuned into them. I think we have been tuned out of a lot of our ultimate capabilities, but that's what I meant to say as well, Mum. Everything is significant the way I view it now. So the dodo was wiped out when they specifically mentioned the pig, the monkey, and the dog. Now I was thinking
Chinese calendar.
Well, okay, that's one connection. My connection, I was thinking was, and I was thinking this beforehand, and this is a fact as well, if you want to go into Google and type in what Muslims think of Jews or something, or just type in pig and monkey. They think the Jews are a mix of pig and monkey DNA that have been manipulated. So when the dodo was associated with the dodo extinction was associated with the pig, the monkey, and the dog introduction to the island. Again, we're not to take it literally, or I'm not trying to take it literally, but I'm trying to see how that joins in with the rest, and you have 2 out of 3, which ain't bad. I'm trying to think. I can see how we can be connected to monkeys. I can see how we could be connected to pigs, obviously, and even in terms of our tailbone. But dogs a little, and is that why dog backwards is God? Because it's an integral part of our. What now? I think first and foremost, we are. You know that little spark, that crystalline pineal gland inside.
Hold them at the first word, man. Sorry, at the second word.
What second word?
I've rumbled them at it says Muslim clerics. Yeah, clerics say what they're told to say, man. That's fucked up.
Well, the point I was making was,
which holy men don't represent people, man. Holy, literally. Right, I'm gonna grab a bit here. One second.
Okay. Anyway, whatever is said, I'm just saying in recollection of looking into it at the time, I was thinking about Independence Day, Independence. The Beatles also feature pigs in a lot of their music, especially.
Hey, mate. Sorry, no. All I was saying now is the clerics seem to be the media of sensationalism. It's almost like the word cleric is used to.
Well, just that that's not even
absolve.
Well, that's not even relevant in the sense that I was just bringing to mind a sort of investigation down that path of old, and the fact that that association was made with pigs and monkey DNA, a mismatch of it. This is what I think we are. Our bodies are anyway. So whoever is responsible for its creation, and maybe this is where Genesis 2 comes in, then, or true spirit, which is that spark and a crystalline core.
From Moreau invented the planet, the map for us, and Dr. Moreau invented the animals that were a mixture of people.
Well, as I said, that's my connection to the monkey and the pig. Right. But then the dog comes in as man's best friend. They have canine teeth, of course. But what other aspects can we associate with the canine species? I don't know. I think something like that is what we're doing.
The trouble is, I'm sure man learned a lot from the canine species. Loyalty.
When you look under Adam, in the creation of Adam on the Sistine Chapel roof, you'll see 2 persons. I mentioned this again and again. 2 persons. One immediately you would identify at first glance as a female, but on closer inspection, you'll soon change your mind. Again, I think these are telling us core stories. So again, if we have been divided in some fashion.
Well, I've been looking at your dodo on the screen, talking to me now. Have you seen his nose?
Can you not see my picture? I think I'm on camera now.
No, I've got it on. I'm just saying, what's his nose look like? But you know, just the bit on top.
Hang on, and I'll get my own. Hang on, let me just put my camera.
It looks like a dome. It looks like a dome, and the word dodo obviously comes, you know, as the word dope in it.
It does, doesn't it?
It does, and the word dome, obviously, dome. So we might have actually just turned another fucking corner. We don't know. But I'm telling you now, mate, if you can find a bird that shape with a big fucking feather on its back, or what about the lyrebird that puts its fucking arm up and that represent the other continent?
What do you think the eye might be?
Because it puts one wing up, doesn't it?
Oh, did you hear? Mate. Oh, yeah. I mentioned that one to you about, did you hear that part where I was talking about Teddy Carl and him saying that in Alice in Wonderland, in the illustrations, you see the dodo with the walking stick.
Yes, shit with the walking stick. Yes.
If you look at the Gleason's map, you could also say that the dodo has a walking stick there. But well, if you heard that,
once you said that, I resonated on it for a bit, and then obviously the conversation changed. But took me back to, do you remember that Indiana Jones film where he has the staff?
Right.
and the light shines through the staff and then hits the pyramid.
See, this is about, the staff is about your spinal cord. This is about the
It's the wake, the Kundalini thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not into it, but I do believe you can achieve, some sort of open-mindedness, spiritualness.
This is what I'm saying, Mum. I don't think it's that difficult as well, or that mystical. It's just,
I don't do ceremony, Pete.
A complete
I don't do ceremony
that we practice, which is detrimental, and which is sort of division.
I really don't trust any kind of ceremony where there's drugs and kind of alternate things going on. I'd rather take 2 trips and go and disappear into the woods on my own, something like that. When I was 20.
Did you see
I'm not a ceremony person.
I was asking you, did you see the picture of my?
But even that is something in itself. Doing experiencing something like that. You can't decry. You see, the thing that makes people in danger is by bullying and being bad to people, pretty much, and watching telly. So if everyone turned the telly off, and I'm not joking, if everyone turned the telly off, the world would be a better place.
Did you see the picture? Did you see the picture of my son eventually by Father Ted's house? Did you hear that bit yesterday?
No, I'm not saying it. Can you put it on for me?
Oh, did you not? Well, do you remember the time I was on Pancho Pete's channel? And he was just out. That's another interesting one. I mean, we don't have to talk about that now. But Pancho Pete being
I'll address Pancho. He's not been on camera recently, and he's not really paying anyone any attention anymore.
No, but I'm just saying, him being sexually
trying to ride out his career.
He came back after being in the mental hospital, and
which I was disturbed about, and I sent you a message. Do you remember? Remember, I sent you pretty much exactly what happened live as it happened, because there was no one else about. I sent it to you. So if you used to go and check your messages there, you'd probably see a message run about.
Probably didn't know. Yeah, maybe, Mum. Now, if I had a relook, I'll probably just recall it as well. But do
you remember what stood out? Do you remember the name Rob?
No.
You see, you didn't read the message. Sorry.
Maybe I did. Well, that's a good while ago as well, and I wasn't sort of. I definitely probably did though. So if I look back again at around that time, it'll come to mind.
Yeah, I think it was around about February 18th, 19th.
Okay, man. Well, all I was saying in regards to that anyway was, oh yeah. So anyway, when he came out, he was giving up the weed. So I was telling him this story pretty much. Okay, I hope I'm coming through here now. Can you
by the way, good morning.
Okay, maybe I have too much on the go here. I think maybe I don't. Oh no, I'm grand. Okay, just getting a few pictures up for you, Mum, because this is quite funny, man. But the point I was trying to make anyway, Pancho Pete was giving up the weed. And as we smoke weed as well, we know that can be a difficult thing. And I was trying to say to him, look, I'm going to show you a picture now, which shows you that you don't need weed to just feel good, man, and sometimes to get more. This ties in what you were saying as well, ties in with us getting away from intoxication and getting into pure reality, pure now. And we can do that without any outside influences. Absolutely, I think, But anyway, the point of the story is, I was saying this, I'm going to show you this picture now, Pete, and that will show you that you don't need the weed. And he came along, what has it got to do with something like Father Dougal? From, Father Ted, Mum, do you?
Yeah, I love him.
Yeah, okay, Father Ted. So this was, and I was going, no, man, no. Why would you say that? But the fact that you say that is hilarious because of what I'm about to show you. Because this just happened to be a by the way where we were at the time, and I was sort of preambling the idea about not needing cannabis with a few pictures beforehand. So let me share my screen. So when he said that, I was going, get the fuck out of there. Why would you mention that of all things? So I'm going to share my screen now, Mum. And thankfully I know what I'm doing at this stage. Eventually. So yeah, here's the picture I was going to show him as the preamble. which was when me and my boy were up in, and I said this yesterday as well, made an arse of it, I think, but I got it through eventually. This is Father Ted's
Sorry,
house.
I'm not interrupting. All I was going to say is, will you do me a favour when you get a chance, get a nice picture of the dodo skeleton, because I reckon all the significant numbers to do with 33rd vertebrae and all these different things are probably significant as well. So if you can find a detailed one, that'd be great. With the bones.
Adam Savage from MythBusters did a reconstruction of the dodo, so he's an insider.
You joke? When?
No,
I used to watch him till about 2014.
Yeah, me too, man. Well, I left it behind before that, but exactly. So he's an insider. So therefore, he's doing this because maybe it's a clue, But type it in, Adam Savage Dodo YouTube. Anyway, let me go through this.
I didn't even realise. This is it. I'm about 2 years fucking behind you, man.
This is you recognize this house, Mum? Yeah.
Okay, I can't see anything yet, mate.
Can't see my screen. I have to present.
No. Oh, hang on. No, yeah, I'm not going to touch anything. No,
you see that?
He's presenting, right? I'm going to click on you now. No, it's not doing it yet. No, it's just a dodo so far, mate. One sec. Do I have to turn my bandwidth up? Is that what it is?
I don't know, man. I don't. Hang on. Let me.
Well, there you go. I've turned my bandwidth up, so what I'll do is I'll mute.
Let me go back here. Yeah, it's coming up, man, on the main screen.
Okay, yeah, I can see him. There he is.
Yeah. So you recognize that house, right?
Yes.
So this is
that the one from Bronte, Heathcliff, Bronte?
It could be as well. It's Father Ted's house.
Oh God, yeah. Excuse me.
Jesus. Anyway, that was the point. So Pete mentioned Dougal, and this was nothing to do with the main story, because I said the main story was that listen, you don't need cannabis if I can have a good time. Anyway, this was the preamble. So that he mentioned, what has it got something to do with
spitting image of you, isn't it?
Well,
he's a spitting image of you,
because he's gorgeous, So, but the idea being that of all the things to say, the fact that he said Dougal, and I was going to show him this picture, is just an amazing thing. And so let me stop that and go on to the next one, which is getting to the point. Bear with me, man. Right, just to show you that I was there as well. Hope you can see that.
There he is.
Now. So I have to stop sharing. So again, just the same.
So when was that picture taken?
That's about 2011, man. So
and how old is he now? 16.
Here's the point to it all, Mom. Let me share this one. So again,
he's as tall as you now, isn't he?
When we were going down this track, right? When we were down this track, it's really in the arse of nowhere. And the reason I pointed it out in the first place was, you remember that Mars rover picture? And it said it came from a place in Ireland. Well, I drove that hill, so I pointed that out. And these are pictures from a similar area. But anyway, in the sunroof of my car, young Steve liked to stick his head up through while I was driving down this deserted lane in the Burren and Clare at 30 kilometers per hour. But the point being, again, we need to get naturally as high as we can, because this is the key. I hope you can see my screen. Can you?
Yes. Yeah, he's yours. Okay.
But that's what
he looks like he knows something there. Going, I know.
That's what I'm at. He's just back in now after having his head up through the sunroof and me going along at 30 kilometers an hour and he just breathing in air. That's what I was trying to say to Punch. Listen, stick your head out the window next time you're driving on the motorway and take nice deep breaths.
Well, yeah, you've just reminded me of something. You ready? You ready for this? Now, the Beatles, yeah? Now, what's good for making yourself get to one with nature? Grounding yourself, taking your shoes off, putting your feet on the ground barefoot.
Yeah.
What was one of the Beatles albums?
Right. That's it.
Rubber Soul.
Right.
Rubber Soul. Pete, and I know it sounds insignificant, but think about how big the Beatles were.
Yeah. It's
A rubber soul, a rubber. Hey, something going on. What does rubber do? Oh, it stops electromagnetism and blah blah blah. And I'm not even a hippie, man.
Man, I told you.
I change a plug. I'll get someone else to plug it in just in case. You know, I really never check up any shit. But you know what? If you've got an instinct for something and you can see where things are going wrong, this is why I love Sean from fucking Hulkbusters. When he comes on, he just calls it bullshit. He says bullshit. Do you know what? I'm not out to make friends, and I don't think you're the same. But you're a bit more cordial than everyone else. I offend people more than interest them, and I don't care. Never do. The daft thing is you're like Del. You've done it for years. I've listened to you, Del, for years, and the first person I made contact with was Rollo, and he's disappeared because I thought I had more in common with Rollo because I was a bit of a a drunk and I like having a drink and I like listening to music and stuff like that. But either way, I think I'm more like Ab. I'd be pure stringent. Well, no, apparently I'm a moderator on there, but I'd be dead stringent. I'd be like, no, I don't be talking about UFOs. I'm talking about black dude. I'm talking about lizards. I'd turn all this off. I wouldn't turn your lizards off because you've got something else that goes with it. But no, I'm scared. I'm scared of what's being put in because we can be fooled to adding stuff. So if you start giving people authority, i.e., saying, "Oh, what they say is true," so therefore whatever else they say is true as well. No, you can't. You can't do that. You just have to listen to everyone, like you say. Be biased, be unbiased, and just see what you can get out of it. Treat them as actors.
Yeah, well, who isn't an actor is the easier question these days. Right, Mom?
I think
one man in his time can play many parts.
Well, you see, I'm worrying now because I'm thinking that maybe.
You must have heard, Mom. Come on, Mom. You must have heard. You must have read one of Shakespeare's plays. You must have.
I know. Hang on. Jesus Christ! I learned this off to be or not to be. That's a question.
Chess must know something.
No. Whether it was noble in mind stuff to slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or take trouble against the sea of arms, or take arms against sea of troubles. Pete, you ready for this? Listen to this, right?
Julius Caesar.
Yeah, Pete. I might as well. A group in Hardwick, right? Not far away from a gypsies camp, on a state flats, everything. By the time I was 4, 5, we moved to a little house about a mile away. My dad got brain damage. So what they did is because he knew he was going to be hospital for long, they sent me to my sister-in-law's for it was a summer of 83 or 84. But it was good because basically I swam in the sea for about 6 months. Then about 85 I come back. By that time, obviously my mum had lost the house. So I went to live with my sister. My sister had 2 kids, two nephews, which was like 18 months older, 6 months younger. Then I came back to Hardwick because my mum didn't want me. Basically feeding me dad just porridge and making him stand up and sit down. Nothing, no convalescence for brain injuries at all. Anyway, after 7 years, I watched my mum get my dad from 100% brain damage to walking his daughters down the aisle and going to the pub for a pint. I know for a fact memories are stored in the brain. My dad used to sit there talking to angels, and all the angels were people that he worked with. There's a lot of things that I don't give up, Pete. You know what I mean? But I don't share my time either. I've never spoken a word to Poncho or anyone. You, Delqua.
Do you reckon we can? Do you reckon we can handle the truth, Mum?
Fuck yeah, man. Of course we can. Of course we can.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I started behind you. I started in 2012, but I worked out Canada by 2009.
How long do you think this? How long do you think this puzzle is ongoing?
You know, I think we're in full retard. I think I think they banged on reverse on that day, September the 11th, 2001. I think all you got to do now is fucking just work out what happened before that day, and literally all we're gonna get is a mirror image carrying on to the same date.
Well,
I think that's how they disguise history. There's weird things. Why is Tom Cruise still making fucking films?
Well, because there's still a bit of the story to be told, and now more than ever, every film is sort of honing in on, every presentation is honing in on the core truths. Excuse me. Well, let me ask you a question. So, right, bear with me a second. So, give me your honest opinion of the thread I weave. Flat Earth, Mark Sargent, clues, right? So we have to look beneath the official layer for the differing clues. But yeah, the big clue, Mark Sergeant Pepper, Sergeant Pepper's, again, Sergeant Pepper's pointing to Alice in Wonderland, All of Us in Wonderland, and specifically within All of Us in Wonderland, everything is pointing to the dodo, which Charles Dodo Dodgson identified himself with. He probably wasn't a real character, he was another Shakespeare character, you know, front man. And all clues or all facts pertaining to his life or story are little clues. And the dodo, here we go. Thanks to Teddy Carl, forgive me this talk. So in the illustration of the dodo, you notice the dodo with the cane, which associates with Gleason's map, but you see the hand underneath the wing. And the question I asked is, why did they anthropomorphize the dodo? Why did they give the dodo hands and a walking stick? So maybe the walking stick and the dodo connected to Gleason's map, but why the hands? Now, here's the big question. Is this the hidden hand that we so associate with Freemasonry? On the back of the square and compass, and the G
with every
representing
king for the past 400
the
years hiding the hand.
Yeah, on the back of the square and compass representing, and the G representing the land, the sky, and the luminary, I'm going to say, is the hidden hand representing this, pointing to the dodo. Look for the hidden hand. That's a question, Mom. What do you think of that string of connections?
Just doing a bit of numerology in my head. One sec, mate. Could it be hidden? Right, yeah, there is hidden hand throughout it all. Could it be a hidden land? Is that why they do that simple?
I just popped into chat briefly, Mom, and multi-tom tom. Is Mill Ritza or not? Do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, no, I'm Denny Haim.
Okay, Mom, multi-tom, you heard the man's answer.
I would like to hear some of this Rizlaw. No, that's Wizlaw. Who's this other one? How do you spell it?
Rizla papers. You never been to
Rizlaw? Someone's equating me with a fucking shitty name, Rizlaw.
Yeah, but hang on, you've never been to Earth Discussions?
No, my name's Millennium Falcon. Come up with the words Curvert and fucking Postman Pat. I've discovered Antarctica is not fucking real, and you're calling me someone who picked a name, Rizla. That's really bad, that, man.
Well,
there you go. There's my real answer there. That's atrocious, man.
Mom, that's terrible.
That's fucking atrocious, man.
Any name
that is atrocious,
that. Any name can be nice.
Fucking Rizla.
It's sort of, maybe Tom, he protests too much. What do you reckon, multi-tom? Any name can mean anything.
I'll tell you, you can watch me skin up, and do you know what? I don't use one.
How do you get on with
at least put a Z at the end of it. Fucking hell.
How do you get on with your sister, Mum?
One I got two. But what do you think about the, first of all, Dodo, Dawn? Remember, my sister's called Dawn. D is a representative of the sun rising. So there you go. You get the light of the sun rising, and then you get the. So then you got the dodo. So you get the double bluff, which is what this is.
What do you actually? Well, so what? Let me. What do
Trying
you?
to double bluff us. We know water's level.
Well, there are lots of thoughts out there, and of course, you know my thoughts. I've shared them.
I just think it's funny. Remember.
What do you actually think the dodo is then? What does it represent?
What am I Hussein Bolt from the fucking conspiracy world? Have I worked out why they're doing all this?
You tell me, Mom. You know, again, you don't tend to say much.
What do you think? What do you think of Antarctica thing? Anything down to Antarctica, and then you go to North Pole, find it, and then you go, oh, you never went to Antarctica. Look at that. Think of that. Exactly.
Why wouldn't you?
Why would you, man? That's nothing.
Are you so content in life that you,
worst connection going? You want to all right, go on.
Why wouldn't you?
What do you want to do? I can elaborate.
If paradise was waiting beyond the North Centre, why wouldn't you at least?
Doesn't that make sense to you? So I think it's something that the being is working towards.
Do you recognize this, Mum? There comes a tide. There comes a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted all the voyages of life are bound in misery.
Pete, I've got to stop you there. Right, round about 3 years ago. Listen to this. You love this. Pete, no, Pete. Round about 3 years ago, my mum got called in. She had to have a pacemaker removed and reinstalled. Wasn't even doing it. Like they put a wire through her lung and her heart. She lost about 4 stone and was in intensive care. Luckily, I worked at the fucking building next door, i.e. the University of Manchester, and I was getting in work early. And literally, when I say getting in work early, I was getting in work at 4 and 5, you know, things like that. And then at 8 o'clock, I was nipping over there and making sure she had mushrooms and everything to bring her on back on board. No one was caring for her. She had catheters ripped out at 12 o'clock at night when she was being fed alcohol through a drip because they thought she was an alcoholic. I don't trust anyone, man. I've come to where I am now because of any other reason apart from the fact that I'm not an idiot.
When I used to work on